Mercedes-ը վերում են սկսում են բան անել, բարելավել Mercedes-ը։ Արած մտող այդ անտերի վրա մի բիր ժողովուրդ կա աշխատում, ինժեներ, տեխնիկ, գոնշիկ, չգիտեմ, հասարակ քշող, սա այդ պարլամենտարները հավաքում են, բայց բեր ինչ-որ բան դեզում, դուք բերել եք Mercedes-ը տյունինգ եք անում, արա մատորը, կրակ չեք,
Ես իրանք զումով կարծեմ բանը չեմ տալիս, ես ընդամենը բանը ուղարկում
live stream եք անում, իրանք զումս տեղից են ստանալու, խոսելու են բանով, ընդեղով, որովհետև we're not even close to starting, so don't worry. Էսի, ես ուզում ես հանես տանես ընդե, Իհա, ստրև ասավ պաստորեն գնալ լեկտովում։
Չեսի փորձելու համար եք ստել։
Էդի աշխատող է վաբշե, ես կեզ ասեմ, էդի մեր հավաքածն է։ Գիտես որդ են հավաքի, որ ասեմ խնդավոտ կգա, արզնեի ձորում։ Այն վաղ որ կար, է դրանից ենք հավաքի, գիտես քանի տարի մեզ փրգի, մի 20 տարի օգտագործել ենք այս տեխնիկա, մինչև որ տեխնիկա հայտնվել Երևանում։ Հենց որ բանգում ինտերնետ մաջալեն։
Recording in progress.
Գիտության և ազգագրության ինստիտուտի անունից թույլ տվեք ողջունել հեռափոխելով քաղաքը մարդաբանական դիտանկյուն գիտաժողովի մասնակիցներին։ Նախ եւ առաջ շնորհակալություն ենք հայտնում տեղացի, բայց հատկապես միջազգային մասնակիցներին, որ այս դժվարին ժամանակներում ժամանակ են գտել ներկա գտնվելու այս գիտաժողովում, որը իր բնույթով բացառիկ է եւ ակնհայտ է, որ վերջին ժամանակներում այս մակարդակի գիտաժողով Հայաստանում տեղի չի ունեցել, հետեւաբար խորին շնորհակալություն ենք հայտնում այս հնարավորության համար։ Գիտաժողովը օգտագործելով հիմնականում հայ իրականության օրինակը քննարկում է քաղաքին վերաբերող բազմաթիվ խնդիրներ եւ այս իմաստով եւս բացառիկ է, մասնավորապես այնպիսի խնդիրներ, ինչպիսին են քաղաքային լանդշաֆտը, սոցիալական տարածքը, կյանքը եւ մահը, պատերազմը եւ խաղաղությունը, հիշողությունը, իդեալական եւ իրական միջավայրերը, տեղանվանաբանությունը, արդյունաբերությունն ու առօրյան, կրոնը, երաժշտությունը եւ ֆոլկլորը, այս ամենը քննարկվում են գիտաժողովի համատեքստում եւ ըստ էության գիտաժողովը ընդգրկում է այն ամբողջ սպեկտրը, որը վերաբերում է քաղաքին։ Թեև խնդիրները ներկայացնում են արդիականության տեսանկյունից, սակայն իրենց ակունքներով դրանք գնում են դեպի վաղ հասարակություններ եւ քաղաքն ի հայտ է գալիս առաջին հերթին որպես ազատ տարածության եւ ազատ ժամանակի կազմակերպված մի միջավայր։ Այստեղ է արտահայտվում մարդու լիակատար ձգտումը դեպի ազատություն, դեպի իդեալականը, դեպի ուտոպիականը, դեպի արևի քաղաքը, եթե մենք փորձենք այն արտահայտել կամպանելա իր խոսքերով։ Այս ամեն ինչի ընդհանրապես քաղաք հասկացության ակունքները գնում են դեպի հին արևելք եւ առաջին անգամ Եգիպտոսում եւ Միջագետքում ի հայտ եկան առաջին քաղաքները եւ այս երևույթը անգլիացի հայտնի հնագետ Գորդոն Չայլդը բնորոշեց որպես քաղաքային հեղափոխություն։ Դա մոտ առապես մեկ թվականից առաջ 4-րդ հազարամյակի վերջն էր, մոտ 3000 թվականը, երբ առաջին քաղաքներն ի հայտ եկան եւ դրանից հետո քաղաքային կյանքը իր հաղթարշավն է իրականացնում աշխարհով մեկ, տարածվելով բոլոր միջավայրերում, բոլոր լանդշաֆտներում։ Եվ քաղաք հասկացությունը իր վերջնական ձևավորումը ստացավ հին Հունաստանում, անձին հին հունական պոլիսի, որը կատարյալ քաղաքի մի մոդել է, եւ այդ մոդելը հետագայում ռենեսանսի դարաշրջանում փորձ արվեց վերարտադրել եվրոպական միջավայրում։ Հետևաբար քաղաքի
and replicate that in the medieval Europe. So the city in itself is an issue, a topic for discussion, a theme that relates to the human development and societal development. At our conference we have many distinguished scientists from different parts of the world, and we would specifically like to welcome them specifically. Professor Քերոլայն Համֆրի from Cambridge University. She will be the main speaker at our conference. We would like to thank her for her visit. Professor, hosting you is a great honor for us, and we hope that your ideas and comments made by our participants will enrich the conference and its agenda, and will contribute to future publication of the digest and to publicizing this event. We will have 4 days to discuss many topics and issues. So on behalf of the Institute, I would like to welcome you once again at the building of the Academy of Science and wish you fruitful discussion. Thank you. So to welcome all of you, I have a pleasure to introduce you the keynote speaker of our conference, Professor Kherolайн Համֆրի. Kherolайн Համֆրի, for many years is working in the King's College of the Cambridge University. I'm not going to list all her awards and degrees, but she has many of those, believe me. Kherolайн Համֆրի is one of the first British social anthropologists who were able in 1960s and early 1970s to study the eastern regions of the former Soviet Union. She was able to look at the agricultural life which was not known at that time in the West. Based on her research, she presented her doctoral thesis devoted to Burat, history and shamanism. She also studied rural communities in India, China, Nepal, in Inner Mongolia, and compared them to situation in Buryatia. And she has authored several classical works of social anthropology, and she also studied the urban areas of the post-Soviet Central Asia. New legends, new myths, new images, and the transformation processes thereof. So she will be presenting some of her thoughts, sharing them with us today related to so-called intuitive districts of the city. So please, Professor, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. And first of all, I would like to thank very much Professor Աբրահամյան and the organizers for inviting me to this conference. My first visit to Armenia is your beautiful country, so thank you very much. So in this lecture, I would like to suggest a new angle that may help advance an anthropological understanding of the social life of cities. This is the notion of intuitive districts. Now, by that, I refer to the images and feelings that people hold in their heads about the different areas of the city. These intuitive districts are different in kind from the official administrative districts, rayon, for they arise from quite different sources, namely the inhabitants' own perceptions and life experiences, values and assumptions. What makes these intuitive districts worth studying, I suggest, is that they are subjective in the sense that they derive from perceptions and feelings about the different areas of the city, but at the same time they are objective, or they have an objective agency, since these images of places are often potent actants. They influence how people interact with one another. They influence decisions people make, for example, where to settle, where to avoid, where to invest your money. Through the cumulative effects of the mass of such decisions by the population, these intuitive images can become important agentive in the change of the material conditions and the informal activities in these neighborhoods. In a word, they're active in the dynamic processes happening in the city. So an intuitive district is not the district itself in a sociological sense, but it's a shared image, imaginative perspective on that place. My suggestion is that these imaginative objectifications create or retrieve popular reinventions of the history and the character of a given area, and thus they provide an identity for the people who live there. Now, in that respect, districts are similar to the great monuments and focal points of a city, such as those that have been so well analyzed for Yerevan by our host, Professor ابراهامیان. But paying attention to districts brings also a range of different, more diffuse, citywide, and even globalizing processes into view. So intuitive districts are often compared to other intuitive districts, very often in a competitive way or even conflictual way. So there are struggles, not only about the meaning or the dignity of a single district, but also about the value and status of the whole array of districts in the city as a whole. So the citizens and the municipal authorities make their evaluation of different districts. They make this visible in different ways. For example, in the provision, or to the contrary, the non-provision, the neglect of the infrastructure to a given place. Another example is the siting or removal of street markets, or decisions about investments in a given area to build a hotel or some kind of shopping center in that place. In another example is the emergence of tentative civil society decisions in the symbolic location of political protests and the territorial organization of criminal structures. So how did I come upon this idea of the intuitive district? It arose first of all from my own experience as a child, and this is one reason why I use this word intuitive. I grew up in the grand old city of Edinburgh, which is the capital of Scotland. Where is this picture? Sorry, I need some help here. Nothing is here. This is the next one. This is Edinburgh. So this is where I was a child, and I had to travel across the city every day in buses to reach my school. And when I was around the age of 12, I and my school friends, we had a kind of picture of the city, of the whole city, and we had the idea it was made up of 7 different districts. And for us, it was signified by the fact that people from those areas spoke with different accents. And me and my friends, we used to have fun imitating them. We had no idea about class, ethnicity, nothing like that. We just knew that those kids from over there, in a district that we called the Meadows, they were hostile. We met them in the swimming pool, and we either had to avoid them or we had to fight them. So it's like the idea of something like this place called the Meadows where there were those enemies. This is the kind of thing I'm going to talk about today. I would like to address more theoretically some ideas of Henri Lefebvre, the great theorist of cities, who proposed the concept of habiter, was a way of living, and the quartier, the neighborhood. Now, one of Lefebvre's great interests and preoccupations was the right to the city. And by this, he referred to the right of city dwellers and the groups of dwellers and their neighborhoods to take part in all of the networks and circuits of communication of the city. And this depends on access to the essential quality of urban space, which he thought was centrality. He wrote, Lefebvre wrote, that there is no urban reality without a center, without the encounter there of all objects and subjects. Now, the right to the city implies the refusal to allow oneself to be removed from urban reality by discrimination or segregation, removed from the centrality. Now, a lot of Lefebvre's work idealizes the idea of the quartier, or the neighborhood, which he pictures as a local way of life with the potential for emancipatory citizenship, sort of getting closer to this ideal of the right to the city. But I ask, what if the reality of the city acts against those ideals? And I think the post-socialist city is interesting in this respect, because in such cities, older areas were often left to decay, and new ones were built on commercial principles, not neighborly principles, but commercial. And so you get situations like, a friend of mine told me, you may be living, a resident in one of these older areas, which seemed for a time to be pleasant and adequate, but they became neglected and prey to dark forces. So the children may beg their father, let's leave this terrible place. And he might reply, no, no, this is our home, this is where you were born, we're going to stay here. And so this is the kind of complex or even conflictual situation that often happens, I think, in post-socialist cities. And it's why I prefer to use the word district, which is a neutral word, rather than the loaded term neighborhood. In ordinary spoken English, neighborhood implies some kind of community, some positive interactions, a kind of kindliness. And the anthropology of the city in the West has developed a definition of neighborhood that's really based on the American way of life, and involves this kind of cooperation among people. But the post-socialist city is historically and politically completely different. It's often not neighborly at all in the American sense. And also because of the great dislocations of population in the Soviet period, it's also unlike the long-established quartier of the traditional French city, or the Paris as described by Lefebvre. So I want to introduce you now, first of all, to my case study, which is in Buryatia, Ulan-Ude. It's the capital of the Buryat Republic in Russia. Now, this city is thousands of miles from Yerevan, both literally and symbolically. But I hope that, nevertheless, you may find interesting the contrast, or maybe even some points of similarity. Now, all post-socialist cities, post-Soviet cities, share at least one feature, which is their ideological reconstruction and re-signification of previous urban landscapes. And this involved the creation of a socialist center. And this was, in principle, open to all citizens. So such a central district was built for Ulan-Ude around the Ploshchad Sovetov, which was designed essentially as a kind of parade ground And its focal point is the statue of the head of Lenin. Here it is. And in a way, certainly when I was there in the Soviet period, it's a kind of, or was a kind of quasi-sacred place. This kind of idea of this head kind of looming over the city, and it's more recently also the place for the political protests or political meetings. Now, here we are. Ulan-Ude is often called a red city. It had a very strong communist vote. The Soviet leaders remained in power long after the end of the Soviet Union, and nobody dreamed to remove this head. It's still there. Nobody changed the names of the main streets. So still today the main street is Улица Ленина, and this goes from Ploshchad Sovetov down to the Ploshchad Revoluции. And the central streets around here are all called Kuibyshev, Sverdlov, Kirov, etc. So the square of the Soviets, Ploshchad Sovetov, has official grey painted buildings, offices, FSB, post office, state theatre, etc. The Revolution Square at the end of Lenin Street is more commercial because it was always, it's located where the trading rows of the 19th century were located, and they have not been demolished. So we have two poles in a way, the governing pole and the trading mercantile pole. And they go back to the city's earliest history. It was called Verkhny Udinsk. It was a small town of military officials and some Jewish merchants constructed on the site of a 17th century Cossack fortress. Now today, we have Lenin Street. It links the head and the governing district at the top with the more mercantile area at the bottom, with these elegantly decorated wooden houses. These houses were where the merchants lived in the past. Now these houses are now somewhat decrepit and inhabited by poor people, but this area has a kind of lively informal identity. It's known as the Bosny Rayon, dumpling district, because it has numerous small Buryat cafes and restaurants. Now, in 1926, Ulan-Ude, if we talk about the people, the population, 22,000, was almost entirely Russian, with only around 3% of Buryats living in the city. The Buryats started to enter the city in the 1930s and 40s, and then again in the 1970s and 80s, moving to work in factories, and finally, recently, a mass influx of people from the depressed countryside, and this is going on up to the present. But even so, with this, even despite this flow of Buryats, the Buryats today are only around 1/3 of the population of the city. So if we recall Lefebvre's idea of the right to the city, one aspect of that is the right of the incoming Buryats to what was and still is mainly a Russian city, even though it's the capital of the Buryat Republic. Now, Ulan-Ude has one historical feature that it shares with many other Soviet cities, though I think not Yerevan. This is the great power wielded by the industrial ministries, which more or less obliterated any attempts by the city architects and the municipal authorities to implement a general plan, an overall urban plan. I know you had such a plan in Yerevan, but in Ulan-Ude they couldn't do it. What happened was the ministries just chose some place, wherever they liked, and built their factory there, along with the housing for the workers. So in Ulan-Ude, this created sub-centers for the great glass-making factory, the steam engine repair factory, the aircraft factory, the wool textile factory, the flour milling factory, and the meat products factory. Now, the steam engine repair factory, which is known locally as PVZ, was built to service the Trans-Siberian Railway, and it was exceptionally wealthy and powerful. So in the 1930s, the PVZ built its own Sotsgorodok, a little special city in a partly constructivist and partly early Stalinist style, with apartment blocks and gardens and a huge Dom Kulturi with a theatre and assembly hall. And this Dom Kulturi was built on the top of a hill with a great series of steps leading to its plaza and a statue of Lenin. This is some part of the Sotsgorodok today. So this PVZ was located not far from its center, but even so, it was separated from the city by a forest, and it could be reached only by a special tram line. And the other factories I mentioned were built further on the outskirts, even 7 kilometers distant from Lenin's head. And the result is that Ulan-Ude is a very wide, spread out city. Now, the buildings of the Stalinist buildings of the PVZ, like this one, were an exception. The other industrial enterprises didn't have so much money, and they could only afford a mixture of 2-story apartments built of wood and bricks, and some individual log houses and wooden barracks. And all of that accommodation was surrounded by sheds and vegetable plots and fruit trees, and today by garages and workshops. So you have this kind of mixed areas. Now, gradually, some of the spaces between these factory settlements were filled in with dachas and new housing schemes. Some of it, the Khrushchev-era standard blocks, and more recently, high-rise panel housing, which is sort of found in cities all over post-socialist space. Finally, on the edge of the city and in some of the middle bits, land was just taken without permission by the incoming flow of these villagers, the Buryat villagers. They built small individual houses, and they even moved their own village house, just took everything and rebuilt it in the city. These areas are called Nakhalovki. So today there are no areas of the city that are 100% Russian or 100% Buryat, but there are some patterns. So the inhabitants of the socialist factory settlements are mostly Russians. But what happened was they were built in the 1930s, particularly, for example, the glass factory, and they were staffed partly by prisoners from the Gulag or former kulaks and deportees. And some of these people were Buryats. And then, due to policies in the 1920s onwards of Korenizatsiya, indigenization, Buryats also came to be numerous among the party officials and the state employees and the intelligentsia who were allocated flats in the center. And much later, the inflow of these villagers, so-called kolkhozniki, into the informal Nakhalovki were also mainly Buryats. So you have a kind of structure in which the kind of poorer people are Buryats and many of the influential elite are Buryats, and then the great mass of the middle are the Russians. So the result of all this is that the city is very uneven and sprawling. Communication is not easy and sometimes not possible without going, first of all, from your place into the center and then out again. The city geographically is, it has two large rivers, and this is one of them. And there are only 3 widely separated bridges across them, and it's also divided into 2 halves by the Trans-Siberian Railway, and the city has only 1 bridge over this railway. And here you see on the right there is the railway, and here is one of the rivers. So it's quite a geographically divided city. Now, the intuitive districts I mentioned earlier are quite different from the 3 official rayons of the city. There are 3 of them in these 3 different colors. Now I want to, those are the rayon. I want to give you an example of the intuitive district. I came across this by chance on the internet. This is a map posted in 2020 by some group called Underground Buryati. It's a group in Kontakte. I hope you can read that. Now this map was liked many times, and people wrote in with messages like, "Greetings from the zone of alienation," or "Hi from wasteland." Pustir. Now, of course, those attributes, the characteristics of these places are specific to whoever made this map, the underground people. But judging from other maps I asked my Ulan Uday friends to make and my own research online, the location and approximate place and shape of these districts corresponds to very widely shared ideas of folk districts that make up the city. Here's another one. A friend of mine wrote this one. So these districts are imagined very approximately with boundaries, and although these 2 maps I've shown you don't give names, they're basically appropriated by means of the names, the folk names given by the citizens to these places. And these are kind of nicknames, everybody knows them, and you use them, for example, if you want to explain where you live, or you want to get off the marshrutka bus, where it is. And so I discovered from asking my friends what is different from person to person is not so much the location of the district, but the emotional attitude to the district. So, for example, the green area marked Bolota Pustata. Maybe it's in the previous map. Sorry, I can't find it now. Anyway, in this map, there's an area which is marked Pustata. Another person called it Letni Paradise, summer paradise. And the area known as left bank, which in this map is here to the left of the river. If you can read it, it says Bolshaya Derevnya Sabaki. So a big village with dogs. On the underground map is called Zona Otchustenia. If we look at another map, another friend of mine made this one, again the city marked with different attitudes to these places. You'll see, surprisingly, in this map, a great blank area in the middle. The head is where that's black spot is, and just to the right of the head is a kind of blank, although it's right in the middle of the city. People call this area Kirzavod because presumably at some point in the past there was a brick factory, Kirpichny Zavod was there, but now nobody knows anything about this factory, and on the underground map this district is labeled Pustir. And in fact, if you go there, it is a kind of nothingness. There's unused land, a few Khrushchevki, a car repair place, a yard with piles of wood and rubbish, great spaces with nothing but pipes. So Kirzavod is an intuitive district, but it's one that's a bit like the ring of ashes that remain after the fire has died down. I do not claim that intuitive districts have stayed exactly the same for decades. What I do claim is that the popular districtification of the city has been a constant feature. And it became particularly marked from the 1970s onwards because of the street gangs that divided up practically the whole city into their territories. Now, that kind of division of cities by gangs existed in numerous Russian cities and has been very well analyzed by Svetlana Stevenson. So I won't say more about it here, except I just like to describe some ethnographic aspects because they relate to Lefebvre's notion of the way of life that he linked to his idea of the quartier and the suburb. In the 1970s to the 2000s, the Ulan-Ude street gangs were devoted, I suggest, to creating and maintaining their own stylistic, even, ways of life, just as much, if not more, than defending their territory or achieving domination over one another. The gangs were similar in some ways because they all tried to monopolize petty crime in their districts, which they called Stati, states. But the gangs were very different in the atmosphere of their Stati and in their now much romanticized styles and manners. Now, in the industrial settlements that employed prison labor, like the glass factory or the PVZ, in Stalinist times, those people who had that background remained after they were freed, and their gangs reproduced a kind of criminal-oriented culture. And this was felt by people in other districts of the city. So, for example, one Buryat writer wrote, "Made in PVZ means worker or peasant origin, sports or training clothing, padded jacket with specially rounded shoulders, slippers worn in all weathers, long conversations about the way of life, a singing and drawling way of pronouncing words, and strangely avoidance of swearing." Are we devils or what? But also a cult of the former prison inmates, the use of criminal slang, and the idea of feeding the zone. You give your money into this obshak for the prisoners. Now, by contrast, different from them were some central city gangs, one called the Gortop, which consisted of youngsters from the prosperous Buryat intelligentsia. And they dressed stylishly and they arrogantly roamed the city with knives. This is a Gortop in the 1980s or something. And they were distinguishable from the working class Russian groups nicknamed Chav, who had their own dress culture and adopted this kind of squatting posture. And both of these were different from the Chankaishisti, who were mostly Buryats from the new mikrorayoni, of Zaode. Now this name they chose, Chankashisti, a rebellious name, it declares anti-Soviet attitude and a kind of pro-Asian, non-Russian culture. So the Chankashisti spread rapidly in the district called the Wild West in the underground map. They gathered at places they called Taiwan. And then other Buryat groups also emerged, calling themselves Gunne, Hunghuze, Bargute, and so on. So all of them opposed the Russian gangs of any kind. And the Chankashisti elaborated their own code or way of life to differentiate themselves from the Russian chavs. And they dressed fashionably if they could, and they refused what they called low-life street crime, such as snatching valuable fur hats. They claimed they respected elders and treated girls very well, and they rejected the influence of criminals and prisoners, unlike the other gangs. So the Chankashisti divided up the city very accurately by the streets. So up from this street to this street is Chankashisti 1, this to here, Chankashisti 2, there were several of them. And they didn't venture into the center normally. But quite early on in 1968, a mass of Buryat groups joined forces to pour across the bridge over the Uda to attack the core of the city, the area of the head, shouting their battle cry. Now, these distinctive localized gang cultures are interesting in relation to Lefebvre's idea of the right to the city, which he argues rests on familiarity, knowledge, and the refusal to be segregated. He wrote, Lefebvre wrote, "The city dweller living in the heart of the city is privileged, even if he's poor. He has a different relation to life than that suffered unwillingly by the suburban householder or the newcomer to the city. Even if he is not wealthy, he reaps the benefits of the past glories and enjoys a considerable freedom of initiative. His daily life is enlivened by monuments and chance encounters and the various occupations and distractions of his everyday experience." Now, that's all Lefebvre talking mainly about Paris. In central Ulan-Ude, you don't really find, I think, that freshness and exuberance that Lefebvre describes for central Paris. Nevertheless, conquering the city, or the center of the city, and at least making your mark there was very important in ethnic clashes between the gangs. In other words, we can talk here about the incoming Buryats' right to the city, and of course the epicenter was Lenin's head. Now these gangs of the Buryat former country folk, the so-called kolkhozniki, some of them, they lived in the Nakhalovki, and they lived on the outskirts of the city. They were called Galavari. Now that name is an insult today, but it's often said to have originated with the first arrivals, these people, who were the farm boys, the unfamiliar with the city, they didn't know it at all. But they determined to choose the head as the place for their meetings and to attempt to show their strength, their conquering supremacy by climbing up on the head. So this is a different kind of right to the city, a sort of physical right to the city, rather different from Lefebvre's idea of kind of knowledge and tradition. So, in other words, these district-based gangs turned the city into a miniature, the Buryat ones, anti-communist arena of these make-believe states, and their mode of action was physical, to use their own bodies in fights and transgressions. Now today these gangs have disappeared, or they've been merged into a citywide organization of criminal racketeers. I won't say more about that because you can ask me later if you're interested. But although they've disappeared, that culture of the kind of mutually aggressive culture survives at least in a virtual form. As we see from this internet joke, which I saw the other day on the internet, this is a meme of Zhirinovsky and this ex-Bokht of Aluyev, but adapted for Ulan-Ude. And so these places they're talking about, Sayana, Narinke, Elevator, they're all intuitive districts of the city. So if we can agree that the citizens assume that there are districts, the presence of districts, what can we say about the contemporary social and signifying processes that keep these ideas alive? I'm going to now give a few observations about the city as a whole, and then I'll focus on two particularly striking examples, one a Buryat district and one a Russian one. But you should remember that they're just two of many. There are many other ones. So about the city as a whole, since 1991 in Ulan-Ude, with the collapse of the great industries, the relaxation of planning laws, and as mass in-migration, also out-migration, ethnicity has come to be the focus of some new intuitive districts, particularly set up by the Buryats in the so-called Nakhalovki. So a family arrives, then maybe brothers, sisters, cousins follow with their families, and they appropriate a large plot, allowing maybe vegetable gardens, and chickens, maybe even a cow. And there's now an extensive literature about post-Soviet Siberian cities, analyzing the assumed ruralization of the city. Now, two of the writers in this school, Grigorichev and Yelokina, have adopted a slightly different vocabulary. They write about the non-urban or not yet urban locality. They write that, of these kind of localities and communities. So these kind of not urban areas are set aside by the city planners. They're kind of some kind of reserve development area, and they become essentially invisible to the authorities. They may be invisible administratively, but factually they can be large, well-populated places. It's just they do not fit the vision of the municipal authorities of the right kind of urbanization. So for them, they're invisible, but for the people who live there, of course, they have a very clear rationale. On the one hand, the people who live there, the core inhabitants, tend to be socially enclosed and tied to the particular traditions of the countryside region they came from and its clans. So, for example, there's an area in Ulan-Ude where Aga Buryats have settled, another location for Buryats from Kijinga. And we could call this enclosed in a way, except that because the inhabitants of these deprived areas very often earn their living by informal or illegal long-distance trade with China and Mongolia, in actual practice, these places can be linked with global economies. So Grigorichev and Yelokina have argued that the phenomenon of non-urban areas is not some kind of transitional form. it's a permanent state. It's a characteristic pattern of, they say, not the global north, nor the global south, but the global east. They have in mind the sort of eastern areas of Russia and in general the Orient. Now, I would agree that in the Buryat case at least, these kind of settlements where the principle of recruitment is people coming from some faraway rural place, they do look set to stay for the foreseeable future. And I would suggest the longer they're in place, the more recognizable they become as intuitive districts. And there are, in fact, practical reasons that influence the emergence of them as proper places rather than just kind of some filled-in gap or vague development area. And paradoxically, these practical factors relate to their deprivation and isolation. There's not only the difficulty of reaching them with a lack of roads, proper roads, but also the specific way of life based on sharing brought about by the need to compensate for the absence of services, absence of central heating, sanitation, large stores, banks, pharmacies, cinemas. But there are also symbolic indicators that these areas are locally understood to be districts, such as the fact that in many areas Buddhist centers, small temples, prayer wheels, etc. have been set up. And here's a prayer wheel somewhere in the middle of Ulan-Ude. And for the Buddhist centers, the lamas who attend there are brought in from the same district in the countryside of the population of that part of the city. Now, in relation to these sociological debates I've mentioned, the idea of intuitive districts allows me to sidestep and to avoid what I think is an unproductive debate about whether life in these kind of parts of the city is properly urban or in fact rural. And I think that the academic term suburbanization, about the notion of the prigorod, which is supposed to overcome this dichotomy, is also unhelpful, because this word prigorod is used for every settlement outside the center, irrespective of the great symbolic and factual differences between them. For me, what matters is whether a shared folk idea, vernacular idea of a district exists or not, and the extent to which this idea affects how people attempt to create their own way of life there. Now, key to this in Ulan-Ude is understanding that the Buryat manner of inhabiting is different from the Russian, if only because it involves ancestral roots that tie people to the power attributed to the land itself. So I'm now going to move to talk about my two examples. First of all, the Buryat one, which is about a district called Verkhnyaya Beryozovka. Here it is. It's an outlying settlement in a hilly and forested area that has become the site of what I call social intensification. And it's subject to a lot of conflicting pressures. So the area has some elite cottages, some banqueting halls, and pleasant single houses. So why does the underground map I showed you earlier, it marks this area and it calls it beautiful but dangerous. So what is dangerous about this place? Now, Verkhnyaya Beryozovka is one of the few areas of the city where Buryats used to live in pre-revolutionary times. And they call this place Dead Onkotste, which means a high place with spirits. In 1912, 18 Buryat families were listed as living there, and they had a shrine, an obo, dedicated to worship of the spirits of this land. The Soviet powers moved out the Buryats, and they destroyed this shrine, this obo. But soon, various Soviet development projects in this area failed disastrously, one by one. And the Buryat explanation is that the land spirits had been angered and took their revenge. Now today, in the post-Soviet era, the area has already been filled with dachas, an open-air ethnographic museum and private housing. The descendants of those local Buryats, those 18 families, have restarted rituals to respect the land spirits. And Buryats say that this is a hard place, that the spirits are very angry, and this is why it's dangerous to live there. This should be an area only of respect and worship. And they say that the ethnographic museum has only made this place dead on Kostain more dangerous, because its collections of shamanic objects included bringing in many other fetishes, is ongut, which are sacred receptacles for the spirits. And so who are these spirits? They are, of course, the vengeful souls of the Buryat ancestors who died having been persecuted, and these souls of the ancestors merged into the land and became spirits and emit energy and supernatural forces. Okay, so the strong and organized Buryat church also wanted a stake in this very spiritually powerful district. The head Lama built a wooden temple there. It was burned down in a disaster, and 3 Lamas died. And so, of course, the local Buryats said, this is again shamanic spirits taking revenge. But the head Lama carried on regardless. He rebuilt the monastery and expanded into a Buddhist complex. Temple. And a city resident told me that there must have been a massacre in the past for there to be so many angry spirits in this place. And he said he thought that generally people were very glad that the Buddhist temples had been constructed, because they would counteract the evil and bless the area. Okay, people thought, now we have a temple, this is all fine. And so what had been this outlying area became more popular, a favored district. Weddings were held there, a health resort was added. And the Russians recalled some buried memory that a Tsarist era merchant had built a Christian shrine there also. And then another Buddhist Lama from a different region of Buryatia, an independent man, decided that he too should build a temple in dead Ongatste. And his rationale was, powerful Lamas intentionally choose these powerful places to build monasteries. If you live in the right way, you will get support from the spirits and energy from the land itself. And it gives the spirits a chance to be liberated by listening to the Lamas chanting prayers. So we can transform these shamanic spirits into good Buddhists. So this is an example of an intuitive district, Verkhnya Beryozovka or dead Ongatste, where meaningful elements are constantly being added in. And it's like the opposite of the place I mentioned earlier, Kirzavod, which is this central wasteland when nothing happens at all. However, I'm going to end the lecture now with my last example, the Stalin-era factory settlement, which had a different fate. The steam engine repair factory, the PVZ, which has been turned into a self-conscious district by a different set of elements. Here we have a central street in the PVZ. Now, the prominent architect and historian Vyacheslav Gazichev has argued that these kind of industrial settlements built across Russia were not real towns. They were merely an imitation of the form of urbanism. And I think he seemed to have ideas similar to Lefebvre, and he writes that these kind of places, they lacked the public amenities, a market, church, banks, shops, gathering places, bakeries, hairdressers. They lack all of that of a European city. And above all, they lacked a kind of social multiplicity. Yet Gazichev wrote that the Stalinist monotowns, even if they were built mainly by slave labor, they were more human than the mass housing blocks of the Brezhnev era. They had more normal proportions, the size of the apartments and the scale of the courtyards and the greenery surrounding them. But even so, he says, they were more human, but they really, the planners just looked at some two-dimensional thing on the paper and they forgot the reality of human existence. They were designed for an illusory greatness, and they can therefore only be understood as a specifically Russian form of non-urbanism, a kind of desert, he wrote. However, I think that critique by Gazichev is unfair. In other words, I don't agree with it, because the designers of the Sotsgorodok did not have the European city in their mind. They had in their mind was the creation of a new socialist way of life. And in these places, all those urban amenities I mentioned, banks, whatever, shops, etc., would be absent by plan. We don't want them. And they would be, whatever's needed would be provided instead in a more efficient, communal sense. So, like it or not, the inhabitants of the PVZ had to accept a specific way of life. And my suggestion is that regardless of whether it's truly urban or not, it's certainly, the PVZ certainly was and is an intuitive district, accepted citywide as a place with its own atmosphere and habits. Now, over the decades, the Sotsgorodok of the PVZ fell into disrepair, even though the factory still operates. Maybe the socialist communal way of life didn't appeal to the elite engineers. They moved out, and an ordinary Russian working class moved in, and their way of life took shape, including one of the most feared youth gangs in the past. So there are parts of the PVZ. What happened to the next one? The next slide doesn't work. It should be the next slide, yeah. Anyway, today the occupants face crumbling brickwork, ancient dangerous electric wires, disintegrating sanitary arrangements and terrible smells. Yet, the Sotsgorodok remains a special place in the minds of Ulan-Ude people. It's spacious, it's bare, and it's Soviet. People say it's like stepping into the past because it has none of the advertisements and brush, commercial, intrusive constructions that are found elsewhere in the city. Now, recently, the occupants of this special place, the PVZ, have taken action to have their district restored. They held meetings, they harangued, they lectured at municipal officials, they hired TV filmmakers, they got in touch with architectural heritage experts to gather support. And this is an example, I think, of the civic community building that Aliek Harhordin discusses in relation to the steel-making settlement of Severostal, another of these industrial settlements. Harhordin argues that the provision of public goods, notably the material things themselves, are the crucial drivers of community action. But in the case of the PVZ, from what I could discover, the most valued aspect of this Sotsgaradok for the people who live there is partly their material well-being, partly, but just as important for them is the more intangible idea that the PVZ constitutes a harmonious and well-proportioned ensemble. So this word ensemble they constantly repeat, the idea that this is a kind of architectural composition that has to be considered as a whole. It's not a question of individual house, my individual right to have a nice place to live. It's about the whole area. In other words, as I would put it, as an intuitive district. So to conclude, post-Soviet cities have often been described as unwieldy conglomerates made up of disparate, poorly integrated parts. And as I mentioned, they have been characterized as not parts of non-cities or not yet cities, niedogorod, made up of dislocated migratory people and imitative urbanism created by Soviet planners. So in this view, for writers like Glazichev, smaller cities like Ulan-Ude are little more than agglomeration of villages. Now, in a slightly different view, argued by Grigorichev, Prislavsky, and Manzanova, the Soviets did create real cities of a kind, but whatever they were in Soviet times, now they have been deconstructed in the last 20 years by the flood of countryside people, immigrants who swamped the city in ruralization. Or what they call suburbs in some of these works. Now, in the opinion of all these writers, neither the underfunded municipal authorities nor the capitalist private sector is capable or even interested in reversing these trends. What I have suggested in this lecture is that this obsession in the literature with urban versus rural, the center versus the periphery, the not yet urban, and so forth, these ideas, is not the only way to understand these cities. Instead, we could adopt a less implicitly judgmental, less teleological language. Because if you have the idea of Nidogorod, the idea is somehow there would be somehow a better thing that would be a real Gorod. But if we forget all of that, if we don't rely on the idea of the true city, we can see these places, these cities, as made up of intuitive districts that are intrinsically different from one another. In other words, these are districts arrived at in the minds of the inhabitants, in which the center is also a district, one among the others. And the center need no longer be a place given from the outside. Imaginatively east, the citizen can deal with it in the same way that they take action in other parts of the city. For example, by Buddhification or Asianization. What about the rest of it? Okay, here is Buddhification. So on top of where Lenin's head, this is, of course, an imaginary thing on the internet, but people can imagine a different center there. And I've also seen on this pedestal the head of Mao Zedong and the head of Genghis Khan, if we talk about Asianization of this space. So this is the way that life is lived in these cities. People only know and care about certain parts, But there are these districts, they're prepared to take action to enhance and improve and protect and also to imagine differently in their own kind of ways. So thank you very much. Any questions?
Thank you, Professor Hamfrey. Եթե կան կարճ հարցեր, կարող եք տալ, բայց
If you have short questions, you can ask them, please, but only one or two, please.
one question.
Շնորհակալություն Քերոլայն հետաքրքիր պրեզենտացիայի համար հարցս վերաբերում է մեթոդաբանությանը։ Երբ որ խոսքը գնում է ինտուիտիվ թաղի մասին, դուք փորձում եք սահմանել այն որպես ընդհանուր
Also to dwellers or some groups like Berezovki, in the case of Berezovki, for Russian-speaking people and ethnic Burat. But I wonder if it compatible with the mental map approach or mental mapping like a technique with a strong account on the personal knowledge, on the biography of respondents, of the personal attitudes and about some places in the city.
Yes, thank you. That's a very interesting question. I think it is compatible with the idea of the mental maps, but in order to show that methodologically, one would have to do a lot of research and maybe on some scale get a large number of these maps that I am claiming have shared. And the problem is that I was asked to give this talk maybe 1 month ago. I had to write it really fast, and it's a kind of experimental idea. So methodologically, of course, to prove the existence of these shared maps, you would have to have a lot more data. I agree that is necessary. But my feeling is that it would be possible to find shared ideas that there are districts, even if the actual value of a particular district for you is different from me.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you. Now we have a break. 15 minutes. 15 րոպեից վերադառնում ենք այստեղ։
Հարգելի բարեկամներ, մենք երևի սկսում ենք մեր հաջորդ նիստը, խնդրում եմ բոլորը տեղավորվեն։
Մեր հաջորդ բանախոսը Նինո Այվազիշվիլի-Գենեն է։ Նինո Այվազիշվիլի-Գենեն սոցիալական մարդաբանության աստիճան ունի գիտական Մարտին Լյութեր համալսարանից Հալե Գերմանիայում, հետազոտող է տրանսֆորմացիայի պատմության ինստիտուտում Վիեննայում, հրապարակել է հոդվածներ, որոնք վերաբերում են քաղաքացիությանը, էթնիկ ծագմանը, հանրային եւ կրոնական ծեսերին, ներկայիս ծրագրում լավ հարաբերության ընտրություններ Գերմանիայում, սոցիալական ընկալումների մասին է խոսում նախկին ՀԽՍՀ-ից միգրանտներից Գերմանիայում եւ դրա հետևանքներին։ Շեշտադրությունը դրվում է միգրանտների սեփական օրակարգի եւ կանխագործում պրակտիկաների վրա։ Թեման, որը նա այժմ կներկայացվի, վերնագրված է հետևյալ կերպ. Լավ հարաբերության պատմություններ հետխորհրդային միգրանտները գերմանական քաղաքներում։ Շնորհակալություն։ Լսվում է։
Thank you very much for your kind invitation. I try to share my screen. I hope it's. Can you see?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay, so I start. I try to be in time. So first of all, I am very glad to be with you, even online. I would be very glad to be there offline, but maybe next time. So greetings from Vienna. My paper or my presentation is based on one paper, which is really huge. So I try to be somehow reductive and hope that in this reduction I will not lose my main objective and red line. If so, we have also at the end this Q&A section, and we can try to I tried to answer then your questions. Any comments and suggestions are welcome. I start. So what I will do, kind of outline. Theoretical and methodological considerations about notions such as neighborhood and neighbor in city context will be very short-featured. Then I introduce the district of Schinkel, specific history of population composition. Different phases of districts will be illuminated in forms of tales. This is part of my methodology, and I will come to this later. What really in focus residents' perceptions, variations, and interpretations about their place of residence comparatively to their birthplaces. So why comparatively? Because as you already could hear from my research project title, I'm working predominantly with migrants and predominantly from former Soviet Union, but I'm not limiting myself by this and try to discuss it later with you. So some statistical data. My research site, city of Osnabrück, lies in Lower Saxony, northwestern part of Germany. It's not so really huge, big city. And the district, which is my focus for this paper, is called Schinkel. It has 40,630 inhabitants and 8,360 are migrants. 1,414 persons come from former Soviet Union, so about 10%. It's very diverse. And it's typical migrant district and so-called arrival district because of infrastructure. I will talk about this also later. So shortly about my theoretical methodological approach, I'm using among other things, not only this, but among other things, a methodological approach from John van Manen and working with tales. So he differentiates between realistic, confessional, and impressionistic tales, and I'm quoting, realistic tales provide a rather direct, matter-of-fact portrayal of a studied culture, unclouded by much concern for how the field worker produced such a portrait. Confessional tales focus far more on the field worker than on the culture studied. Impressionist tales of the field are personalized accounts of fleeting moments of field work cast in dramatic form. They therefore carry elements of both realistic and confessional writing. And also in my case, I'm mingling, I'm playing with this realistic and impressionistic style of writing and tales. This presentation and this paper is based on 4 months of ethnographic research in 2021 and 2022, and I'm using mix of methods. Besides participant observation, I'm using situation analysis, field diary notes, and thematic but also biographical interviews. Then informal conversations play a big role, and besides this, I made in this year local media analysis newspaper Lokale Neue Osnabrücker Zeitung. So because I wanted to analyze the first decade arrival condition of migrants from former Soviet Union for so-called Russian Germans and quota refugees, contingent geflüchtete Jews from former Soviet Union. Then I could analyze family photos and private letters. In the course of the field research, 28 interviews were conducted by me in 3 languages, German, Russian, and Georgian, and the interviews were transcribed. In particular, emphasis lies on people from the former Soviet Union, as I already mentioned, group that migrated to Germany in large numbers in the early 90s. In contrast to many contemporary works in Germany, so it focuses mainly today on this new migrants after so-called migrant crisis in 2015. But in my case, I tried to work or focus me on this so-called old, better integrated migrants from former Soviet Union, because I think that this relationship, state-citizen relationship over the decades and daily experience matter a lot to understand the current realities in Germany. And we see now, unfortunately, also with ongoing political processes, how important it is to analyze former Soviet space. It's unfortunately. As we are predominantly social anthropologists here, I will not go very far in detailed analysis of meanings of neighborhood or the figure of the neighbor in social anthropology. But however, I somehow depict the direction which I take and ideas which I take from my analysis. So I understand neighborhood as a word which refers not only to people but also neighborly space. Authors point to high mobility and mutability of neighborhood spaces over the course of time. Not rare, it's space where one feels social and morally safe and secure. Neighbors are referred to as one household or one big family. Then again, there are the ethnographies and historical writings that document conflicts and outbreaks of violence, up to and including the act of killings of neighbors. And sometimes the neighbors just don't matter, as Susanne Tellings, for example, very nicely shows in her work. Shortly, the neighbor turns out to be a paradoxical figure, to quote Slavoj Žižek. So I will talk about background and the migration history of Schinkel, and therefore I try to read something from my field diary. I'm quoting. I sit at the table in the living room and listen to the background noise, to the music of my new surroundings in the Schinkel. The street where I will live for 3 months almost borders the station. One can even hear the platform announcements. The street here is much louder than mine in Essen, city in North Rhine-Westphalia in Germany. One can hear loud, lively conversation in various languages. Balkan music reaches me from passing cars. Turkish, Bulgarian, German, Russian, and Arabic are spoken in my immediate neighborhood. I hear all this at my desk in my new living room. It's a strange feeling to hear Russian so often from outside. I honestly have not heard this much Russian since my childhood in what was then Soviet Georgia. End of quote. Statistics from the city of Osnabrück, local government websites, newspapers, and all interviewers describe Shinkel in the same way. Shinkel is very diverse. Poles, Portuguese, Italians, people from Turkey, Bulgaria, and Russia, meaning USSR, live here. One interlocutor eloquently described Shinkel as follows. Shinkel is migration. However, this diversity of the neighborhood is perceived and interpreted differently, and not necessarily in a positive way. So this district has very bad image, is stigmatized, marginalized, criminalized, media discourses, and also from outside perspective, from people who don't even were there, but these images are very strong. History of Shinkel district begins in the 20th century when several farms with over centuries of tradition are incorporated and from then on belong to the city of Osnabrück. Shinkel is a neighborhood very much characterized by industry. Large companies and factories such Karman, Klokna, and Kabel Metal recruit in 60 guest workers from Portugal, Italy, and Turkey. Worker settlements emerge. But what I would also mention is this contrast phases of a district, contrast tales, so to say. One can read this district geography, so to say, along ethnic lines, because we can, from my interlocutors, we can talk about Balkarian Triangle, Anatolian settlement, Kosovo's hard corner, but also along beyond this ethnic line, along social economical conditions. So we can find here old Shinkel, dignified Shinkel. One can live Shinkel, tight conditions, and due to the pandemic, also stronghold of the pandemic. And there is also one a very specific description. In German, it's Laubenpieper, and it's about people who are very concerned about green spaces. So we can say here something similar what Professor Humphry also said with this intuitive, how these people perceive their living spaces. We have different faces and different tales from the city, and this is arrival district because of arrival infrastructure, because of railway station in the vicinity, immediate vicinity. But besides this, in addition to industrial history and related migration, neighborhood is characterized also by religious diversity. There are Protestant and Catholic church and mosque in immediate vicinity, Ebat Ali in Shinkel, jokingly also called as Holy Corner. I'm not able to talk about green spaces, but what I do now, I represent, I present the perceptions of so-called local state. Local state, I understand as Atalian et al. These two, so these are the actors who are very active and play kind of mediating role between residents and state on several levels, so in municipal or national, countrywide. And I focus on one institution, a science fiction house, which is such an actor, youth gathering place for many diverse migrant groups. And we have their very specific face and tale, which I take from this, took from this institution. It's the ghetto. So we see on the first picture this painting from 90s, and it was kind of logo and motto, out of the ghetto straight into the paradise. And we see that this aim is not finished yet. So we have this rubbish and typical ghetto buildings in this district. But as I already mentioned, it depends street by street. And tale was that it should be neighborliness, togetherness, not kind of parallel societies, but really togetherness. In the second part of my paper and in my presentation, I try to show another kind of places, which I call places of transgression. And these are not only grocery shops, but I will focus only on grocery shops. Besides this, it could be church, for example, or allotment gardens for such kind of translocal ethnography. This is very specific. There are specific places to transnational and translocal words, and this is so-called Russian shop. I visited two of the shops often. One of them was a shop located in Chinkel, and I was there 1 to 2 times a week for 1 to 2 hours each. And participant observation in this place enabled me to better understand interpersonal neighborly relations. It was cozy. Conversations were familiar. There was a lot of joking and laughing together. Russian was predominantly spoken, but not only, as it was also Polish. You could hear their Georgian, Kyrgyz, Kazakh, etc. languages. In each such regional designed shop, I found, for example, newspapers and flyers from former home migration countries depicting and messaging latest political events or lifestyle trends. And I present here one such of lifestyle trend magazine, Aybalit. And it's interesting because these suppliers are from all of former Soviet space, from big cities such as St. Petersburg or Moscow, but also from such small villages as Butry in North Caucasus or Tuapse in Black Sea region. And as you see, the products are also really diverse. Armenian brandy, Georgian food stuff, matryoshkas, etc. And these places of transgression are for me places where you can really good see how this translocality and transnationality works, and flows of ideas and peoples and goods and mediascapes. So another thing is comparing ideas, ideals, and reality, all the new neighborly relations. And there is where I'm working predominantly with migrants from former Soviet Union, as I already mentioned, predominantly with so-called Russian Germans and Jews from Soviet Union, but not only. I was also strictly involved with migrants from Georgia, for example. And my question was how this all the ideas of togetherness and neighborly relations shape reality and their notion and perception. Which kind of neighborhood Chinkel could be? Is it bad? Is it good? So to say. I'm not able, unfortunately, to quote from these interviews from persons with whom I talked, whom I told here, Greta and Anastasia. But what was important, let me see, I'm lost in my papers. So despite all the negative aspects of life after migration, migrant women see Chinkel as a good place to live, where you can knock the door if you need help, and where people are happy to talk, even if the language is not spoken enough. And it was very interesting observation, because he is in very good relations, for example, with refugees from Syria. And when they have not enough capacity to speak German, then they use new technologies such as mobile handies for translation. It's also very interesting how these new technologies are involved in this building processes of social relations. Some concluding remarks, I read it. I hope I try to reconstruct a possibly diverse image of neighborhood in its different facets and controversial narratives about this place in a short framing time. The history of the neighborhood was explained from several perspectives, and emphasis was placed on different forms of local memories and perceptions on several local actors. And I followed the question, which past was relevant for whom and why? Then, in the media and populist discourses that very often describe migrant neighborhoods as problematic places, I try to foreground this emic perception of the residents about their own environment. I found that all the respondents who live outside Shinkel and had little to do with neighborhood believed in the bad image. For those, in contrast, who live here, Shinkel represents a perfectly acceptable and truly positive place to live and socialize. It is a matter of personal characteristics if you are introvert or extrovert person. Last but not least, Shinkel is a highly exciting place to observe transnational and translocal activities, the place where borders and boundaries become fluid and where one can experience diverse flows of goods, ideas, and ideals from elsewhere. And these places are so very interesting or very important exactly for migrants from former Soviet Union, because they are nowadays not organized in another NGOs or migrant organizations. It was the case in the past, but not nowadays. And this is also interpreted in several with several perspectives. For German sides, they are not interested. It's somehow negative perception. They are not there because they are not interested. But for migrants, it's the case of already experience, and they found their ways to communicate with state. And this is somehow this experience which is very interesting for analyzing state-citizen relationships. Thank you very much for your attention. Why I'm showing this picture, it was also made for me, especially in Osnabrück, and I'm proud to demonstrate how it was also for me to be there and transform myself or immerse myself in these processes. Thank you very much for your attention. I hope that I'm good in time.
Thank you. You were very good in time, basically, but we started later than planned. So, and I would like to invite our next speaker, Հասմիկ Կնյազյան. Հասմիկ Կնյազյանը Հայաստանի Գիտությունների ակադեմիայի հնագիտության եւ ազգագրության ինստիտուտի արդիականության
Anthropology and Archaeology, Anthropology Department junior researcher. She will be speaking about laundry. It's called Well-Organized Laundry, the City Courtyard as a Panopticum. A very exciting subject. Thank you. I will continue in English.
In Armenia, you will definitely identify some examples with special criteria regularities. As the locals say, laundry hanging out by rule and order. I have here some of these collectively known non-formal rules. I'm sorry. So, for example, hanging according to the color, white with white, black with black, or according to the type combinations. For example, towels with towels, trousers with trousers, t-shirts with t-shirts, or according to the size, the same size clothes together. Sequencing the laundry based on height. Selecting a hidden position on the rope for underwear. Hanging direction, for example, for every type of the clothing there is special direction. Age factor, differentiation clothing according to age. Gender factor, differentiation clothing by gender, or hanging form, upside or not, or distance between. If you look attentively, you will see that the clothes, they have special distance from one to other. This one is like universal example when we have the color, size, gender, etc. So, when being asked about laundry hanging practices, people speak not only about its rational, practical function, but also in the context of other meanings. In many cases, before starting the washing, the clothes were already being sorted according to the type of textile, coloring factor, hygiene requirements, washing time, and the economy of cleaning product. Also for further usability purposes. However, many such factors conditioned by functional circumstances are interpreted and probably during that time perceived as aesthetic ones. In parallel to this, however, there are developed rules which define any rational explanation. For example, hanging from long to short among the same type of clothes, special positions on separate places for hanging underwear where the visibility is minimized, using the same color clothespins or clotheslines for every clothing. I'm trying to find out the meaning people give to the way of laundry hanging and the socio-cultural aspects, circumstances that determine these meanings in Armenian society. What perceptions are there on the ways of hanging out laundry in Armenia, and why the aesthetic factor of this practice used to be or is so relevant in Armenian culture? The other one, what social and cultural aspects promoted the formation and stabilization of this practice? And what do the changes in this stabilized norm say about the present day reality? I want to tell a little bit about my field work. Mainly I got my material during many years of observation. I have registered it using different anthropological fieldwork methods and approaches. Mainly it was observation and incidental observation. For example, I like one of the examples of such an observation. I was living with a girl in a shared apartment. One day the wind blew her bras from the clothesline and they ended up hanging in the tree near the window of the neighbor in the bottom floor. For a long time, she didn't go to ask the neighbors to get her bras back because she didn't want anyone to know that they belonged to her. So you can imagine what kind of valuable fieldwork material I registered during this period, because that lasted almost 6 months. So, for the analysis of fieldwork material, I used sources on the social history of Armenian family, transformation model, demographic changes of the population of Soviet Armenian, some references to the anthropology of material objects, semiotics, and the concept of public and private spaces. However, this text is an analysis of primarily fieldwork material, which yet need to be theoretically reflected. Washing the dirt away manually was the earliest method of doing laundry. From the descriptions depicting the Armenian daily life in 19th century, we can assume that both washing and hanging the clothes out for drying were public practices. Apart from this, for centuries, laundry has been one of the most female works. Laundresses are depicted in many postcards and depictions in operettas. That is why there are so many feministic texts on this topic. In this photo, for example, they reversed the gender roles of this practice, ironically stressing how unusual it is. Now that multifunctional washing machines have become part of mass consumption, we often hear the following expressions in daily life. I have a washing machine, so why do I need to pick a wife? Or you don't wash, but your daughter-in-law, that means washing machine does it, doesn't she? These are referring to the so-called traditional Armenian family model, the end of 19th century, beginning of the 20th century, based on economic relations. The division of labor in that period family was based on gender principle, male outdoor and female indoor work. An Armenian proverb which reflects that this tradition says, a man is an outer wall of house and a woman is an inner wall of it. When we project this perception onto the practice of laundry hanging in Armenian culture, we see how this female job has broken free of the inner wall and appear onto the outer wall. According to common perceptions of this period, a person's work skills were directly linked with their personal characteristics and social status. Moreover, in that social system, a person was not considered as an individual. They were identified with the family and kinship ties, therefore being responsible for the respect, honor, and authority of their families. Back then, when passing the streets, one of my interlocutors told me, I like to watch the hang laundries, and each set told a lot about the family it belonged to. That is why our laundry must be unique. I'm sorry. So my first thesis is that described role structure of the Armenian family and its future transformations. The way of community relationship is one of the circumstances which led to so much attention on aesthetic rather than the practical function of hanging out laundry. So, okay. The practice of hanging out laundry in public spaces is often used to portray a concept of openness, transparency, and publicity in many art performances, in social and political protests, mainly raising tabooized, silenced, hidden, problematic topics. For instance, in 2015, an art installation was created in the middle of a soccer field where thousands of washed skirts and dresses were hung on the clotheslines. Its aim was to raise the issue of 20,000 women who were victims of sexual violence during the Kosovo War. According to the conceptual artist Alejata Mripa, air dirty laundry in public is a way of saying, talk about your private issues in public, but in this case, the laundry is washed clean, like the women survived who are clean, pure, they carry no stain. In this regard, there is an opposite saying in Armenia stating a similar meaning, don't air your dirty laundry in public. In this saying, airing your dirty laundry is metaphorically identified with the publicizing of family conflicts and private discussions. Between this symbolic dichotomy of outside and inside, public and private, the laundry in Armenia can be considered as mostly public, at least because the climate in Armenia is favorable for drying laundry outside all year round. Another of my theses is that the demonstrative nature of drying laundry is the main aspect which makes the practice so canonized. So, the human creates several material frames through which he communicates with the outer world, city, house, clothing, etc. These frames directly connected with the studied practice because it's semiotic and physical borders. Windows and balconies symbolically provide the permeability of the borders through which hanging out laundry links the intimate personal space with the public one. Being maximally close to the human body, clothes in traditional culture are identified with the person more than other material objects. In this sense, they are customized for different kinds of spaces. For intimate space, underwear, indoor clothing, private space, leisure wear, public space, outdoor clothing. This is the reason why items of underwear being directly related to intimate areas of the human body have their special position and location on clothesline, which is usually far from outsiders' visibility zone. Although Clothes have their static places in certain parts of inside of a house. They differ from other interior objects by their mobility. And in appearing in public space, they become the objects of various interpretations, which close to the semiotization phenomenon characterized by denoting signs come to the fore and physical reference fed into the background, which later may disappear altogether. The multi-story apartment buildings, which were rapidly appearing in the urban landscape of Soviet cities of that period, however, were not provided special facilities for drying clothes outside. Welded rollers and metal pillars and attached to them clotheslines, sometimes linked from the walls of opposite buildings. Until now are functioning in the backyards and had obviously been installed at the initiative of new residents. For example, in this case, we have the clotheslines connected from one building to another one. Or in this case, we have that pillar and all the lines, they started from there. However, the drying procedure used to be public in Tsarist and early Soviet period when the laundry in the cities was hanging out in the houses with so-called Italian yard. Like in this case, this photo is taken from the movie, and now this is the same yard nowadays. Later, these were replaced with new Soviet multi-story apartment building with shared yards. This kind of rural yard, by its communication traditions during few decades, moved from this to this. In a few conditions transformed in an urban community with its understanding of public and personal spaces, differing to those common to rural perceptions. In these conditions, hangout laundry emerged in the center of common visibility of community members, metaphorically creating a phenomenon effect. Creating a panopticon effect. Let me remind that the population of Yerevan from 1950s to 1960s grew from 300,000 to 1,218,000 as a result of mechanical migration. Remembering that period, one of my interviews comparing the way of hanging out laundry nowadays said, what color, what kind of laundry you can see nowadays? But in our times, she means 1960s, 1980s, one could meet maybe two who would hang out on untidy laundry in the whole region. I assume that this practice reached its peak of regulation as a result of industrialization and urbanization processes following in Soviet Armenia from 1950s to 1969. These tendencies were accompanied by the penetration of rural traditions into urban settlements, and many elements of rural everyday life practices moved to cities and started to be adapted to the new conditions. Among those was the practice of drying washed clothes outside, which was so common for the rural private houses. For example, this cartoon depicts the Yerevan yard, and you can see many rural everyday life practices here. And like these photos, here we see drying wool, dry fruits, or sorrel, which is also very common rural practices. I suggest to watch this extract from the movie The Man, directed by Edmond Kyosayan. It shows how Sunday laundry closes the view and prevents the hero from seeing a girl in the opposite apartment. Another aspect was the tightly scheduled labor regime in that period, which resulted in the same frequency and synchronized fulfillment of this everyday practice. Due to the highly regulated lifestyle in industrial city, contemporaries remembered that all housewives were busy in the laundry on weekends, and the streets and courtyards were covered by laundry chains. This created a situation of simultaneously performing a demonstrative practice by also promoting the emergence of sense of competition among the neighborhood community members, where they were learning the right way of hanging out laundry and becoming each other's public critics. In this post-travel blogger Piotr Volygin suggests the laundry claim to be one of the small symbols of the country. With this meme of the image of an old worn book by the title The Rules of Hanging Out Laundry, Armenian Laundry, with a not additional publication in the bottom, by this way ironically stressing the popularity and demand for such a book. My last year's observations in social media shows that many photographers focusing the laundry as a main attribute of urban landscape. There are also some photographers for whom taking laundry photos is one of the primarily topics in their art. Also, I have heard ideas of turning the most popular laundry hanging out places like it is in Stepanakert into touristic attraction. These tendencies of exoticization, romanticization, or irony indicate an anachronism in relation to create by years such perception. The most relevant changes during the Soviet years were referring to the social role of women within the family. Despite this, the free generation family model didn't change her responsibilities as housewife, and the quality requirements of her domestic work were straightened. After independence, when the industrial economy was totally destroyed and women's work again returned to the housewife role, the qualitative demand of women's labor persisted. All the current labor market, mainly based on the service industry, is gradually changing the traditional image of the Armenian woman. These changes are also highly conditioned by the mass availability of modern goods and technologies. For example, the contemporarily colorful linens don't require special ways of bleaching, so those visually cease to be considered as a marker of one's cleanliness. The replacement of the planning economy, standard clothing, with the consumer economy, diversity of clothing, make the daily object's lifetime shorten. Clothing itself has been adapted to cleaning by washing machines, which is why washing is not personalized anymore. Moreover, contemporary clothes dryers designed to dry clothes at home minimize the demonstrativeness of laundry, hiding laundry from the public gaze. So my conclusion is that the modernizing Armenian family material objects promote changing family members' roles, particularly those of women. Moreover, the number of nuclear families is increasing, which in turn promotes the loosening of community neighborly ties, leading to the deactualization of this practice, stereotypical perception, and increasing its practical function. Thank you. It's all I wanted to tell.
Շատ շնորհակալություն Հասմիկ, շատ գունագեղ.
Thank you very much, Hasmik, for a very colorful presentation. So I invite the next speaker, Mr. Levon Աբրահամյան. Levon Աբրահամյան is a cultural anthropologist. He's in charge of the National Academy of Sciences Contemporary Anthropology Ethnography Department in the Institute. He will be speaking from guards to district authorities. The organization between the end of 50s to our days of the Yerevan Social Space Organization. The epigraph to my communication would be from Robert Sheckley's story. The story is called Watchbird. This is a story about the following. The crime rate it's a science fiction story. The crime rate increases in a particular city. They decide to fight against it. They succeed to. The researchers create a metal bird that watches over the city and somehow identifies as to when is a crime about to happen and sort of flies down and prevents it. Brilliant results are accomplished. Crime rate goes drastically down. But then apparently these watchbirds have a self-learning capacity and they expand the scope of definition of a crime, the corpus delicti. So the life comes to a halt in the city. The surgeon can no longer perform surgeries. The butcher no longer can engage in his business. Life comes to a standstill. So what's the solution? They decide to design a new watchbird which would fight the old breed of the watchbirds. So they create it. It brilliantly performs on its calling, but then they understand that it's not only birds that can be eliminated. The reason I quoted this is that the plot is very similar to my narrative. By way of preamble, for those who have not been born in the former Soviet Union, because we'll be dealing with this in my short communication, we're talking about the thieves in law. This is a purely Soviet phenomenon, the thieves in law. There are different takes on this. I'll just share a few words with you. In the 1930s, early 1930s, the crime rate in the Soviet Union increased. There are various opinions as to what caused it. Well, anyway, the prisons were overcrowded and lawlessness increased, was on the rise in a very grave way. The Armenian language doesn't have this word. It's extreme lawlessness. In order to combat it, and there is one prevailing opinion that this led to the design of this institution of thieves in law. There are different interpretations of this, but that's not the subject of our discussion. So this institution was called upon to regulate the criminal world. It came into being, was brought forth exactly in those times, and there are examples to illustrate. For example, Varlam Shalamov describes in his stories the following. When there were major issues emerging where he was serving his time in the far north, there was this category of homosexuals who were sort of lowered down. One shouldn't have maintained contact with them. One shouldn't take the bed or the bunk bed that they had slept on. So the thieves in law about that time decided that this is not a communicable. In Russian it was called iron is contactless. This meant that it could not be conveyed through the bed bunk, this lawfulness. They had to also abide by the rule that they should not enter into any interaction with the representatives of the government or the state or the administration, prison administration. There is this hypothetical theory that they were created by the state themselves. Another theory is that this was self-regulated phenomenon, but the administration started to sort of take advantage of it and abuse the system. In any case, the thieves-in-law enjoyed great reputation. When in 1953, in the wake of Stalin's death, universal amnesty was declared, the thieves-in-law ended up at large, and in the country, including in Armenia, this criminogenic situation amplified. Something had to be done against it, and this was on the scale of the entire Soviet Union. In particularly in Armenia, in those years, end of the 50s, the thieves-in-law enjoyed tremendous reputation, and something had to be done against it. So, a war veteran came forward, Avetik Hamayan. He was holding quite a hefty office. He was the head of the urban militia police force, that is. And he decides that something needs to be done. It was very hard to combat the thieves-in-law. So he decides to undermine, erode their reputation, to deprive them of their reputation. How this should have been done? And an idea was entertained by him to take as his base of counteraction the street hooligans, the street gangs that had a reputation of their own to defend. It seems to be a hard decision that he took, but still, there are several options to explain this, but Avetikov was considered, in any case, to be the progenitor of design of this new system, of this new watchbird, sort of. And using, I've received this from several interlocutors and also my next of kin, that predominantly there was this one incident which shaped it. The downtown street gang, hooligans, boys, engage in a fight with two thieves-in-law and get the upper hand. They beat them up. One was called, the nickname was Chorro, the other was Fanfan. This was the time when the movie Fanfan Tulpan, the French movie, was quite popular, and that he borrowed the nickname from the movie. So Avetikov conceived of an idea that these guys may be used as a to counterweight. The main hooligan was called Jojo, not to be confused with another person, a thief-in-law who was also called Jojo, but this was the hooligan Jojo, a different Jojo. So he decides to consolidate these district gangs, consolidate them, teach these guys under his, to take them under his aegis. There is another version when Avetikov is not so prominent in the role he played. So these groups had an interesting name. They were called the Guards, Gvardia in Russian. Why this choice? This was a designation that Georgy Karapetyan used. He was an associate professor in the Polytechnic University, but he seemed to have a liking for this kind of boys. He made friends with them. He once saw the way they fought in the street fights, and he told them, "You look like the young guard." That was a very popular post-war title by Fadeev, which was then made into a movie. It was called The Young Guard. And so these groups were monikered guards. How were they organized? The first gathering point was the Moscow Film Theater, Kino Moskva, and the two streets flanking it. There are various takes on this. One old guardsman told me that these are all lies. There was Jojo and there was Moscow Film Theater, Kino Moskva. Like we say, when we say Lenin, we understand Communist Party. When we say Communist Party, we understand Lenin. So when we said Jojo, it was Moscow Theater, and Moscow Theater was Jojo. This was a system in its own. No Avetikov had any contribution to this. But there are other takes on this story, that the same pattern was used to bring together and organize guards in other districts of the city. And it's not clear yet as to whether these were districts in their administrative meaning or there was some other dividing lines. But they more or less overlap with our city blocks. We've already heard how a city is divided into intuitive segments. So one could fully apply this division to the guards that I referred. The Conde Guard, where our guests yesterday have been to, was well known, and they definitely could not have visited Conde in those years, our guests. So what made these guards, what was their function, apart from having to counteract and lower down the thieves in law, undermining their reputation? They also acquired the role of guardians of the district, of the block. They stood guard and maintained the honor and reputation of the district where they lived, which made them different, incidentally, but what made these guards different from the Kazan phenomenon, the Russian city of Kazan, which has become very popular and has, especially 2 years ago, there was this publication by Garayev, the word of the district guy, Slova Patsana. These Kazan groups have some similarities with these guards, but are also distinctly different, because these guys looked after the girls of the district without ever touching them, just protecting them, not allowing anyone to offend them. This was exactly what the word guard implies, like those watchbirds. And of course they engaged in fights with other district guards. This fight got to the extent it escalated to great dimensions and got out of scale. There are descriptions of makeshift firearms even being used. So that was getting pretty grave. They not always succeeded in getting the upper hand over the thieves in law. I have a case on record. I'm not naming people because once after a similar presentation I had an issue. The old guardsman took offense with me. There was this famous thief in law, a reputation, Spartak Baznuni. He is no longer alive, so it would be safe to shave this terror. He was not a thief in law, but no one ever succeeded in breaking him, in denigrating him. There is a description about how on the very Abovian street for about 40 minutes the Jojo's famous guard attacked him, but he had an axe rolled in a newspaper under his arm and no one could approach him. So it's not that everything was smooth with the guards. My interlocutors tell me, and it also is available in the archives, that in the early 60s, around 62, 63, the guards, it would be hard to say whether they dissolved themselves or the issue somehow itself was eroded, but the reputation of the thieves-in-law was shattered. The militia also played a role, or they got at each other's throat as well, or they switched to a more invisible mode. Perhaps they disappeared from the city, and frankly speaking, only after the independence. A law was enacted first in Georgia and recently in Armenia that the thieves-in-law do not belong in the society in this republic. So the guard becomes the main issue, the problem. Like the watchbirds became of the first generation, because they also start to foment unrest, build their own reputation. So to fight against this, they create another kind of bird, quote unquote, the družinas. The družinas were created in the late 50s in the wake of the Universal Soviet Amnesty. There was a special resolution of the Supreme Council of the Soviet Union about setting them up. But these are not those družinas. These are the early 60s družinas, more similar to the Spetsnaz. These were specifically called upon to fight the guards. The guards hated the družiniks. They described them as cowardly, as unable to engage in a one-on-one fight, only attacking in groups. Like my informer said, so it was the same hatred that the thieves-in-law entertained about the guards. The družinas seemed to resolve the issue of the guards. The guards got eliminated, but then something had to be done about these družinas because they were transforming into a new kind of a watchbird. Why? They started to pursue their own ends, already somewhat institutionalized because militia was protecting them. Their headquarters became a place where they could even have summoned their foes. They took over some functions from militia, and this created another type of discontent, but it was very easy to combat them. You just had to disband them, since they were created by the Komsomol militia background. And this is what transpired. What's exciting here that although the guards are no longer there, but their system of the city structure, the imprint on the city structure is still visible in a more innocent way, of course. The so-called corner keepers. The corner keepers this is no longer, this is not exactly the same division along the district lines, but this is mostly on a smaller scale. Real, like, city corners within those districts and blocks. These were not the guard people, but like secondary figures from the old-time guards stood on those corners and like scanned the passers-by or could say something and snipe, especially making catcalls on girls, often humorous, sometimes offensive. But this was, in Cuba there is even a term or a competition for this, a pero piaro, who would come up with the best catcall or a snipe. What was remarkable is that there comes a moment in time, these were the cold and dark years of 1990s, in the wake of independence, where the crises were exacerbated in Armenia because it was accompanied by the First Karabakh War and the disastrous earthquake of 1988. It was a very grave crisis. And here is where the teenager groups emerged. This was somewhat similar to the Kazan phenomenon, more similar, and the city once again was subjected to this trend of becoming impenetrable. You could not transgress into another district. I have a case on the record incident when an acquaintance of mine, they didn't let him pass a particular street, these teenagers, and he asks his son, who through his contacts with another group of teenagers engages in negotiations, and after all this guy gets rites of passage. This lasted very shortly because the new era of the street tables arrived. This was the first free trade practice in the independence period, and those teenagers were the very ones who manned those tables of petty traders. So those who in the past they did not let go through their streets were now embraced and welcomed because they were good for the trade. Of course, they were backed by more adult authorities, but the city, one may say, sort of opened up, and to this very day there is this a new bird has not yet emerged, no one to replace those guards. There are, of course, invisible powers to be, which come to our radar only during the election campaigns. The same boys who were engaging in those fights and petty trade in the tables, although engaged in rigging the votes. Now the city seems to be safe for regular passers-by. It's permeable for pedestrians, but those traders have now their own agenda. They're the ones who to license someone to be or not to be within their districts, but this is something we de facto do not see or observe, and that belongs to a different area. This is it. Thank you for your attention. Let's save the questions for later. Thank you very much. I would like to invite our next speaker, Sambat Hakopian, Ethnography and Archaeology Institute, Modern Anthropology Department. Sambat will be talking about funerals. It's entitled Funerals in Yerevan, a rural or urban ritual. Thank you. It's been almost a decade that I've been observing and studying funerals. There have been interesting transformations in the meantime that I observed. One of them pertains to the rural and urban rituals discourse. That is, people are discussing which ritual is more acceptable for them, a rural one or an urban one. They ascribe different features thereto and engage in a remote debate about the pros and cons. Although Yerevan dates back more than 2 millennia recorded history, but the Yerevan population still is mostly of rural origin. Many people can trace their origins to rural lineage, and this is still a continuing phenomenon, so we're mostly dealing with a socium in transition. So this discourse pertains to that, the reality I just mentioned. So mostly people, when they criticize those who are the proponents of the urban ritual, they criticize the large tables with big table laid for the wake. They say it's extravagant, and when they criticize the urban ritual, they criticize the undertakers, the restaurants, the rites. If we try to look at literature, the urban-rural dichotomy has been raised since the end of the 19th, early 20th century. Theoreticians have reflected on it. For each settlement they ascribed features, the rural being more traditional. When I'm talking about urban-rural divide, I'm not talking about the physical features, and I'm not speaking about the space. This is a behavioral divide. The type of practice that people subscribe to is at stake. The theoreticians maintain that the rural is more traditional, community-based, social interaction, whereas the urban is more liberal, more personalized in social responsibility. Especially Georg Simmel mentioned that in the city there is this apathy or indifference that prevails when people are indifferent to each other, since more often than not through the day you may engage in many interactions with other people and you cannot empathize with all of them or engage in relations, as opposed to the village where the social cohesion is much stronger. If we look at the rural ritual, right, we're discussing the discourse rather than what the people are doing in practice. In my analysis, of course, some practice is also referred to. So how do they characterize the rural ritual? It's the massive participation. Almost always several hundred people take part in the rural ritual. There have been cases when the whole village has been reported to participate. It's a community-oriented and based. People either lend a hand, whatever they can, with skills, means, material contribution, or just financing. There is a special journal that may be maintained during the funeral where one of the participants, predominantly a male, sit down and enters into the journal the names of those who contribute some money to the funeral. And the journal is handed over to the next of kin, members of the family of the deceased. And then the wake table is laid, which is very prominent in the rural ritual, with lots of participants. Even the people are not very actively participating in the funeral, they still attend the table. I've seen myself 400 or 500 people strong tables taking up a lot of space. Even large spaces sometimes did not suffice for all of the people to attend, of those who wanted. Getting back to the urban ritual, organizationally it's more individualized. It's the immediate family who bears most of the costs. It's more of a capitalist logic that applies. The mutual communal assistance is not there. It faded out. It used to be there in the past, though. I can recall myself, my teenage years, when I compare the rituals that I attended then with those that I have observed now. I can say that this communal mutual assistance has diminished. It's more of a capitalist approach. It's undertakers that you buy the services of. That's the prevailing logic. If we take the rural funeral, where the main ritual, the emphasis is the wake, in the urban ritual, the most important component is the condolences the day before, and the wreaths come to the forefront. One of my interlocutors metaphorically said that this is the fight between the grill and the wreath, between the rural and the urban. So that's the epitome of the material incarnation of the rituals in both cases. I wanted to analyze not the wake table, but the two material aspects, attributes of those rituals, which, in my opinion, highlight the contribution involvement of the people in the funeral process, the extent to which they are involved. In any case, it's this journal when their names are entered with the contribution in the next column. In the urban case, it's the wreath, which has a ribbon with the names of who is bringing it. In the first case, we deal with a very material input, a very pragmatic one, whereas in the city it's more of a symbolic gesture embodied in the wreath. The next interesting thing is that in one case the information as to who contributed to the funeral and to what extent is done in a private manner. That journal is not disseminated, publicized, it's handed over to the close relatives, and this transfer is done in a very narrow circle. Although it's of a communal nature, but the information is transferred in an intimate way, and every time by doing so, people engage in a common universal exchange. As opposed to that, in the case of an urban funeral, the wreaths are laid down in a publicly visible place, and everyone witnesses the degree of their or the extent of their contribution. There is a black ribbon with the name of the contributor on the wreath. So this is publicly displayed, transparent. If it's done in the residence, they are lined up at the main entrance, which has become rarer nowadays. If it's done in an undertaker's facility, there's a special designated area for displaying the wreaths. But when we draw this clear line between the rural and urban funeral, it's somewhat of a modernist approach. So those afters who clearly distinguish the rural and urban funerals the second half of 20th century authors more often than not have done their observations in cities that are undergoing transformative processes. There is migration flows, urban to rural, rural to urban, and all of this has demonstrated that this line between the former and the latter is not so clear. Many things survive in the urban setting from the rural practices, and the vice versa. There is a mutual penetration. So in the event of Yerevan, we mostly the urban population in Yerevan is pretty recent. It's not settled down. The urban culture and lifestyles have not yet been ossified. So we're dealing with a moving target. And this is further exacerbated by the mobility of the current lifestyle, where people can easily move from one place to the other. So one could be a resident somewhere, but has his or her lifestyle determined by a different settlement, the cultural values of which may prevail. A person could be an urban resident, but adhere to the rural culture systemically. We can see how, in case of Yerevan, the village affects the city. Like I said, I can remember in my tender young age how the funerals were organized here. I can even transpose this to the wedding. I have seen a wedding in a tent in our urban quarter, and in the event of funerals, sometimes they even maintain those journals of contributions in the city. The difference being that it's not circulated. So this communal mutual assistance is not there. People simply contribute. Displaying this rural behavior. Over this last decade, we have observed the increase of reads, number of reads in the villages. Initially it was negligible, now they're gaining popularity. I can remember they never did post-mortem in the villages, but nowadays it has become almost ubiquitous. These are all processes, the lines between which are blurred yet. So the mutual penetration is at work here. Getting back to the main premise that I wanted to present in the conclusions, I can't ascribe clear characteristics to either of the rituals. To some extent, these are quite obvious when you do field work and observe. Let me reflect on what's at stake in this discourse, why people are so critical about each other's. The urban discourse criticizes the rural ritual, the rural discourse criticizes the urban rite. In Clifford Gates' work on funeral, he's made this observation about the social conflict in the context of the funeral. There are two groups, religious ethnic groups, one of which, the representative of one of these dies, a young man, and he has to be buried in a decent funeral. But it has to be a Muslim ritual, a Muslim person to be eligible for this rite, whereas this person was not Muslim. On the other side, there is this political instruction not to perform the Muslim rites. So when the muezzin, the mullah, does not perform the rite, a conflict raises its hand. The tensions arise, people engage in disputes. Having analyzed this, the conclusion is that this transpires because there is this divide, a cultural divide, cognitive and social structural causative relationships. The author considers that these individuals in their cultural level remain villagers, bearers of the rural paradigm, which is why they await a religious leader to turn up and organize the riot. But they're already in a different urban social context, so this mismatch leads to a conflict. I believe the same can apply to the case of Yerevan. When people in their values, beliefs, and behavioral incarnations still remain in the rural cultural realm, bearers of those values, but in the social structure and cohesion context, they are inhabitants of a city where they engage in different interaction, and the structure of and the texture of the socium is different. When I was interviewing people, I told them, well, can't you skip this part of ritual? When they insisted that it would be a shame not to, they said, what would people think? What would they talk about us later? So these communal life characteristics and interpretations were still rampant. I will skip references to many more examples, but in generalizing, so I tell them, why can't you do this right within your family? They even mocked it. They said, we went to a funeral last time, there were just half a dozen people. What a funeral was that? They still retain these communal fibers while living in a city when there are different rules of social interaction apply. It's the capitalist attitudes. There is no circulation or fluidity of contribution. The expectations of the people on how this ritual should be performed enter into a conflict with the discourse where they try to justify their take on it. I'll conclude on that. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Sambat.
She's a senior research associate at the Mongolia and Inner Asia Studies Unit at the University of Cambridge. And the title of her topic is Architecture of War and Exclusion, or Remaking Frontier Urbanism in a Russia-China Border Town. Thank you.
Dear all, Baratzes, I'm very happy to be here and to share with my experience.
Նախավարժ կուզենայի ներողություն խնդրել Սուզան Ֆելինքից, որ չեմ կարողացել ներկայացնել իմ ամբողջական փաստաթուղթը, ելնելով նրանից, որ ինձ շատ ուշ են զգուշացրել այս համաժողովին մասնակցելու մասին։ Միակ բանը, որի մասին, որ մտածում եմ վերջին 2 ամիսների ընթացքում, դա պատերազմն էր։ Ես գիտեմ, որ Հայաստանը նույնպես գտնվում է պատերազմական իրավիճակում արդեն բազում տարիներ, եւ կարծում եմ, որ զինված հակամարտություն, սահմանային շրջանների ամրաշինություն, նաեւ ռազմական օբյեկտների կառուցումը, ենթակառուցվածքների ձևավորումը ինձ թվում է հետաքրքիր պիտի լիներ այս աշխարհամասում, բայց իմ պրեզենտացիա վերաբերում է Զաբայկալսկին, այսինքն ռուս-չինական սահմանին տեղի ունեցող զարգացումներին, այսինքն պատերազմի ճարտարապետությունը, սահմանային ուրբանիզմի բացառումը կամ վերակառուցումը ռուս-չինական սահմանամերձ քաղաքի օրինակով։ Ռուսաստանի արևելյան սահմանը տեսնում եք կետիկներով նշված սահմանը, Զայբայկալսկը ռուսական կողմը նշված է, Մանջուլին չինական կողմը նշված։ Դրանք կարելի է դիտարկել որպես զույգ կամ քույր քաղաքներ, որովհետև քաղաքները ստեղծվել են գրեթե նույն ժամանակահատվածում եւ մոտ 1 դար սիմբիոտիկ զարգացում են ունեցել։ Ռուսաստանը կառուցեց Տրանսիբ երկաթգիծը, հետո սկզբում դա կառուցվեց չինական տարածքում, հետո հեղափոխության ընթացքում ռուսական կայսրությունը կոնցեսիայի ենթարկեց այդ տարածքները, Հուսեին Չինաստանում իրավիճակ արագ էր փոխվում, սկսվեցին նոր զարգացումներ, մարդիկ ունեցան այլ կյանք, հիմա ունենք Zoom, այսինքն մեծացնենք, տեսնենք, ուրեմն տեսնում ենք պետական սահմանը, որը որ բաժանում է նաև երկու տարածքները, չինական կողմ զարգացումը ունեցել է շատ ավելի արագ ընթացք, ժողովուրդ մինչև միկրոֆոնի մեջ չխոսա չեմ կարա թարգմանում, կներեք։ Աջ կողմի նկարում տեսնում եք երկու քաղաքների զարգացման եւ աճի տեմպերը եւ աստիճանաբար ինչքանով են մոտեցել դրանց սահմանները նաեւ պետական սահմանին իմ ուշադրության կենտրոնում լինելու է Զաբայկալսկը, այսինքն ռուսական սահմանամերձ քաղաքը։ Նախկինում Զաբայկալսկը եղել է գյուղ, կոչվել է Ռաբոչի պասյոլոկ, այսինքն բանվորական ավան, եւ կցված է եղել Տրանսիբին, այն ժամանակ նույնիսկ անվանում չի ունեցել, հիմնականում այսինքն հայտնի եղել որպես 86-րդ բանվորական ավան Տրանսիբին կից, հետագայում արդեն կոչվել է հետո Ֆորտ, այսինքն որպես ամրաշ ատպոր, եւ որոշում է կայացվել ատպոր անվանումը փոխարինել եւ ավելի բարեկամական անուն դնել չինացիներին նկատմամբ, այսինքն որ չինացիները ականջ այդքան կտրող անվանում չունենա եւ 1953 թվականին ատպորը դարձավ Զաբայկալիե, որը որ ավելի շատ ոչ թե պատմական թշնամության եւ ռազմական ընդհանրների մասին էր խոսում Չինաստանի, այլ ավելի բարեկամական անվանումներ, որը որ հիմնված էր աշխարհագրական տեղանքի անվանման վրա, սա ռուս-չինական սահմանն է, այսօր տեսնում եք, որ ճարտարապետական տեսանկյունից չինական մեծ դարպասներ են, պետական դարպասներ, որոնք որ տարածքի վրա գերաշխում են, եւ ռուսականը փոքր-մոքր, բայց շատ նման է դրան։ Ես կարող եմ այստեղ ասել, որ չինացիները փորձել են գերիշխող դեր ունենալ եւ սա ակնհայտ է նաեւ ճարտարապետության մեջոցով, չափերով։ Իհարկե գումարը, որը ծախսվել է չինական գումարը տրամադրել իրականում ռուսական բյուջեից, որպեսզի չինական դարպասի չափով դարպաս կառուցեն, բայց քանի որ գումարները վատներ են, գողացել են եւ կոռուպցիայի վրա է գնացել, մնացել է փոքր ռուսական դարպաս, այդքան է հերիքել գումարը։ Բնականաբար Տրանսիբը մեծ նշանակություն ունի երկու քաղաքների համար եւ Բեռնա փոխադրումները 90-ական թվականների Զաբայկալիայով ավելացել է, երբ որ Մանջոլիի միջոցով Չինաստանը սկսել է ապրանքներ արտահանել Զաբայկալիայով Եվրոպա։ Բնականաբար սա բերել նրան, որ արագ զարգացում է տեղի ունեցել քաղաքում եւ Շանհայի համեմատությամբ սա կոչվել է Հյուսիսի նաեւ Մարգարիտ, որպեսզի տարբերակ են Շանհայից եւ ըստ էության համարվել է, որ գիշերային ակումբներ, առևտրի կենտրոններ, կազինոներ են կառուցվել, որոնք որ գրավել են նաեւ արտասահմանյան զբոսաշրջիկներ, Մանջոլի եւ նույնիսկ ռուսական զբոսաշրջիկների համար սա դարձել է շատ գրավիչ առևտրային կետ եւ նաեւ գիշերային կյանքի կենտրոն։ Մանջոլին ըստ էության չինական իշխանությունը ներկայացնում են որպես դրախտային քաղաք ռուս զբոսաշրջիկների համար, ռուս զինվորականներից մեկը, ով ժամանակին ծառայել է ռուսական կողմում որպես սահմանապահ զորքերի ներկայացուցիչ, շոկային զգացումներ է ունեցել, երբ տեսել է 90-ականներին եւ 2000-ականներին Մանջոլիում տեղի ունեցած փոփոխությունների արդյունքները։ Եվ ինքը իր լայվ բլոգում մեկնաբանություն է թողնել, թե ինչ արագ զարգացում է ունեցել Մանջոլիում 25 տարի առաջ, իր խոսքերով, դա գորշ եւ փոշոտ քաղաք էր, որը գտնվում էր Մոնղոլյան անապոտում։ Ընդամենը 3 շենք կար, որոնք որ տարբերվում էին քաղաքում, ավելի բարձր կետեր էին, որոնք որ մենք համարում ենք հրետանու համար, այսպես ասած, ուղենիշային նշանակետեր։ Հիմա նրանք գերազանցել են Մոսկվան, տպավորված են, որ այս մոռացված վայրում չինացիներին հաջողվել է կառուցել նման օազիս։ Սա Մանջոլին է այսօր, կարող եք տեսնել, թե ինչ տարբերություն կա այս երկու քաղաքների զարգացման մակարդակի միջև։ Մանջոլին դառնում է ավելի բարգավաճող եւ հարուստ քաղաք, Զաբայկալյան, որը իր հերթին վերածվել է ամայի մի վայրի կամ մոռացված մի վայրի, ավելի ու ավելի է զայրացնում ռուս զբոսաշրջիկներին։ Իմ զրուցակիցներից մեկը նշեց, ոնց է ստացվում, որ չինացիները, որոնք որ կառուցում են իրենց քաղաքները մոր փողերով, ապրում են ավելի լավ, քան մենք ենք ապրում, եւ ասեց դա զայրույթով։ Երկու քաղաքներ ունեն նույն ծագումը, գրեթե միաժամանակ են ծագել, գտնվել են երկու թշնամական տրամադրություն ունեցող պետությունների սահմանին, բայց ունեցել են լրիվ այլ զարգացման օրակարգ։ Չինաստանը կառուցել է ռուսների համար դրախտային քաղաք, որտեղ կան գիշերային ակումբներ, առևտրի կենտրոններ, զբոսաշրջիկների համար գրավիչ տարածքներ եւ ապահովել են նաեւ բաց եւ անվտանգ միջավայրի Զայբակալյան շարունակում է մնալ, այսպես ասած, անվստահության մթնոլորտում ստեղծել է փակ միջավայր եւ չի զարգանում։ Հետազոտությունների հիման վրա Մեքսիկա եւ ԱՄՆ սահմանին կատարված հետազոտությունները, որոնք որ վերաբերում են դարձյալ օտարացած տարածքներին կամ թշնամական տարածքներին, վկայում են մասին, որ մարդկանց միջև եղած թշնամությունը ըստ էության չի նպաստում զարգացմանը, քաղաքական ակասությունները, գաղափարական լարվածությունը, թշնամությունը, էթնիկ հակամարտությունները, պատերազմները կարող են պատճառ հանդիսանալ նման օտարացման եւ թշնամացման։ Սա ասել է Մարտինեսի դասակարգման տեսանկյունից Զաբայկալին եւ Մանջոլին նույնպես տեղավորվում են այդ շրջանակում կամ այդ սահմանման մեջ են տեղավորվում եւ մարդիկ, որոնք որ փորձում են միջազգային առևտուր սահմանել, երբեմն առնչվում են դժվարությունների հետ եւ մնում են որոշակի լարվածություններ, որոնք հանգեցնում են նրան, որ այդ տարածքները մնում են թեր բնակեցված, թեր զարգացած, ինչը մենք տեսնում ենք հիմնականում ռուսական կողմում։ Եթե անցնենք մեկ այլ օրինակի, կարելի է տեսնել, որ հետխորհրդային փոփոխություններ, որոնք տեղ ունեցել նախկին խորհրդային երկրներում, որոնք նկարագրել է Քեսոյանը, օրինակ Կազանի տրանսֆորմացիա վերաբերել, ունի հատուկ Կատրին Ալեքսանդրի խմբագրած եւ Քերոլայն Համֆրիի խմբագրած
in a much smaller scale. So here I was just standing near the train station, so you see that lots of kind of goods coming from Chinese side and mostly raw materials crossing the border from Russian side to China. So you see, which shows the nature of relations. So lots of timber coming to China, for example, like mostly Siberian forests. You see oil tanks crossing the border. That time when I was doing field work in 2013, quite a long time ago, it was the summer of the military drill in the frontier areas, so all area was packed with various kind of weapons, armed people. And at the same time, you see that the kind of features of the growing border trade, when people go to do shopping on the Chinese side for weekend, and then they keep all these things they bought with them. So it was called челночный business, like suitcase traveling, very popular business during the 90s and 2000. So, and you also see some new places for ethnic and multicultural spaces, and also for religious life. So more of Buryat population who was at Soviet time was not kind of allowed to come to Manjuli because it was restricted area, now entering the city, so people build their own houses, they involved in border trade, and now they're accepted to work in these government kind of military units to serve the border. So when I asked one of the local Buryats, so why so many Buryats are now accepted to work on these prestigious military positions, he just laughed and said, but someone should work. So probably it was kind of an inequality in his words to express. So another feature, there is also Chinese traders are moving into the city, but not in big numbers. And Chinese traders are building their warehouses to deliver goods to Russian inland. So it mostly kind of serves as a trading point for the transit goods from China into inland. So you see there is so-called sklad warehouses in a town. Some Chinese restaurants and hotels for Chinese tourists established a sort of hospitality service, though Chinese prefer to build their commercial commodities closer to the border. Rather than in Zabaikals, because it is still a place of increased control and surveillance, especially toward foreigners. And architectural thinking in such places reflects duality of the border dwellers' lifestyle. So they're kind of civilians, at the same time they're militants. And Wendy Poulan, whose work I used as a methodological framework, she coined a special term, frontier urbanism, to talk about this division and fragmentation of physical and social structures of the border cities between the urban civilian body, paramilitary suburbs, and fortified no-man or dead zone surrounding it. So one could say, oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I missed probably wrong. One could say that Zabaikal still personifies at a hard border manifestation of the Soviet and the Cold War confrontation period with the Chinese People's Republic of China. And control and distrust through infrastructure is represented in high walls with barbed wire, in numerous checkpoints in the center of the city, where at the entrance of the town, where pretty much everybody, men and women, are wearing military uniform of the various shades of green and gray colors. People in dark green uniform are on custom duty, таможенники, border guard troops. Пограничники wear light green with camouflage dotted pattern. Other groups of people in black uniform belong to armed police, Rosgvardia units, and ordinary police. Полицейские can be distinguished by their dark gray clothes. So walking through the city, I need, sorry, to return to this place. Oh, sorry. Can you show the video? Yes. So I think that this short propaganda video of the beginning of 1980s will give the atmosphere of Zabaikalsk, which was at the late, till the late 80s.
Здесь По этой равнине за Байкалом пролегла граница между нашей страной и Китаем. Там дальше китайская земля. Под недобрыми взглядами с той чужой стороны и живет наша пограничная станция Забайкальск. Забайкальск – районный центр, невелик городок. В последние годы здесь построены новые жилые кварталы, больница, узел связи. Отсюда, от границы,
Just to show that the center of the Zabalskaya is still dominated by the Stalinist architecture, which actually nowadays in absolutely bad condition. So control in distrust through the infrastructure is represented in high walls with barbed fire, in numerous checkpoints at the entrance to the town. Oh, I already said it. So walking through the streets, can we go back to the slide, please? So I want to stress in this documentary there was very interesting phrase which I quote. Под недобрым взглядом чужой стороны живет и развивается наш город Забайкальск. Under unfriendly gaze of that foreign side lives our border town of Zabaikalsk. And actually, because I came from the Russian side, I didn't pay attention to the ruination of the Zabaikalsk, because it was kind of, I can see it everywhere along in Siberian cities. But this was my Chinese interlocutor who said, just look what we Chinese see from Chinese side, what we see first of all. So this is this building on the left side. Yes, originally it was planned to build it as the success of the socialism, and they wanted to build like multi-stored hospital to show Chinese the progress and advancement of the socialist medicine. But because of the crisis of the 90s, it was not finished, and now it just stays at the ruination of the utopian, of the dystopian period. Oh, sorry. It's only 1 minute, so I just briefly go to the military part. So this is the hill which looked 40 years ago. It was like empty, and now sitting is a kind of conquesting this paramilitary zone. And if you look up the hill, you will see these little dots, and those are the structures ruined. And if you look down the hill, where you can see that even the space close to the border is already kind of filled with many construction and living spaces. So this is how some parts of the city town looks like. So we went through this. So and now I move to the part called dots and zots. So starting from the 1930s, Zabaikalsk became a part of the so-called Daursky defense zone, so it was lots of infrastructure, military infrastructure was built, and these zots and dots, you can see they are very fortified engineering kind of buildings built into the depth, so that sometimes they have up to 50 centimeters on 1 meter wide depth. And interestingly, so this is example how it was the first example of the First World War in UK, and this is in Zabaikalsk. So I see that commodifications, and many people now buy this, buy these bunkers to make it into warehouses and private houses. And it's very popular with Chinese because it goes as deep as the 3 floors downstairs, and it has its own source of water inside. And now you see in the city, so how Chinese merchants are trying to utilize frontier space, and they reconstruct the fortified bunkers in Zabaikalsk into houses and warehouses. And probably to conclude, sorry that I'm taking your attention, and to wrap up my presentation, I want to stress that attempts to remake architecture of war and exclusion in Zabaikalsk into architectural fusion in commercial and housing renovations led to my mind to architectural confusion when its true military potential cannot be disguised behind decorative architectural accoutrements. Moreover, taking into account a rising militarization of the Russian state nowadays, such fortified bunkers converted into houses can be easily again remodeled into military bunkers, dots. And the state, for the sake of the so-called security and national interest, can again throw Chinese merchants out of the country without respect to their property rights, as it happens in the beginning of the 20th century in the far eastern towns and cities such Blagoveshchensk and Vladivostok, where the anti-Chinese pogroms still remembered among the local population. And finally, I think that it was suggesting that in attempt of remaking the post-socialist city, Zabaikalsk is failing to develop as a trade hub comparable with its twin city Manjuli, and the worst impact of frontiers such as restricted border mobility, restrictive trade regulation, enlarging of the military personnel continues to restrain development of its civilian body. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Մենք հիմա պետք է անցնենք քննարկմանը եւ կուզեի ներկայացներին ասել, որ
We have to move to the discussion now, and the discussant will talk for 15 minutes, then we will open up floor for the other people present. Susan Fellington,
Frankfurt and Maine. So now I would like to give the floor to the discussant. Thank you, and you have 15 minutes for your remarks, and then you have time for questions to the speakers.
Hello, and thank you very much for inviting me. I hope I don't look too ridiculous on the screen. So I will go one by one. I will discuss one by one. So I will start with Nino's paper. So Nino, just to remind you, talked about the neighborhood of Schinkel in Osnabrück. She captured the dwellers' own perspectives on the neighborhood by telling so-called tales, and most, not all, of her interlocutors were migrants from the post-Soviet space who compare the lives in Schinkel with their previous life in Soviet neighborhoods. Nino, we already discussed your very interesting ethnographic materials at previous occasions, and this is why I'm now thinking of the text in more theoretical and maybe abstract terms. In your paper, you made the point that the neighborhood is somehow a source or context of a good life. You haven't emphasized this in your talk, and you follow, by defining a good life, you follow Chris Gregory. I understand that you had to cut some parts of the paper for time reasons. However, I think it would be very interesting to do two things at this stage, and that's a question also I have for you. So would it be possible to somehow link the different tales you told us and then get back to the discussion of what a good life means for these people? So my question for this discussion would be, what does good life really mean for these people? Is being able to chat with the neighbors or to ask for milk without making an appointment really the definition of good life, or is there some more abstract conclusion you could provide us with? Then Hasmik, it was a nice presentation, a nice talk. I would never have expected to learn so much about society by simply looking at laundry. Hasmik told us about how crisis has influenced the way people wash their clothes and how crisis and then innovation have changed and rationalized everyday routines. She talked about pragmatics, about how women prove their skills, how they gain prestige, how they are the ones who represent the family, how social status and gender roles and international hierarchies within the household are reflected in the treatment of and discussion about laundry, and how this also tells us something about the relationship between the private and the public sphere. So I have a lot of questions concerning how to hang my my underwear in the future, maybe. But maybe this is not a topic we should wash in public now. Although I'm really confused, I must say, about how the ideas of sexuality and shame I encountered in Armenia fit with the fact that the whole Kyrgyzstan's underwear is hanging about above everybody's heads. So there's a theoretical point too, and a question. The second thing I'm wondering about is if one can look at laundry separately. So I think this is a very nice piece in itself, but I was asking myself if it wouldn't be interesting to compare these laundry practices with other practices which reflect family life, internal hierarchies, and relationships with outsiders. So couldn't it be, for example, be interesting to relate these practices with, for example, practices of hospitality? Though this is just a question, and I think maybe not for that paper, but maybe in future it could be something interesting to think about. Then, I'm rushing from one paper to the other because we have a lack of time. So now, Levon. So if one had not told me this paper was written by Levon, I nevertheless would have guessed it, I believe, because at least in my opinion, Levon has a very specific style. For me, it is really difficult to analyze this style because in my opinion, it does not only address the rational, but also the emotional level. So the introduction, for example, of this fictional story of the watchbirds creates a perfect frame, I think. It introduces the topic, it gives a framework for structuring not only the ethnographic data, but equally the analysis and argument. At the same time, this image of the watchbirds provokes all kinds of associations and emotional reactions. I immediately felt somehow a discomfort and understood this is not only about some ethnographic case study, but about big questions of humankind, which are not explicitly spelled out, but somehow included and which make you think into very different directions. At the same time, the ethnographic materials are very thick and detailed and for me surprising. So, when I read this and heard your talk, Levon, I related it. There's a lot of literature about thieves in law and criminal groups in post-Soviet Eurasia. There's even a huge database on the subject. I know there are much of writings about Russian, Central Asian, and Georgian cases, not so much about Armenian cases, as far as I know. When I heard what you said, I realized that I have probably mixed up thieves in law, guards, squads, and different neighborhood groups in the past. And I'm not even sure, and this is also a question to you, if this distinction is so sharply made in Russia and Georgia. So if this is an Armenian specificity, as far as I understand, researchers in other regions simply distinct different generations of criminals. So why is that so? And and furthermore, I would be very interested in questions related to the social origins of these distinct groups. So their relations to each other and the relationship with official institutions. You mentioned them, of course, but so on the emotional level, for example, these guards, weren't they inspired, for example, by the code of the thieves in law? If they were supported by officials like Avetikian, how did this support look like? I mean, concretely, did they get any financial support or benefits? I'm also curious about the social composition of this group, especially of the guards. you mentioned some of these people were sportsmen and lived in specific quarters. So you didn't mention the word brotherhood or roof, krisha or achperution. So is there no relationship? Are these completely different things? These are the kinds of question I would have concerning your talk. So Simbad is Simbad is looking at the relationship between rural and urban contexts, rural and urban people, and rural and urban tradition. This is a topic that has interested anthropologists and sociologists since the early years of the Chicago School. And today, as we heard, Kerolайн Համֆրի has presented ideas about how to overcome such categories. However, they are part of how people think about the city and city population. Simbad looks at this relationship through the lenses of funeral practices, more precisely in the context of gift giving and the exchange of services during the funerals and related ritual performances. So Simbad's ethnographic materials are very impressive, especially when it comes to the comparison between, I believe that was what fascinated me, giving a meat and this flower breath. I have some very small suggestions. For someone not familiar with the Armenian context, rural urban migration, I think, needs more explanation. It's a specific case in Armenia, and I think it would be interesting to look into the demographic changes just for provide a context. I think, but this is my personal bias, of course, I think it would make very much sense to look at this data from an economic anthropology perspective, as at some point you seem to describe the rural-urban opposition as an opposition between market exchange and gift-giving. So this is my question. Couldn't this claim be a starting point for a more detailed theoretical discussion? There's, for example, a lot of interesting literature from Central Asia and Asia, China and Japan, for example, about money and ritual gift-giving. I think it could be interesting to compare these cases with your data. And another idea that came to my mind, but this is maybe a bit crazy, I don't know, you have to think about it or maybe not, but it crossed my mind. So wouldn't it be interesting to have a closer look at this meat flower topic? So Jack Goody has written about the role of flowers in rituals and their role as a substitute for meat sacrifice. And I'm not sure if it works here. I'm not sure there's a relationship between matach and meat consumption at funerals. But this would be a question I have for you. Then the last one, Sayana. Sayana, thank you very much. You have talked about, in your abstract, I read frontier urbanism, which was a new concept for me. You talked about the rising militarization of Russia, its consequences for frontier cities, as I understand in the conclusion, and also about the consequences for Russian-Chinese relations. Your talk, Sayana, provided me with very totally new insights, and it is difficult for me to relate your fascinating ethnographic materials to other materials I know. Also, I'm interested in this trading context, so sorry for not being the best commentator on this topic. When I heard you, my first question is if this is really about militarization, or is it more about economics, put simply, because isn't it simply about Zabaikalsk being left behind? But otherwise, so if I think about this idea, you were presented with this war architecture. I mean, it mostly reminds me of historical cases of the American Western frontier, of trading posts of African traders, so-called fortified Cerebas, and the case of 18th century Kyakhta, which you described yourself in one of your articles. The idea of fortified cities in the 21st century somehow sounds absurd, but many absurd things happen right now. So, okay, maybe, one has to make sense of this. The first thing I thought about was the literature on checkpoints that could be interesting for you. Maybe you're familiar with a text by Takwin Ngo and Eva Hang, who have written about checkpoint. I was also wondering if similar questions are discussed in the literature on port cities and also in the context of BRE, so the Belt Road Initiative more generally, because their security measures are also a huge topic, especially I'm thinking of this CPEC case, so the infrastructure that links China with Pakistan. And there we can observe that through securitization, the corridors come into being that connect major cities, but do not include the cities along the road. And I'm asking myself, is something similar is happening here if Zabaiskal is being more and more fortified? So maybe there are other links that are somehow coming into being. So maybe not to the immediate neighbors, but to other cities, worldwide or within Russia or whatever. So maybe this, it's just something I thought about. And also I would like to ask you, you have compared Zabaikalsk and Manjuli. So is this a unique case, or do we see similar developments, for example, in the twin cities of Blagoveshchensk and HH? Are there similar developments there? So, so this is the few things I was thinking about, and I think I have talked enough. And
perfect timekeeping. Thank you. So now I would like to give the floor to our speakers because they received questions from our discussant, and the first one would be again Nino Այվազիշվիլի. Could you please reflect on the questions you have received?
Yes, for sure. Thank you, Susanna. This is really these are the really important notions. So I shall start from FOA. As my whole project is about good life concept and how I understand it and how I frame it. So in my project, it's about to balance somehow this more visible research analysis, what we call dark anthropology when we talk about migration research. So follow Sheriotna, Fason. There are a lot of analysis about this, but it's not the only one. Yeah, they say it's beyond this. We have this care and human and this not so dark dimensions of life per se, life itself. And it's not only Chris Gregory, but it's kind of combination of theories and thoughts from several authors, as for example Bauman or Fisher. It's about individual perceptions, or not. We cannot conceptualize it in a very broad sense. It depends in which society, which context, which time we have. And in my case, really, it was this kind of aim to go beyond this suffering subject in migration research and follow also Joel Robbins in this sense, anthropology of good. And in this particular paper, I thought which role plays neighborhood as a place of living and neighbors for defining good life. It matters. So we have several dimensions of good life. It's about economical, individual, health issues. But in this sense, it was for me important if it matters. This was one direction. Another, is it really so? Can we talk about socialist experience, because it's also about socialist experience in my project? Can we somehow differentiate good life concepts in these Western capitalist neoliberal structures with socialist and post-socialist notions of good life? Is it really so different? And I must say that what I can tell from my material, it's really not so different. It's an ideal, and ideal notion, value. It's not so different as it would be in somewhere in Central Asia or Caucasus. So they bring these values and notions, and they try to describe and perceive this in this prism, and it's individual. So we cannot say a good neighbor is for me and for you, for another, the same. It means same. So it is very individualistic level, but per se, having normal or good neighbors and living in a good neighborhood, this means several things also for Germans, for permanent residents, for migrants, and for migrants with several backgrounds, also different things. So for Germans, for Germans without migration background, as I said, this neighborhood can't be good. So there's kind of this criminal, dangerous space. But for my interlocutors from post-Soviet space, several things which would be somehow critical for people without migration background is not really the thing. So, for example, living in a very diverse atmosphere, living with Muslims, which is not so really comfortable for many interlocutors without migration background. It was not the case with persons from Central Asia. They so what? We lived there also with Turks, as they called the Muslims, and here also there were also people who drank here also. So there is kind of this very very individual level of perceiving, which is what can be good life.
Thank you. Just to the people present here and also online. Քանի որ մենք արդեն բավականին հետ ենք ընկել մեր այսօրվա
I'm also done.
Ես արդեն ավարտեցի, այնպես որ շնորհակալություն շնորհակալություն
հարցնել, ովքեր ուզում են հարց տալ։ The ones who are also online.
Նրանք ովքեր առցանց են, նույնպես կարող են հարցեր տալ։ Ձեռք բարձր
Write it in the chat. Nelly will read it out for today's speakers, and speakers will also prepare answers for your questions. Love, there are no questions in the Zoom as well? Okay. Հաջորդը Հասմիկ Կնյազյան, այդ դեպքում կխնդրեի պատասխանել։
Հասմիկ Կնյազյան։ And of course, the culture of shame one has to say that it's quite different. For example, in the event of children, children's underwear is not shameful to display publicly through the day. Starting from a certain age, this already becomes a reason for shame. Apart from that, the format and the presentation is different. If it's a cotton minimalistic panties, it may not be controversial on the rope, but if it's a lace panty or a silk panty, this may lead to questions. For example, one of my interlocutors spread some of her underwear outside and hung some of it inside, because lacy and silky underwear was hung out to drive only inside, because she claimed for the external viewer this could have been viewed as an invitation. Especially in the Soviet period, and in some areas this is still the case, when they were collecting a dowry for a girl, and often in the summertime the dowry was even displayed on a rope hanging out to dry, in which case the nightgowns and the underwear had a prominent place on the rope, because they are indicated of what can be expected from the potential dowry and the bride. There is a whole article can be authored on the subject of the underwear hanging out to dry. As for laundry and other household chores, for example, of course, the laundry can be compared as a semiotic system to the laying out of the flatware and glassware on the table. At least the laundry, at least in the Armenian culture, stands out in its particular nature. If the hospitality can be only enjoyed by a person who gets inside the home, in the event of laundry, what makes it strike out is the public nature. Your intimate, private aspects are displayed outside, and that's a very personified text. Getting back to the underwear, there is this most recent trend when it's done in a very demonstrative way, and the women and girls are using it as a sort of a resistance. Mostly those who do it are girls who are renting apartments, who do not fall under the communal pressure, and we resist it. Thank you. Thank you very much. We have a question from online participants. Sambat Hakopian, don't you think that the urban as well as rural communities are now offloading those rights, are sort of de-ritualizing themselves? The next is Mr. Աբրահամյան. Thank you. Շնորհակալություն Սուզաննա, շատ հետաքրքիր հարցեր.
To answer them in Armenian, if you allow.
Words do not become a cover and don't get criminalized. It's an interesting phenomenon, as opposed to some other studies that from other cities which indicate exactly this process taking place, which is why I didn't illustrate it with examples. Fortress cities at London proposes to make a distinction between the street gangs and mukbangs, but these are completely different. They have a completely different role to play. These are conversely protecting and defending their district and its population to some extent, even if they are not widely accepted, but they still live there, as opposed to the other cases described in literature where they are presenting some jeopardy, danger for the residents. This is best illustrated in the 90s, which, like I said, those teenage groups, teams were really jeopardizing the neighborhood, and there was a trend that they could be further criminalized, but they transitioned to small table traders, whereas in the same Kazan in 91 or later, they just declared that those fights were no longer. Why? Because they switched to racketeering. The adults involved them in their own criminal organizations. When they refer to this brotherhood, not the criminal brotherhood, but which is remarkable. Those guards, after all, they emerged against the thieves in law, which is why the symbolism that was in the New York streets or in Kazan, described in literature, well described in the American context, they do not apply in this case. It's not incidental that their name was borrowed from the young guard. They were against the thieves in law, which is what made it interesting for me, this case. Apart from that, it symbolized the street level, district level solidarity, the so-called street boys symbolism, which in some respect nostalgically carried on until most recently. In 2018, when the Velvet Revolution, as it's now described, was taking place, and now it's being replicated in our streets as we speak, during those days, the police was standing in the street opposing the people, and there is one boy who invented a very interesting trick. He pretended to know one of the policemen. He said, "Your dad is here. His name is Ashot." That was not true. He just invented, cooked it up. He said, "Ashot, your father is here, your granny is here, but how are you going to look into the eyes of the district boys after this?" So invoking this sentiment of the street solidarity level rather than the thieves' brotherhood was quite potent. It's another question as to how Avedikian enticed them, or whether he paid or not. I specifically inquired and asked around. It was one of my interlocutors even deemed it quite offensive, one of the Kino Moscow guardsmen. He denied altogether that this was a concoction of the militia. He claimed it was grassroots. But Avedikian was more often than not ignoring the fights that they had, especially with the thieves in law. They, to some extent, knew someone was behind their back until they crossed the line. When the chief hooligan Jojo died because of a disease, they got a permission to bury him with great pomp, which was something prohibited strictly in those times. The social breakdown was quite diverse. The big fight that I told you about between Fan and Chorro, the associate professor from the Polytechnical Institute took part in it himself. There were non-criminal boys there who were simply prone. One of the organizers of this guard, Lavrenti Barsegyan, was one of the main interlocutors, informers. He was helping the guards when they, to some extent, were defeated. He helped them to get back on their feet, to find employment. So this animosity gradually transformed into friendly relations. As for the Druzhina, who I also followed up, they were also recalling with a sense of pride these episodes. Some from among them became KGB officers, some carried on within the militia. They're common people. I know academics now who are proud of their Druzhina background. That's all I can say by way of response. Thank you, Mr. Աբրահամյան. And now Sambat will have a go at an answer to the questions voiced. I will first answer Suzanne's question. As for contextualizing this in the demographic migration processes, yes, of course, there's a need to expand on that. And maybe there was a need to present the methodology at greater length, which I skipped. In the oral presentation, it's there in writing. As for the literature that you advised, I would greatly appreciate if you could send me links to those papers that you think could be useful in this context. I was thinking about as for the gift versus exchange, there could be a theoretical framework for this as well. There is ample literature on this in anthropology, so I'll consider this. As for the question of de-ritualizing those rites, well, it depends on how you define what a ritual and what de-ritualizing is. I have another work on the undertaker's services, how those things transform and change as soon as you cross the door. Quite a lot of magical symbolic rites are eroding, and that's inevitable in the context of modernization. The processes in the contemporary world are not linear. It's not just religious becoming lay or ritual becoming deritualized. Symbolic rituals, of course, when you use undertakers, are phased out. But now people mostly summon a priest rather than taking the body to the church. So it's not all black and white, if you want my opinion. Thank you, Sambat. And the next will be Sayananam Sarayeva.
Okay, and thank you for your comments and recommendation on the literature. So if I will be developing this text into kind of a paper on the issue, I will definitely read more about it, but I found that very fascinating to see how the no man or no-go zone is become a part of the urban landscape, and it's interesting to me how the civilian body of the city try, let's say, to digest this war infrastructure and actually ruins of the war buildings, and in attempts to create kind of open border and market-oriented atmosphere. So they kind of change the kind of use of these former military structures. And yes, and I actually was more focused on architectural features of these buildings, of the military buildings, which were repurposed for the civilian need. And my link with the modern militarization of the Russia, that I was thinking that from economical point of view, if Russia is again kind of trying to confront with its neighbors, so economically it would be cheaper to reconvert these Second World War bunkers into active fortification, because to build such a bunker is equal to building the kind of a medium-sized multi-store building, you see. So this was just probably, and I'm sorry that maybe I wasn't able to put more of my ideas into my 15 minutes presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe we have listened in this session to several very interesting presentations which reflected on the scope of issues that Frau Hamfrey outlined in her opening presentation. Let's adjourn for a break, which will reconvene at 2:30. Thank you.
So we're starting the second session. We're going to discuss issues related to the urban landscape, an issue that is becoming more and more difficult to discuss. We have a group of speakers who look at cultural and natural landscapes of the city. Our first presenter is Elitsa Kapusheva, who joins us from Vienna. She is a social anthropologist interested in studies of peace and conflict. However, today she will present a small presentation which is of ethnographic nature. She discusses from anthropology of the city to anthropology for the city. So in other words, to what extent the urban studies or anthropological studies have theoretical or practical nature. So Elitsa, the floor is yours, please.
Hi. Barev Bolorin, hello everyone. Let me just share my screen. I hope you had a nice break. And I wanted to thank you very much for having me today. And say a big thank you to the people who presented already for the very interesting inputs. And I hope that I will be able to contribute a little bit to this discussion. So without further ado, let me continue with my presentation, which I named From Anthropology of the City to an Anthropology for the City. The starting point of this presentation was the collision of my most recent empirical experiences with the increasing urbanization of various discourses and topics, which I encounter in the course of my studies. I come across that more and more notions and theoretical concepts, but also methodologies are being embedded under the umbrella of urban research or urban studies. And as I have been experiencing this shift in the position of an anthropologist in the making, I find this process to be incredibly interesting and thought-provoking. And today I'm standing in front of you as a junior researcher, probably with much less experience than most of you. Practical experience for sure. And I bring, nevertheless, a very strong conviction that in its very core, anthropology is an applied discipline, which this understanding of mine comes from Nancy Scheper-Hughes' seminal argument that within anthropological research, we bring in multifaceted dynamics of responsibility that are created at every step of our research. And it's a responsibility which we need to embrace and act upon. And I'm very much aware that this type of view on the subject of anthropology as an applied or engaged science is a matter of heated debates, and there is a very strong generational divide. But this is exactly also the point. I bring it in early on my talk because I look forward to receiving your feedback on that. Looking at the listed subsections proposed for the panel of this conference helped me systemically define a very particular hesitancy that I have regarding the ambiguity of studying the city as simultaneously a subject and the setting of anthropological research. Since the mid-90s, we have been successfully answering the outspoken call for action of scholars like Setelo or Jen Jacobs, who demanded the expanding of theory of the city and transforming the methodological approaches we are using. And indeed, the scholarly community carried out fascinating new approaches. Hi. Can you hear me? Okay, I hope all is good because I'm hearing some bits and pieces. So apart from this great expand into including more concepts and more methodological approaches, for me, there is a problem which I have been droning on my recent researches, that we keep on expanding the notions that are put into urban studies, but it also sort of leads us to not address actual challenges, but keep spinning in circles. To provide some context of how I came up with this question, how can we shift from anthropology of the city to anthropology for the city, namely academic research that transcends beyond its sole academic purposes. I will present you with two small projects that I carried out recently, and then I will bring to your attention the outcomes that particularly charge my viewpoint, to revisit certain theoretical concepts that we're using in a more engaged light. And as an overture, hopefully, towards your remarks and questions, I will focus specifically on the concept of the right to the city, which was already brought forward today by Professor Hamfrey. And yeah, I hope that this will spark some kind of discussion. So let me start in chronological order. From March 2020 to January 21, I was part of the team of a small NGO based in Plovdiv, Bulgaria, called Association for Culture, Ethnology and Anthropology Mediator. And together we developed and carried out the project City and Markets, Opportunities for Cultural Tourism, which was funded by the National Culture Fund of Bulgaria as part of the Cultural Heritage Program. Naturally, as anthropologists, we were drawn by the social and cultural significance of the traditional markets, as well as by the sometimes overlooked role they play for the spatial development of the city. And we took heavy inspiration from Zandi and Zeifpur interpretation of traditional markets as living museums that permanently provide glimpses into the respective culture, including cultural heritage, traditional behaviors, lifestyle, and contemporary practices. Furthermore, we were interested in the argument that some of the transformation that markets undergo derive from heightened touristic interest towards them as attractions for culture enthusiasts. We merged those ideas with some already existing research by fellow Bulgarian scholars who examine traditional Bulgarian markets historically as spaces of urban genesis and contemporarily as an urban arena of development conflicts. The convergence of those ideas overlapped with the two premises we based the project on. Firstly, that traditional markets as key spaces for communication are facing many challenging transformations, which threaten their existence as spaces for social exchange and learning. And secondly, that the touristic potential of Bulgarian city markets is widely misunderstood. On the one hand, Bulgarians don't see how our mundane city or street markets may present an interest for tourists, while on the other hand, preliminary observations, we found out that many Western European tourists that come to Plovdiv expect to experience some kind of Oriental bazaar. In the context of the goal of the project was twofold: to give a new perspective on what is the continuous significance of city markets for the communities and for the neighborhoods they are part of, as well as for the city as a whole. Secondly, to confront misconceptions and misrepresentations while providing concrete examples, and we were hoping back then incentives why nevertheless traditional markets can be attractive as alternative sites for urban tourism. Markets consisted of two parts: an ethnographic field research followed by a development of an interactive city market guide, as we had to generate data from for the creation of an accessible entertaining and visually appealing tourist-oriented product, we have accommodated a variety of methods. After deliberate selection, we focused on 7 of Plovdiv markets, and we started with an archival research, including an overview of the print media from the 90s, which was a period of very bizarre and unexpected developments. Also in the area of trade and street trade. Markets, we conducted participatory observations, informal conversations with sellers and visitors and consumers, and more in-depth expert people organizing or managing those markets. Finally, we did visual mapping of each marketplace. Based on the outcomes of this research, we developed the urban guide, an urban guide to those markets, which can help navigate and accompany tourists and anyone who is interested in the exploration of traditional marketplaces across the city. This guide is available both in Bulgarian and English and has online and offline version. The second project is very different, so I'll make a very abrupt leap here to describe it in short, and then I will try to merge them together for a discussion. This is fundamentally different, not only because it doesn't have any applied or community beneficial aspect, but also because it's focused on the city of Vienna. And it's a small-scale research which I conducted together with a couple of colleagues for a university seminar here at colleagues, and I chose to investigate who and how gets access to the renowned Viennese social housing market. Just for reference, the exemplary social housing rage, which is a legacy rooted from the Red Vienna period, nowadays the city of Vienna owns more than 220,000 housing units. And this scope is also expanding, with new housing models being built and added to the mix of opportunities for subsidized housing. Due to COVID-19 regulations, we did this research entirely online. These are some pictures of Karl Marxhof, which is the most ambitious project of the coming from the Red Vienna period and still standing social housing complex. We conducted expert interviews with representatives of Wiener Wohnen, the central municipal unit responsible for social housing, but also we interviewed some representatives of the non-profit sector who specialize in providing counseling and support for people who, because of their background, usually migrant, cannot meet the eligibility criteria to apply for social housing, but are in dire need of shelter. Exactly this eligibility criteria and the process of application was of interest to us. And this is how we also connected this to the idea of Lefebvre with the right to the city. We also carried out media analysis of the main social media platforms of Wiener Wohnen, which helped us to assess how they are targeting people and what kind of narrative they present to citizens who are searching for housing opportunities and are opting for the opportunity of social housing. In a nutshell, the two projects had clearly set goals, which we managed to achieve in the course of the research and with completion of the initially outlined plan. With City and Markets, we assembled the multi-layered snapshot of Plovdiv's most visited markets in the City Market Guide, alongside the practical information such as how to reach it, what other services are around, opening hours, and etc. We included small prompts that aim to spark curiosity, to look at those places as important urban centers that preserve and uphold daily cultural practices. Similarly, with the Vienna Social Housing Project, we resolved what we framed as unclear in the beginning. We found out that not everyone who needs social housing can enter the race, and that bureaucracy of the application process is the first screening that many people cannot overcome. Notably, the people from the social housing system we talk to are already themselves very much aware of these problems and try to work on that. As anticipated, we were left with many pending questions that arose from the fieldwork for social housing, and this is not only specific for Vienna, but in general, we ask ourselves, how do we shift towards a more intersectional understanding of housing? How can the housing first principle can be more broadly recognized as a needed framework for systemic change? And how can good practices in Vienna, which are well known also across Europe, but I think as well globally, and the flaws that the Viennese system has can be studied and applied elsewhere. In the case of city and markets, we were motivated to engage not only tourists, but also the residents of Plovdiv and to revive the public interest to the marketplaces beyond their sole provisional purpose as a place where you go to buy your vegetables and fruit. But despite our effort, we ran into very strong opinions that maybe our city will look better without some of those markets. These attitudes toward erasing some of those spaces are a result of changing consumer behaviors and the increased presence of international discount retailer chains, which make purchasing goods for everyday needs cheaper and easier. In addition, while some markets are well kept, many are left to chance and are far from providing top conditions for sellers and for customers. And it doesn't make the urban environment a more welcoming space. Yet again, our research confirmed that marketplaces, despite the transforming urban dynamics, are still important meeting points, especially the markets for fresh produce, which still provide the opportunity to buy directly from local producers. Finally, I come to the question that bothers me: what do we do with that newly generated knowledge? The answer closest to mind is to a follow-up research. But I have the feeling, and I'm pretty sure this is valid for many researchers, that we have touched upon matters that substantially impact urban development. And in this sense, we can continue accumulating research while people are struggling to find housing because the system is unable to accommodate the demand or is unable to provide them the opportunity to apply for housing, or while local producers are being pushed outside the city when the spaces they used to occupy are no longer attractive to customers. As an alternative, I see the option in which we can act upon those indicated points of tension and try to contribute to finding some kind of sustainable solution. Otherwise, as I suggested in the beginning, the field of urban studies will keep expanding, bringing in more and more notions and methodologies, but we will also keep going around in circles. In final sort of section, I want to suggest how we can methodologically repurpose some of the key concepts through the perspective of participatory action research. And the one I'm focusing by chance is the same as Professor Humphrey, but in earlier today, and it's Lefebvre's concept of the right to the city. What I see as a potential starting point is the revision of certain theoretical concepts against the backdrop of participatory action research. PAR allows researchers and participants to co-organize, negotiate, and facilitate the research, and to cooperatively interpret and implement emerging knowledge. PAR is clearly a methodological framework for collaborative research, but it is built upon theories of symbolic interactionism and production of meanings. Hence, I propose that we can embed further theoretical concepts and use them instead of only lenses for theoretical analysis in our academic work, also as practical tools for unfolding situated knowledge, interpretations, and actions. Drawing from Lefebvre's concept of the right to the city, a notion which is central and inevitably very potent, but for me, it could be also very abstract. We can see how the idea of using such central notion as a more engaging, let's say, driver or trigger can be implemented. The right to the city encompasses the intersection of urban politics and governance, and more recent revisions of the concept also draw our attention to political participation and civic uprising. Many contemporary scholars have dealt with clearly examining it so that it's more practically applicable as a lens for analysis of urban mobilization movements, such as Harvey, Marcuse, and Mayer, among others. My appeal is that we go even one step further than just using it as a lens for analyzing urban mobilization, and use it as inherently theoretical notion as a subject for participatory action research. Instead of using it as a prism for examining civic participation, urban mobilization, or the lack of it, we can revise the right to the city together with our research partners. And I think this very much follows the train of thought of thinking about intuitive districts. Such shift towards collaboratively working with theoretical concepts can elicit new interpretation. And in this particular case, those interpretations may provide new insights into what the right to the city means for interlocutors and how, in their words and from their perspective, they would act to claim it. Sure, this wouldn't be suitable for every concept or every research context, but the very acknowledgement of this approach as an acceptable research modality, in my opinion, already could bring us closer to doing anthropology for the city. In conclusion, I just want to remark that in the unstable times we live in, it's really hard to position ourselves simply as chronicles of what unfolds before our eyes. And almost 30 years ago, Nancy Shepherd-Hughes insisted we recognize fully our responsibility as agents in the field. For me, at this moment, this goes hand in hand with learning to recognize when and where our research comes in contact with issues that can be positively influenced by the knowledge and the understandings we gather and generate. In this train of thought, the field of urban studies seems to be a productive ground for developing a more engaged approach and outlook on research that will bridge anthropological scholarship with concrete actions leading to tangible impact, especially in the field of city making. Thank you.
Thank you. It was a very remarkable presentation, which raises a number of questions for us pertaining both to this profession and even this conference, since we saw how the first session in the conference resonated in the second session. Professor Humphreys' ideas that were seeming to be quite theoretical on the one hand turned into actions and possible mechanisms that will both have a practical as well as a theoretical consequence. To not deviate from the agenda but also allow for some Q&A, let's take some questions addressed to Elitsa right now, but she will answer right after the discussant. Failing that, let's now move on to the second presentation by Evangeline McGlynn. Unfortunately, Evangeline is sick. She cannot even remotely connect from Berkeley, so she sent a video of her presentation for us. In Berkeley, they now have a blackout to exacerbate things further. So unfortunately, she will only be speaking in a recording. So let's put that video on. I forgot to mention that her presentation is on Gyumri, and we have a whole session on Gyumri after this. We placed this presentation in the landscape section because she'll be speaking about ruins as part of the landscape.
Hello, my name is Evangeline McGlynn. I'm a PhD student in geography at Berkeley, and I'm here today to talk about ruins, as they exist in the city of Gyumri, and what examining the long-term remnants of the 1988 Spitak earthquake that reside there might teach us about the muddiness of an easily over-essentialized object, the ruin. Now, I say this is a paper about ruins, but at the same time, I suspect ruin is an unuseful term. Ruins, particularly post-quake ruins, conjure a specific romantic subject to many. I should say we are talking here about modern ruins. Put loosely, less etchings of Lisbon as seen here, and more photographs of Detroit. So let's instead refocus to a more active word, ruination, borrowing from Ann Stoller's approach to remind ourselves of the active, continuing process of destruction, however subtle. While Stoller speaks of ruination in a decolonial frame, in the Armenian context, this is the continuous ruination of a post-Soviet milieu. While in popular culture, ruins might have a romantic appeal, the products of ongoing ruination are far less heroic. To push this further, today I'm going to talk about three divergent types of ruin in the city of Gyumri. Ruin is something broken and reviled, ruin as romanticized in spite of being broken, and the seething presence of ruins unseen. There's a saying in Gyumri regarding the quake. Leninakan was destroyed by the earthquake, Gyumri remained. This aphorism brings a few important points. First, the Soviet city of Leninakan, Gyumri's former name, literally didn't survive past such Soviet collapse, changing in a 1991 citywide referendum to Gyumri, a variant of its antiquarian name. Further, with the fall of the Soviet Union taking place just a couple years after the earthquake, the Soviet-sponsored recovery effort was largely left incomplete. Leninakan, the ward of a bygone state, was no longer anyone's project, just a legacy of an unfulfilled duty of care, inherited by Gyumri. Finally, and perhaps most strikingly, the destruction of Leninakan refers to a great aesthetic shift in the city. While the 19th century buildings of the old quarter more or less withstood the quake, the compact apartment blocks so typical of post-war Soviet urban existence did not. This destruction was not an erasure. To talk about the physical ruin of Leninakan is to imply that contemporary Gyumri is a city built on and among the ruins of the past, both physically and in collective memory. To that end, any contemporary discussion of the earthquake necessarily has to contend with Gyumri as a city of ruins. This shadow cast by the quake is a reputation only recently starting to be overcome by Gyumri within Armenia. But the material fact of the remnants of the quake has not been entirely attended to. To talk about the post-earthquake city is not just to talk about what was lost, but what remains, a complicated mix of survival and decay. Today, the main draw of Gyumri domestically is the specificity of its aesthetic. The well-preserved manor houses, clad in charcoal black tuff with decorative moldings, built with a quality of craftsmanship rarely found today. The difference between the old quarter, Slobodka, and any other Armenian city is striking. Its architectural twin can instead be found over the closed border to Turkey in the city of Kars, from which many Armenian craftsmen who built Gyumri originally came. Gyumri was then known as Alexandropol, a Russian imperial fortification and an important corner of Russia's constellation of Transcaucasian military installments. When we say Gyumri survived, we are perhaps mothering Alexandropol as well. These are diverse places woven into the fabric of the same city. For all the complicated relationships between them, the contemporary specificity of Gyumri is a result of less current historical interest and more that of a Soviet-era catastrophe. Before we can mourn the death of Leninakon, we should talk about its living memory. To that end, I would like to talk about a scene in a film well known to most Armenians, Albert Mikrochan's The Tango of Our Childhood, Mermenkutan Tangon. About 13 minutes in, Cyranus, the aggrieved ex-wife, snaps at her wayward spouse, who's been shouting at her from the street about the lights. She snaps back, "I'll light the lamp when I want. Light it, schmight it, varem, varem." It is one of the few popular films set in the city unburdened by tragedy. While meant to take place in a post-World War II Leninakon, the staging of the film evokes a kind of timeless Gyumri. The scene in question, minus the baker's truck, this view could have been a pre-Soviet Alexandropol. Though the angle is unfamiliar, the street view is at once a throwback and eerily contemporary. Watching the film and knowing the city well, it is clear the film crew did cartwheels to avoid Soviet-era buildings. This isn't just a question of skipping over 1960s high-rises. The sets hop around the tiny old corridor with a preposterous devotion. Mikrochan, in this sense, captured his childhood memory of Leninakon in film as a place visually distinct from other parts of Armenia. Given that it's the last big piece of Gyumri-related media before the earthquake, it's no surprise that the film serves as a referent for nostalgia about the place. With the increasing internal tourism due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the newfound popularity of Gyumri included the Varem Marem building as an obligatory tourist photo op. The Varem Marem building has achieved a kind of valorization that has little to do with its current state, and instead a nostalgia for its walk-on role in a pre-quake movie to which the building still bears a passing resemblance. Make no mistake, if we were to call any building significantly damaged by the earthquake a ruin, Varem Marem is ruined. However, the selfies taken here are largely framed to the balcony, not the wrecked exterior. These are less akin to posing in front of the Acropolis and more the Eiffel Tower. That is, its brokenness is not part of the draw. People are visiting the Varem Marem building in spite of its wreckage. The Varem Marem building is, in this sense, a physical prompt to an already captured memory, its appearance in this famous film. The film freezes the balcony in time, and the same interest in the building doesn't exist today without it. The Tango of Our Childhood has essentially trained the eyes of the unfamiliar on what to long for about pre-quake Gyumri. If we were to take a common sense definition of ruin, we would miss the importance of the Varem Marem building as it exists outside of its disrepair. Instead, a physical reminder of a beloved, if curated, vision of Gyumri. In contrast, in all of my field work, there was one building that was consistently called a ruin, one that seemed to make all cringe as they passed. The large, half-crumbled building on a main street, popularly referred to as Feze, was the former site of the workers' dormitory for the large textile factory that once resided behind it. The factory complex itself, another casualty of the earthquake, has been nearly cleared away in the last decades. But the Feze building remained. In fact, in spite of its dangerously unstable status, the building has residents until February 2020, the last holdouts among earthquake victims who were never rehoused. Older women and former workers of the original factory. While it's an eyesore now, from its inception in the 1920s to its destruction and closure in the years after the quake, the plant was more than just a factory. It was a self-contained world, a city within a city. Not only did the factory have its own dormitory, but its own school and even its own movie theater. Before the earthquake, the textile plant was a space of socialist liberation, a place in which women had new opportunities and where a small second city could still attract workers from distant republics. In its wrecked form, Feze remained a home to those who had used it for shelter for so many years, even if life there was brutal. With no heat, light, or running water, and multiple open walls, protection from the elements was limited, and yet the city faced real resistance from its last residents, hesitant to leave the only life they'd known for decades. Both in the Soviet era and in 2020, Feze remained a place of communal, cooperative living. Feze, as an aesthetic affront to a redeveloping city landscape, is only compounded by its representation of a no longer viable way of life. Its specifically Soviet aesthetic increases its negative symbolic value. Far from evoking nostalgia, Feze's ruination isn't quite an anti-Soviet polemic either. Rather, its depiction of failure, Soviet, then Armenian, even Gyumretsi, Feze is construed as a broken piece of something still moving. The Feze building, sandwiched between hotel and a large supermarket, cannot be eroded into the psychic background as its nearest neighbors try to thrive. For Gyumretsi's shoring up the image of Gyumri as something besides a locus of lingering tragedy, Feze needed to be erased. A Gyumri no longer synonymous with catastrophe is in some way very similar to the world in which pre-quake Feze existed, a bustling industrial town able to rest on its historical prestige. A return to that before time, then, requires the destruction of some of its most offending refuse. Put more bluntly, the old order has to die before there can be a born-again landscape. In December 2021, the building finally began to be bulldozed, in the process of getting rid of the Feze for good. Behind the street-facing buildings, a massive field still stretches out, littered with partial walls and rubble, until it hits a column building that would have been one of Textile's entrances. Half of the massive lot has been fenced off, with a sign advertising a different kind of contained community, a private housing development, yet to be built. In this sense, the destruction of Feze closes the circle. The destruction by the earthquake did not produce a ruin so much as an aching reminder of the continual ruination of multi-level disrepair and social abandonment, only solved by complete destruction. Feze, of course, is not the only building to crumble due to a lack of state care. Returning to the disaster itself, the immensity of the Spitak earthquake is hard to quantify, with the popular figure for the death toll a likely underestimate at 25,000. What is absent from such figures is a real sense of the violent aesthetic transition the city underwent, first in seconds, then in decades. Leninakan went from a modern Soviet city to a city of ruins. As the city has slowly been rebuilt, the aesthetic question is not just one of dereliction, but one of absence. The parts of the city that were effectively removed from the landscape did not return. From period estimates, on December 7th, 1988, 774 buildings ceased to exist. Of those, 700 were built in the 60s and 70s. To look at old pictures of Gyumri is to visit an unfamiliar place, full of boxy panel buildings. For the most part, these buildings are what continue to be called Khrushchevki throughout the post-Soviet world, named for the Khrushchev administration under which they were mass-produced. These photo relics recall a kind of optimism for modern city living, well in line with the promises of the Khrushchev thaw. And looking at those few panel buildings that remain, this is how we see darker revelations of state care. In the months and years after the earthquake, a common title for popular editorials was Lessons from Spitak. What can we possibly take from this tragedy? The answer for many was horror at how inept the state was at protecting its people. Being the first time the USSR requested international aid, writers noticed the discrepancy between the well-equipped foreign rescue teams and desperate local efforts. They noted the lack of attention to existing seismic protocols in the city. And most ominously, they pointed out the poor building practices, made stark by the comparative survival of buildings constructed shortly after the 1926 earthquake, versus the carnage meted out to the apartment buildings of the 60s, 70s, and 80s. These specific failures took place in a broader moment of abandonment of the by the Soviet Central State. 1988 was not just a year of the quake, but also a time of ineffectual action from Moscow in the face of violent pogroms in the region and the denial of the unification movement in Karabakh. Viewed in this light, there is a metonymic quality to these destroyed buildings that they've taken on a collective memory. Their material failure coincides with a real moment of political failure of national authorities. Put differently, the literal collapse of Soviet buildings during a period of social crisis are linked in the Armenian context in ways that are overlooked elsewhere in the post-Soviet world. On that heavy note, I want to share a joke, a piece of Gyumri gallows humor told to me many times over the course of my research. So the quake happens, and everyone is really mad because so many people were killed because of poor quality construction. Everyone agrees that the problem was concrete. But then concrete walks up and says, hey, you guys, why is everyone blaming me? I wasn't even there. Far from a non sequitur, if you'll excuse my delivery, in the joke, concrete, the character's absence, speaks volumes about the perceived state of these panel buildings' materials, their quality and subsequent danger. Today, this sense of duplicitous absence translates into something greater. The erasure of Leninakon is not so much the destruction of all, or even most, of Soviet-era built environment, but rather that of a specific period, the architectural production of the thaw and subsequent stagnation, and its failure a moment of intense, embodied betrayal. It bears mention that the buildings of the Stalin era survived, in no small part because they were constructed when a different earthquake still resided in the public consciousness. The Kars-Leninakon earthquake of 1926. The visual legacy of the collapse of Leninakon is then construed through a specific, but not total absence of its Soviet detritus. These are not, per trio, mere presences and absences, but mentions or silences of various kinds and degrees. An intentional silencing, or at least diminishing, of the visual history on display in the urban landscape. The boxiness, the sameness, the Sovietness of the residential blocks that collapsed make them much easier to delineate from the rest of the built environment, regardless of periodicity. The earthquake disrupted the notion, as Ganeshagayan pointed out, that Leninakon was the pinnacle of Gyumri's progress, the heir to its history of craftsmanship paired with Soviet modernist technological improvement. The catastrophic failure of the products of the latter left Gyumretsis to look toward the future of Gyumri through a revision of the past. These now mostly absent Khrushchevki, starker in memory from the rest of the city, are readily imbued with a sweeping Soviet character, symbolically removed from the city in the wake of the earthquake, a visual implement to ensure the death of Leninakon. On a city surface nearly absent the vestiges of post-war mass housing, the ghostly presence of individual buildings remain, even if their aesthetic endemism has been all but wiped from the collective memory. The 10-story building and the Shirak Hotel have long since been wiped from existence, but remain common navigational landmarks. The neighborhoods of Textil and Misi Kombinat are named for industrial works that haven't functioned in decades. I myself lived next to Old City Hall in Kakapetaran, the former temporary administration building. There's an invisible city, one that people who have memory from before the earthquake can viscerally see, and one that their youngers have learned to feel their way around by knowing without seeing. Part of learning the city is learning to find the shape described by its absence, sussing out the networks of things and feelings that shape the landscape by being there and not there at the same time. There are then, in effect, two opposing absences: the de-Sovietizing aesthetic amnesia of what an idealized Gyumri might have been, and the shimmering, impalpable ghosts of some of those buildings that live on in the individual memories and daily practices of Leninagratsis. Leninakon still resides in Gyumri, and these hauntings, while very much a part of everyday life today, also live on borrowed time. If we were to think of Leninakon and Gyumri as different places in the same city, then Leninakon is subject to the same anachronism that Maura Finkelstein describes in Mumbai's post-industrial spaces. Leninakon is already dead. Leninakon is alive, but will die soon. The lifespan of these empty shapes, currently actively navigated around by post-Quake generations, may not outlive the nostalgia for a sanitized skyline that replaced them. Leninakon was destroyed, but it also remains. These absences themselves are a kind of ruin. And while they cannot be bulldozed away like Fezé, they will continue to erode with time. I began my fieldwork in Gyumri quite quixotically mapping ruins without really knowing what ruins were. I suspect there isn't a sufficient definition. This is a city replete with buildings that have been destroyed by seismic event and by the non-event of institutional neglect, sometimes both. From my forays into the city, I can tell you where the built environment has crumbled, but without an understanding of how people use those specific spaces, there's little to be done with that information, let alone abstracting into an aggregate meaning across the landscape. We say ruin because it is an easy shorthand for a kind of aesthetic of urban decay. However, the social production that takes place at sites of ruination is not predetermined by form alone. Today we looked at three very different ruins, each of which sparks different emotions to Gyumretsis and visitors alike. Disgust, joy, nostalgia. These are inherently different from the ruins that people visit, but are instead the ruination people live with, a kind of landscape productive even in its decay. Thank you very much, and I look forward to the discussion.
Unfortunately, for a technical reason, I doubt that she may be able to take part in the discussions. She opened up our eyes on ruins because these are not only the physical thing that emerges as a result of the earthquake. Unfortunately, the most recent war demonstrated that there is also man-made ruins, as Evangeline demonstrated. Inaction and neglect also leads to the emergence of ruins. The next speaker seems to approach the same imagery from the other end of each. Markar Hamayagan is an art scholar and archaeologist. He is employed in the Archaeology and Anthropology Ethnography Institute. He looks at excavated artifacts and current monuments from an art scholar's perspective. He will speak about the landscape improvement in Ijevan and intercultural communications during the Ijevan Sculpture Symposia. Please. It's common knowledge that the urban formation is greatly contributed to by sculpture. Statues are usually placed in squares, augmenting the aesthetic imagery of the city, the landscape, and it is on the basis of sculptures that a certain space comes about. These are not only aesthetic objects, but also primary attributes of the city. The best example of this is the Yerevan David of Sassoon Square, which is epitomized by the bronze statue of David of Sassoon. The urban landscape formation dates back to classical Greece and has developed through the Hellenic world, in particular in days of celebration or to commemorate great triumphs and victories. Parks were laid saturated with sculpture, and this is a trend that survives to our days. Mostly to decorate the city, they place traditional sculptures or groups or which, regardless of dimension, style, and format, have the same designation. They landmark historical developments, heroes, artists, politicians, or epitomize or summarize major symbolic historical events and whatnot. Most recently, in the so-called postmodern period, apart from traditional sculptures, throughout the world, unnatural sculptures are also ubiquitous, dedicated to the urban folklore, fashion, and even depict animation, cartoon characters, food, or other eye-catching and unusual topics. Such works exist in small numbers also in the city of Yerevan, in particular in the Cascade, where the sculptures have contestable, dubious artistic value, but they're unique in their innovative nature, breaking the urban sculpture stereotypes that we have. As experience has demonstrated, such concoctions, as opposed to traditional sculptures, are etched in memory better because they link us to our daily routine. You cannot clearly classify it as a cultural value. These usually have no postments. There are no inscriptions designating the author or the title of the work. These urban sculptures are a result of interaction between human beings and their urban environment. These traditional and non-traditional sculptures not only are the cornerstones of parks, but also affect and form the taste of urban dwellers, are deemed to be the business card, the showcase of the city, and together with architecture form the cultural outline of the city. Especially monumental and decorative sculptures in the open air also have a propagandistic, educational, and patriotic significance. During the Soviet times, Lenin's and Stalin's and others monumental statues in the most visible places in the city were replaced in the wake of Armenia's independence by statues of people symbolic for the independent Armenia and its history. In their substance, they substantially differ from their predecessors, but at the same time are united in the purpose they all pursue, to impact the Weltanschauung and mindset of people. The trend of erecting such sculptures, no city is immune to it. This group is opposed by the modernist aesthetic abstract sculptures, early 20th century onwards, organic sculpture works, as well as various installations, which not only in their substance and form were different from traditional sculpture, but were also opposing the tradition. Abstract sculptures in the urban space are seldom combined with classical works, and having become widely spread, they also form small and big squares and public spaces as a result in various segments of the city, thanks to the juxtaposition of these two groups of sculptures and statues. The traditional and abstract ones add flavor to the city. The plein air sculpture symposia have resolved the conflict between abstract and traditional. The birth date is 1959, when Austrian sculptor Carlos von Brandt initiated in St. Margarethen Fair of Austria. The first such symposium was organized. Various sculptures from different countries took part in this symposium. The purpose was to contribute to human contacts between sculptures of different countries and styles. Another purpose was to warm up the Cold War environment, bringing together various ideologies and mentalities. The success was unquestionable. Many such symposia followed suit in America, in Western Europe, in the USSR, and thereafter in Russia. Another good example of sculpture symposia is the USA Baltimore and Russian Penza cultural events. These large-scale sculpture symposia have been held also in Armenia. I'm referring to the Ijevan sculpture symposia, which commenced in 1985 and lasted until 1991 inclusive. This was the second sculpture symposia in Armenia. The first such symposia was attempted in 1978 in Yerevan, in the Nor Zeytun October Park. The works later were moved to the Nork Park. The next symposia in 1989 took place in Echmiadzin and was dedicated to 120th anniversary of Komitas. Another memorable symposium was held in 2001 in Yerevan, dedicated to the 1700th anniversary of adoption of Christianity as an official religion in Armenia. Its motto was the world of miracles and tales under the curatorship of Gagik Lazaryan, but these did not enjoy the same success as the Ijevan series of symposia, during which 113 stone statues were carved by 78 Armenian and foreign sculptors. This could rightfully be compared with reputable such symposia abroad. Such a large-scale event was not initially planned in Ijevan. Saro Sarukhanyan, art scholar and renowned painter Edward Izabekyan, arrived in Ijevan with the purpose of organizing a visual arts exhibition, but they've discussed this with Gemma Ananyan, the party leader, decided to organize a sculpture symposia, the success of which made it continue. The purpose was to create in Ijevan an open-air sculpture museum. The second one was purely cognitive and aesthetic, to come together, create in the same creative environment, discussing arts and sculpture. In 85-86, only Soviet artists were invited, but in 87 onwards, it became international. As a result, the objectives aesthetically shifted. People arrived who were looking at the Soviet reality and our people's daily lives from a different prism. Diverse works were created in unique interpretations of the then prevailing life. Mostly works were carved that pertain to the Armenian folk epic and mythology. It's remarkable that Armenian folk epic and mythology figures became a counterweight to the statues that have usurped the squares of Armenia, portraying unviable ideology, although as opposed to the huge Lenin statue, Yervant Kochar's Davidov Sasyun brilliant work was erected, and in the main square of Ijevan, in one of the main squares of Ijevan, Vahagan, the dragon slayer's huge statue was erected. Almost all parks, entrances, and courtyards were embellished with sculptures created during this symposium. Most of them were erected in the city park, which was later renamed Sculpture Park. Considering the huge territory taken up by this park compared to the scale of the city, it could be named the City of Sculptures. Along the riverbed of Achstev, it stretches, creating a unique, eye-catching landscape, whereupon these statues become the main attributes of the city landscape. Some of them were placed in the children's park and in the woodland next to the spectacle. The contemporary megalith-like monuments were placed at the entrance of the city at the Yerevan-Ijevan highway. The symbolism of Ijevan is that it included Armenian, USSR, American, Central European sculptors who worked side by side, au plein air, which contributed to intercultural relations, exchange of best practices. This incentivized, in particular, overcoming the uniformity of culture of countries, airtight countries like the Soviet Union. And the locals were attracted to follow the creative process of the sculptors, which the organizers, as Sarosar Khanyan, found as an innovative solution in the history of sculpture symposia. Usually, sculptures work unobserved, undisturbed, and the public is only allowed in when the sculpture is complete. Although in Ijevan, the contact with the art-loving population, with the sculptors, was immediate, making them part of the cultural process. This contributed to the establishment of the sculpture in the urban environment, since it was etched in the collective memory. These contacts with the sculptors and the campaigns and treks organized by the organizers towards the scenic landscapes of Tavush. Many foreign sculptors had their creative ideas, but in the meantime, these ideas underwent transformation. They created sculptures devoted to Armenian history, culture, and events, and some that were dedicated to other subjects could still be traced back to certain associations with Armenian art or fragments associated therewith. The people following the work of the sculptor were more interested in the statues that portrayed the Armenian epic heroes, mostly the daredevils of Sasun and the Vahagan, the dragon slayer. These were mostly carved by Armenian sculptors, telling people about their millennial roots. It's remarkable that those two subjects were opposed. If Stovinar and David of Sasun's figures portrayed the caring of people towards the plant and animal world, Vahagan's figure is quite diverse because they analyzed his figure in a quite specific way, from birth to immortality. This became the most beloved by the art-loving public because these were placed in the most eye-catching locations. Armen Davtyan's Wagon Dragon Slayer formed the Ijevan Square of the fallen freedom fighters, and Zovinar's statue was placed in the Central Park's most visible location. By portraying Zovinar in a refined but still tense, like she is in an embryo state, there is an expectation that she will straighten her back and stand up. This is the princess whose sons Sanasar and Baldassar had to forge a new world. This is hallowed because at her back there is a church carved. There's a water drinking fountain carved just across from the statue with an inscription carved from David of Sassoon. This subject is carried on in another work symbolizing fertility, whereupon we see similarities with the Nemrut fertility mother goddess head. In the latter, it seems as though Scythian and medieval stylistic and semantic specifics have been woven together. Outside of the Armenian subject, several general history and mythology sculptures were created, like Vasily Fedorchuk's In Memory of the Scythians. The Scythian here is in a curved shape, a face of a priest. His hollow eyes and a big nose resemble 6th to 4th century BC Armenian megaliths. The priest is standing on a table-like podium resembling a tomb. In 1988-91, there were symposia held which coincided with political turmoil and war in Armenia. So most of the works created then resonated with these events. The Spitak earthquake, Sumgait massacre, and Artsakh movement can be viewed in a U.S. Varta Chemian sculptures, 7 wounds of the Holy Mary. The 7 wounds pertain to the prophecy of Simeon. Should the sword go through your soul in order for the message of many hearts to become apparent? It looks like a white megalith with 7 lances piercing it. This piece of rock symbolizes Mary, and it's bandaged, which makes cross-shaped figures. The 7 metal lances symbolize Holy Mary's 7 wounds that pierce her body from one side. There are 7 prayers, each of them had to heal one of those wounds. So this work is conceptually significant, representing a prayer for the healing of Armenian wounds. Vahram Hovakimyan's Angels and Coyotes is another sculpture which condemns the destruction of Khachkars in Nor Julfa. It's a metaphoric work that can be classified as a classical installation. This one was to criticize the destruction of the Juga Khachkar graveyard. And the sculptor presented it in 2 stone slabs with real rails, because Azeris were using the Khachkars to renovate their rail tracks. This was the first of a kind work installation in the territory of the Soviet Armenia. And this is an effective solution for the artistic environment of the city, because it is very impressive in its innovation and demonstrates a movement, an action. Heriknas Galastyan's Tree of Life is of a different nature. It's also, it can also be considered a classical installation. Okay, I understand. This is the Tree of Life with a characteristic, as we see. There is a cross suspended from one branch and the charm from the other. 113 such works were created in Yerevan, which are formative for the environment of the city and are contributing to its. And the last presentation will be by Tork Dalalyan. He is employed in the ethnography and archaeology institute. He is a linguist. He will speak about Yerevan from an unexpected angle, river and water in border situations of the Yerevan city interdepartmental and festive landscape. We seldom associate Yerevan with water. Let's see where Dork found water in Yerevan. I apologize. Let me first try to navigate the slideshow. Let me precede it with a brief preamble. How did this idea emerge? We're involved in a project to study the water use culture in the Armenian highlands from days immemorial to our times. The project involves archaeologists, paleontologists, ethnographs, folklore scholars. Were trying to capture an interdisciplinary snapshot. So I tried to make my presentation resonate with the subject of this, and therefore thought about presenting the Yerevan water landscape. This is a little detached from my specialization, that which I will present mostly, although I've been thinking about these a while ago, and I've even discussed that with my ethnograph friends, but there was never a need to formulate it as a serious research. This paper is based mostly on my observations, which I've made from my school years onwards. Let me conclude the preamble by saying that I was born in a district which is on a bank of a canal in the Zangu Gorge. This canal was named Zangu Canal. It's named after the river, and the Yerevan fortress is in the same block, the heart of Yerevan, that is. I hope that Hamlet Melkumian will present Getar River at greater length, subsequently in a compilation that will be included. When I was penning this, I understood that this is a vast subject it's impossible to map all of these water codes on Yerevan, which is why I focused on Hrazdan, especially when I saw that there was a standalone presentation on Getar, which allowed me to shed this burden. A river is very characteristic for European towns. Europeans always perceive the city with the river, as opposed to Oriental cities such as Yerevan. Yerevan has never enjoyed a navigable river, so it was not a transportation channel like in major European cities, where it also has a tourist significance for tourist traffic. So classically, Yerevan is not considered to be a river-based city. The biggest river, Hrazdan, is not navigable, and because of the water intake from the last decades, it's been diminished to a rivulet, so it's only conventionally a river. I will skip reference to environmental considerations. No town in Armenia has a river per se, as opposed to, let's say, capital of Georgia, Tbilisi, because even those cities in Yerevan, which more or less have a significant river flowing through them. This is Vanadzor, Kapanijevan, Dilijan, Alaverdi. These rivers are not used for transportation. This is determined by the alpine landscape of Armenia, and there is no river like Kura, maybe only Araxes, which is now a border river between two countries. Therefore, both urban and rural environments of Armenia never used water for transportation. The only exception is Lake Sevan. The bottom photograph, Sevan had its own fleet. The First Republic had a military fleet. And this tombstone belongs to, the inscription is in the Russian language. It's a tombstone of a captain of the Sevan military fleet. It's in the Sevan monastery's entrance. Returning to Yerevan, as in some other settlements in Armenia, after all, in the city landscape, the river had both symbolic and practical significance. In particular, because of the alpine landscape, the canyon of Hrazdan adds a particular aesthetic appeal to the metropolis of Yerevan, which was exploited both in the Soviet times and nowadays as a showcase of Yerevan, although less attention is paid to this river in recent decades. If we look at it historically, early 19th century, the fortress of Yerevan was overlooking Hrazdan, Zangu in Persian. The current wine factory, this is Hrazdan and Getar, but I'll leave Getar to Hamlet. This is the wine factory, which was built in the place of the Yerevan fortress. When the Russians captured the Yerevan fortress, the very next day, Griboyedov's play Gore от Uma was staged here, and there is a plaque, memorial plaque. When Raphael Israelian built this factory, he allocated a plaque to that event in particular. The fortress stretched from the current wine factory to the Kond Hill, representing the eastern border of Yerevan. On the other hand, sides, Yerevan was flanked by Saritach and Nork hills, so the entrance to Yerevan went through the Red Bridge over Hrazdan, the ruins of which were until recently under the Victory Bridge. When I was little, one arch was still there. It's gone now. Surprisingly, the Committee for the Preservation of Historical Monuments has ignored this altogether. If I'm not mistaken, it dates back to 17th century. And it was called red because of its color. So the river Hrazdan and its canyon represented the eastern boundary of Yerevan, and it's only later that Yerevan expanded on the next bank of Hrazdan. Before that, for about a century, beginning with Russian rule and on to the first couple of Soviet decades, Yerevan remained exclusively on the left bank of Hrazdan, and Hrazdan remained the border of the city. Only in the 40s of the 20th century, the Noragyor and Kilikia districts were built on the right bank, mostly vernacular architecture. They turned the canyon into an urban environment. The canyon became the official old town or downtown vernacular. So it was not a fully fledged urban settlement. Repatriates and Noragyor was mostly people from Abaran, resettlers, internal migrants. Kilikia was mostly repatriates. So Red Bank districts after the Second World War, during Khrushchev period, were augmented by the state-planned buildings, the Khrushchevkas, which officially was called Red Bank District. So this increased the list of toponyms associated with water officially. Later, Bangladesh, Daftashen, and Kvartal were added. In the 70s, in the southwest, where the Hrazdan Canyon smoothly segued into a valley, the canyon was no longer there. 0.65 square kilometer spaced artificial reservoir was built called Yerevan Lake. The dam also doubles as a bridge between left and right bank districts. It's beloved by fishermen, anglers, that is. They have canoeing here. Canoeing school is there. There are interesting narratives by the neighboring population, which I have written down at various points in time. Yerevan Lake is also associated with the Soviet mythology, the legendary figure of Shavarsh Karapetyan. Getting back to the urban landscape, right in that time, Hrazdan and the canyon became inseparable part of metropolis of Yerevan, were fully contained within Yerevan, but they were not integrated in the urban environment because of the specific landscape, the depth, and so forth. And the canyon and the river preserved their specific non-urbanist insular specifics. So beginning with the Kievian Bridge all the way to the Yerevan Lake, the Hrazdan Canyon is a type of ecosystem in the heart of larger Yerevan. In the post-Soviet years, the Davitashen Bridge was completed, which quote-unquote completely delineated the upper limit of this ecosystem. But in reality, all the way from Kievian to the Davitashen Bridge, this territory or segment is a transition zone, which in its significance is more like a country environment, and it smoothly links to the country landscape beyond the Davtashen Bridge. The Hrazdan Canyon is the name of official name of a street which goes along the right bank and all the way down to the bottom of the canyon. It's a road rather than a classical street, and it finishes at the Kievan Bridge. Once it goes under the bridge, it ascends and joins the Tumo Park. The Tumo Park is a standalone topic which has already become part of this ecosystem, but I will not have time to reflect on it. The parks and gardens alongside this canyon are a subject of a good standalone article. So the street called the Hrazdan Canyon starts with the Victory Bridge, the oldest bridge of Soviet Yerevan, and is finished by the Kievan Bridge. This is the intra-urban axis of this segment. Why do I conventionally call it axis? Because around it there are Soviet Hrazdan Stadium, Titernakabert Memorial, Sports and Concert Complex, the Children's Railway. Each one of them can be expanded on at great length, highlighting their symbolic significance in the Soviet period. One to greater extent post-65, the other post-73, in connection with Ararat 73. Each one of them had a consolidating role, important consolidating role, bringing people around them. So the human flow originating from these typologically and substance-wise may be compared with classical pilgrimages. I do not know whether such a term exists or not. This may be called modernist pilgrimage. For example, football games, especially when the local team won, transformed into great feasts. I was witnessing this myself when I was little. This dates back to pre-Soviet structure, St. Sarkis Church, which was completely rebuilt and became a Soviet-era religious building, which simply inherited its location and name from the pre-Soviet period. These actual upper and lower perimeter bridges have significant names. One is called Victory, the other is called Kievan. The latter was built by German POWs and recalls the Soviet victory over the Nazi Germany and the Armenian contribution to it. And the second is linked to the name of Kievan Street, linked to the Friendship of Nations, which was sung during the Soviet times. It's not incidental that it links Kievan Street to the Barekamutyun metro station. Very few remember that the Kievan Bridge was called the Big Hrazdan Bridge as opposed to the smaller Victory Bridge. And these two bridges not only confine the central axis of the canyon, but also refer to the leapfrogging development of Soviet Yerevan, expansion from one bank of the river to the next one. A leap that allowed Yerevan to gain its worthwhile place in the ranks of million-strong Soviet cities. The four major bridges, Davitashen, Kievan, Victory, and Yerevan Lake, seem to crisscross the canyon on top without infringing or impairing its ecosystem. The canyon remains complete without being broken down into impermeable segments. After the destruction of Zoragyug, that originated from St. Sarkis all the way to Argezor, going all the way down to the riverbank, this axial segment of the canyon is completely devoid of residential buildings, which cannot be claimed about the other side of the Victory Bridge downstream. This is where vernacular residential detached housing begins. With certain disruptions, it goes all the way through the Komitas Park. This is Noragyug and Museum of Komitas in Achapnyak. This goes all the way through Yerortmas and Yerevan Lake. As for the right bank, Achapnyak, Noragyug Hill charismatically dominates it. In the past it was called the Paskevich Hill, which was uninhabited until the 80s. The Hrazdan Canyon approaches the countryside, rural countryside environment, but here again there are devotive and semi-devotive structures. For example, Komitas Pantheon in the eponymous park, where renowned figures of art and culture are buried. Let me remind you that the Komitas Park was built in the 30s upon the initiative of Aghasi Khanjan, and in 1936 they interred Komitas here a year after his death. So the whole park was called in his name. In the post-Soviet period, there was a planetarium that was converted into Komitas Museum. It's an interesting subject as how this astronomical center turned into a national semi-academic research and memorial institution. Incidentally, in the vicinity of this museum, in the post-Soviet period, they also founded the Zoravar Andranik Museum, dedicated to Andranik Ozanyan's 130th anniversary. It opened in 95, shut down in 97 for a number of reasons, reopened in 2006 under the then Prime Minister Andranik Markaryan, who incidentally was interred next to the same museum in the Pantheon after he died. I'll quickly skip through these sections. Maybe I'll take 1 or 2 more minutes of your time. This ecosystem of the Hrazdan Canyon can break down to 3 subsequent segments, top to bottom. The first is this transition rural segment that I just referred to. The second is the axis in the center, which no longer has any residential structures. And the third, between Kievan and Davtashen bridges, is the natural landscape, transitional as well. That's how I conventionally break them down. These are separated by the above-mentioned 4 bridges. In the first segment, there is Gandhi Hayat, Zori Hayat, and Rasnerigund. The Rasnerigund is right next to the Yerevan fortress, where in the Soviet period, not incidentally, they built residential buildings for Russian military servicemen. So the children's fights there were always involving the offspring of the Russian regiment. This could also be added by Noragyug, Boshimaila, and others. No time to reflect or dwell on them. There is also contemporary holy sites. Apart from those two pantheons, one could mark Admiral Isakov's bronze memorial complex. Whether incidentally or not, it's built right next to Yerevan Lake, a statue of an admiral. Incidentally, Admiral Isakov's avenue stretches from Victory Bridge to the Yerevan Lake. There is also Vahagan, the Dragon Slayer's bronze statue, which, having roamed through three sites, found peace at the Yerevan Lake. So one could think about the three hills, Vahagan, the Dragon Slayer, the three heroes. Here again is the 30th anniversary memorial of Soviet power establishment in Armenia. And the most recent is the 2012 Armenian-Arab Friendship Monument. Which is at the Yerevan Lake Bank. It's right next between the American Embassy and the Russian Orthodox Church. There are interesting narratives, popular narratives. One cab driver once told me that they built the Russian church intentionally on that site because the American Embassy has underground cables and they have wiretaps in the Russian church to eavesdrop on the American Embassy conversations. Each of these memorials has its own symbolism that we could analyze at great length, linking it to the symbolism of the river and the lake. But I will quickly skip through some of these. I would like to speak about this person a lot. He lives in a cave at the Yerevan Lake. I have several interviews with him. He comes from a family of intellectuals. The father was a sculptor. They ended up in debt, sold their house, and this person is now living in this cave. There are quite a lot of folk narratives which touch upon his personal biography and most probably also things heard over the grapevine. He is mostly angling here. For him, the Yerevan Lake epitomizes a whole world. His biggest enemies are the canoes here. Suffice it to say that he is involved in a lot of litigation. He had issues with Sashik because Sashik wanted to get a share, racketeered him to get a share of his angling business here. So there are interesting narratives woven here. He told me how he got notices from the courtroom. I told him, how does the mail deliver this notification? He says the mailman comes and lower down on a string the envelope. I said, what address? He said, my name and the address is Yerevan Lake, cave number 1. So basically the cave had a postal address attached to it. Let me conclude. It's common knowledge that in mythical perception the river is the border between the human and the otherworldly, and the river plays a great significance in the children's microcosm to underline one's own border, to form the identity. We could draw parallels with Axel Bakunskior's story, where the river epitomizes the block-to-block children's fights. The same could be referred to Hrazdan, which is in the child folklore called Khashan, onomatopoeically. Hrazdan is not used by them. Both banks of Khashan were used to launch district warfare between Noragyo residents and the banks across the old dwellers using catapults and heavy quote-unquote artillery. The opposite bank was assigned satanic properties because they were deemed to be using dynamite to blow up fish in Hrazdan, which is why there were hours when it was deemed to be hazardous to bathe in it. And I've already mentioned about the Rasneri Gund. I'm not talking about the ponds here, which is another important subject in the toponymics of the segments of the river. Each one was designated after a particular pond. This is the remnants of the Soviet Navy on the Hrazdan River in very bad shape now. This is Khashan, and this is just to finish off. It's interesting that there is a monument in the Hrazdan Canyon in tribute to the person who saved a drowning child. The subject of drowning children is also a very widespread narrative, especially in child folklore, which often is anchored in reality. Mostly when they were picking unripe apricots, there was the narrow segment where lamentably children were falling off into the Zangu Canal and had to be fished out. In conclusion, I would like to thank the organizers for pulling together such an interesting conference. For lack of time, I didn't make it all.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, I do not have sufficient time to open up floor for Q&A, but we would rather use that time for the last presenter. And also Evangeline was able to rejoin us, and she also will be able to hear the feedback from the discussants at the end. So if we will ask questions, we will have time left at the end. Now we would like to give floor to Maria Gunko. She is at Oxford University. She is writing her second PhD at the university, and she is working on emptying cities and emptying spaces. And her thesis is also devoted to capitalism and democracy in post-Soviet times. That's why Armenia is also at the core of her interest. Now, Maria, you have time to respond, and if you have questions, you can ask them to our
panelists. I'm sorry, my Armenian is about 15 words. So I have to apologize for being slightly disabled and not being able to understand the last two talks. But I have read, of course, the papers, and so hopefully I will be able to discuss upon what I have read. So basically, I would like to touch upon two topics that were raised in the talks. And I will start with one uniting one, I guess, that of elusiveness of things, objects, and signs in the cityscapes. And by that I mean, so there was a talk on ruins and ruination and how these are both present and non-present in the landscape of the city, and how they may be perceived as something of a remnant or something that is a lived experience still within the cityscape. Then there the talk about sculptures, part of which were destroyed and then regained by the cities, and this also brings us to the issue of destruction and then what is being reclaimed back, what is the significance, what are the power dynamics there. So why are some sculptures being regained and remade, and then others are not? So lastly, the river. It was a fascinating talk. I think, well, not talk, I mean fascinating piece of writing. Sorry, I could not understand the talk, but there were the fascinating pictures. And it actually got me thinking about other experiences of when I was in Yakutsk 2 years ago. It was a fascinating similar thing when there's a huge river, Lena River, in the city, but it actually is not present there in any way. So you have to go through the mud and garages to actually see the water. So how is this natural phenomenon embedded in the city? How is it lived when it is not immediately present as, for example, the Seine in Paris or the Thames, and other examples? So the uniting topic here would be this elusiveness of phenomenon and objects, some of which they are present. I mean, they are materially present, but some of them are underrepresented in the discourses and also in the daily lives of people. So what are the power dynamics there? Why are some being recognized and not? So this, I guess, is the first part that speakers can reflect on. And the second issue, which was brought by the first speaker, Elsa, I think this is an enormously important topic for the contemporary anthropology, is our own, not only anthropology, I guess, social sciences in general, like sociology and human geography. So what is our own stance and our own positionality when we are doing field research? Not only what we can contribute to the society, but also acknowledging that we are sort of tools also in doing research, and we have our own subjectivity there. So my subjectivity and positionality as a white woman, middle-aged, in, for example, doing research in Armenia would be, an experience of that would be very different from a male Armenian anthropologist. And so how would that contribute to the knowledge production? What doors will be open and which ones will be closed? And also as anthropologists and human scholars, we are also sometimes wear these hats of, I don't know, ignorant foreigner or ignorant and naive student. And so how do these roles also contribute to knowledge production, and what then if our knowledge that we produce anthropologists nowadays. We cannot be those, I guess, withdrawn, cold scientists anymore. We don't have this, I guess, privilege anymore, and thus we have to kind of begin by who we are when we are doing our research. So yeah, thank you. I would like to hear your comments, suggestions, questions on those two threads, and but whatever other topics the speakers and the audience would like to bring up is always, of course, welcome.
I can begin. Regarding subjectivity, I think it's a particularly interesting question in the context of studies of landscapes, in which all of the works here, even though they're deeply anthropological in their, or at least ethnographic in their own ways, we're all focusing on objects and their signification. I know in my own work, part of this is the salvage ethnography of doing field research during both COVID and the war. But it's also a way to deal with one's positionality, because the outsider gaze is a gaze worth interrogating in concert with the insiders. I know in my own work, I'm struggling unbraiding three figures of those who are looking at the landscape. There's me, myself, as an outsider who spent a lot of time alone in places that do not always lend themselves to announcing their own context. There are the people, Gyumretsus, people who live in Gyumri, who have their own complicated and generationally articulated and experientially articulated views of what the landscape is and the meanings that can be imbued therein. But there is also this other character, particularly when discussing things like tourism, and when there's a monumentality to the buildings because of or in spite of their ruination, and this other figure, the non-Gyumri Armenian, the people who visit these sites, but without intention of specifically interrogating all of what they do, they still exist. They still exist in the landscape and are this third ambiguous character between the researcher and the researched, if we were to divide things so simply. I think there are more strata that are worth interrogating. So when we talk about subjectivity, it's very easy just to think of the self and the other, but there are too many others, and yourself sometimes falls into those buckets.
Thank you, Evangeline, for opening up such an important topic for discussion. Being Gyumretsi myself, person from Gyumri, and a person who has some memories related to the ruins in Gyumri myself, I remember the discussion that we have had, that beautiful buildings turn into beautiful ruins, and ugly buildings turn into ugly ruins. So there are different approaches among Gyumretis as well. When the All Savior Church was destroyed, there were several options what we should do with the ruins of the church. There was one option to cover it with a glass and conserve or preserve the ruins. There was another option to rebuild the church using other stones and leave the ruins as such. And the third option was to restore the church and make it an active and functional church. So they have selected the third option, and you're absolutely right that ruins are also a symbol of destruction for people. So even the most beautiful ruin always resembles the pain, and those ruins turned the city into a very sensitive entity. The city was compared to a human being, and this brings us very close to Tork's observation. We see some people who do not assimilate and become one with the landscape, but become part of the landscape. For example, like person who was living in the cave. Do we have anything from the sides of the presenters or anything to add for the presenters? If we don't have anything to add, then we will have 15-minute coffee break, and then we will return to continue our discussions related to Gyumri. Evangeline already opened up the floor for Gyumri. The coffee break is on the first floor. Please come back as soon as possible. So we are way behind the agenda. So let's resume at 5:15 or 17:15 local time. Thank you.
կոնֆերանսի վերջին երրորդ նիստն ենք սկսում, որը նվիրված է Գյումրի քաղաքին, Հայաստանի երկրորդ քաղաքն է։ Այս նիստի շրջանակներում հավաքագրել ենք կոնֆերանսի ընթացքում քաղաքին վերաբերող տարբեր թեմաներ, եւ առաջինը ուսում եմ Տիկին Կարինե Բազեյանը ելույթ կունենա Ալեքսանդրապոլ Լենինական Գյումրի ներտարածքային փոփոխությունների դինամիկան պատմամշակութային դիտանկյուն թեմայով համահեղինակությամբ Թորգոմ Աղանյանի հետ։ Կարինե Բազեյանը պատմական գիտությունների թեկնածու է, դոցենտ, ՀՀ Գիտությունների ազգային ակադեմիայի Շիրակի հայագիտական հետազոտությունների կենտրոնի ավագիտ աշխատող, իսկ Թորգոմ Աղանյանը ավարտել է Գիտությունների ազգային ակադեմիայի հնագիտության եւ ազգագրության ինստիտուտի ասպիրանտուրան ազգագրություն մասնագիտությամբ։ Խնդրեմ Տիկին Բազե։
Ահա, շնորհակալություն։
Thank you very much. The topic of my presentation is the dynamic of Alexandropol-Leninական Gyumri intra-territorial changes or inland modifications. Gyumri had own image, and the changes in the city have been presented and different research magazines and scientific studies, as well as in different works, and the area has been expanding as a result of demographic as well as historical and cultural processes. One of the architects, Andrei Ivanov, has determined 4 phases. The traditional one, when the city had the rectangular development, and when the blocks have been developed, and then we have the second phase, when the city, without changing its image and its landscape, has actually developed along the Leninական railway. Then we had the next phase of development as a result of repatriation, and the development was going vernacularly against the rules of the Soviet authorities. And then the modern period of development. Gyumri has 3 historical phases of development evident in the 3 names the city had. So you can distinguish also specific structural features which are evident for specific periods, and they reflect the state policy as well as the participation or the level of participation of the local population, all this. So Alexandropol-Leninական Gyumri represents 2 state and ethnographic approaches. Gyumri was a small city at the end of the 18th century when the first Cossack troops entered the city. It was a small, I would say, town located in Cherkesy River, and around that place a new district was built, which later on became known as Kazachi Post. It was fortified dwelling where the Russian troops were located during the Russian-Turkish War at the 8th of the 19th century. Gyumri became, it was Gyumri at the beginning, Gyumri became the forepost for the Russian troops, and then also a place where the city of Alexandropol was built. And then Gyumri as a place of dwelling had no perspectives for developing, and there were no economic opportunities and possibilities for development of the city. The situation changed when the Eastern Armenia has become the part of the Tsar's Russia, and at that time the fortress of Gyumri was built, and then people from the river, from the gorge, moved up to the hill, And at that time, Ranch Parneri Maila, or the district of the workers, was built, and then people from the Western Armenia were fleeing from the massacres, found refuge here under the auspices of the Russian troops and safe haven under their protection until the 1930s. There were some new urban developments which had largely military nature, and then for the next 4 years the landscape of the city remained unchanged until 1837, when Nikolai I visited the city, and then the name of the city has been changed to Alexandropol, and then it was built following the master plans, as we see on this master plan of 1837. It was built east to the historical city. We have rectangular structure, and the streets were numbered starting from 1850. Some of the streets with numbers received Alexandrovskaya, Bebutovskaya, Lorismelikovskaya names. So such urban development with master plan had changed its Asian features. So there were boardwalks, there were paved roads, some also institutions were moved to the city of national and cultural importance, and the small rural town of Gyumri became more like a European city. So the streets were of 3 sajan width. They should have been built straight and be crossed by perpendicular streets. So at the initial stage, those districts developed quite sporadically without any master plan, and the population actually dwelled in those districts based on their ethnicity, also based on their social status, as well as their occupation and interest. And this is what we have. People from Kars took the left and right side and occupied the foothills. The well-off families took areas closer to water sources, the others far from it, and then they built the Saint Mother of God Church, and Musatach, which was from the church is called Hogatach. The richest areas were in the district occupied in Kars. People from Bayazet were on the right river bank, between the old Gyumretsis and the new people from Kars, and it was built in a way that each house had own garden, which the other repatriants didn't have. So it was called Bayazetots Maila, the area where people from Bayazet were living. And then on the right side of the gardens are a few families of Turks. The Armenian Catholics or Franks are in the foothills of the western hill. The Franks have their own churches, and there is also a small bath there, part of them from Erzurum, and they were about 800 families. There was also a Russian district in the southern part of the city. It was called Ruskaya Sloboda. And until now, the locals call this district Slobodka. 40-50 families of Muslims have built their own district. There are some interesting memories related to Turks. He says that near the Trinity, the Holy Mother of God Church, there were several houses of Turks, And once they realized that the number of Armenians is growing there, they moved away to the outskirts of the city and built a new district which is called until now Turkey Mayla, the Turkish district. A new phase of construction started at the end of the 19th century. Based on the master plan approved at 1872 and adding up the network of streets, and it shows how the Alexandropol has expanded. So in 1905, the city is expanded at the cost of Kazachi Post and polygons. So we have buildings of black tufa of the same architecture, and it also led to the increase of population. And according to the population census, had 95% of the Armenian population and the total population of 40,000 people. Then Turkish invasion had drastic consequences for the population of Gyumri. The population lost most of the youth, and Gyumri was not the largest city in the eastern Armenia. Nevertheless, it was able after the Turkish invasion to maintain its Armenian identity. There were some changes, of course, in the demographic composition of the population, which led also to the changes on the image of the city. And the industrial development and the other developments usually determine the environment where the image and the identity is created. And to this end, the establishment of the Soviet regime positively impacted the further development of the city. It changed the activities in the city. The workshops were replaced by the industrial plants in 1939. There was a sharp increase in the population in Gyumri due to the socio-economic policy implemented by the government during the Second World War. Of course, the growth decreased, and then there was another sharp increase of the population in the city related to the industrial development in the 1960s. We also witnessed the influx of labor force from the nearby villages into the city due to the opening of new plants. In 1988, the population increased by another 52,000. Of course, the repatriation of diaspora Armenians, specifically from Constantinopolis and Beirut, were basically people of higher education. They came and settled in the center of the city, and rural population from Syria, Egypt, and Greece and other places were rather engaged in agriculture, so they prefer to stay outside of the city or in the outskirts of the city in order to engage in agricultural practice. And also people who came after the genocide of 1915 came to Gyumri right after the genocide, and the city was divided between Gyumritis, the local ones, as well as those who came after the genocide and then during the repatriation of Armenians. From 45 to 60 and from 70 to 80s, we had the developments of the city. Let's look at them separately. After the establishment of the Soviet regime, the city was just started to recovering when there was an earthquake in October 24, which showed that there is a need to use seismic standards when building cities. There was a special meeting of the Communist Party which adopted the plan of activities for the restoration of the city and rehabilitation of the city life, and there was a master plan for recovery and expansion of the city. And in order to discuss comprehensively all issues related to the recovery and restoration of the city and reopening of the plans, a special meeting was convoked, and then local, national, as well as Soviet authorities helped to restore the city. Not only the old plans have been rebuilt, but the new ones also were put in place, and until 1980 we had meat product plant, textile plant, and a big bakery and yarn factory built in 1927, and the new districts were built and new pipelines were put in place. Old and new railway stations, depots and district houses were built. Initially, those district houses were known as barracks, and the majority of those buildings were occupied by the workers from different plants, as well as orphans from who graduated from different orphanages in Gyumri, and each, let's say, such district had own full set of services in order to provide for the socio-economic and cultural needs of the workers who have been employed at those plants. So Gyumri actually turned into a large industrial hub for the Soviet Union, and the new plan made by architect Chesliev, Lenin Square and the State Bank building were actually designed. Until now, it is known under Boshi Sad. It was a park, Roma Park. Until now, people call it under that name, though it has been renamed to Victory Park. And a new master plan was developed, and the development of the city followed that plan until 1940. In 1960s, the city followed the pattern of rebuilding, and I put it here in order for you to see what are the changes that have taken place in the center of the city during this time. In 1960s, there was a new phase of houses built. New people ended up in the city, and the new developments brought in the new demands for the development of the city. We needed some industrial plants, some leisure areas, as well parks and recreational areas. So for the repatriants in 1960s, because we had some new group arriving in 1960s as well, and Noravan district was built in 1960s. We had Antaravan, Square of Stars, Shirakatsi Street, and Hanotsavan, Yerevan Avenue. It is the actual name, but it is called by people Stroymash because there was a new plant builder and people call it by that name. So there are also so-called funding houses, and those are social funding. Aghznodzen Koshtrest in the south, Hanotsavan, or as people call it, Gadzelny, and Sovkhos in the northeast of the city. So there was also a bridge devoted to the 50th anniversary of the Soviet regime over the Gyumri River. In 1970s, the city was developing in the north, basically with the high-rise buildings. There were some boulevards built. So there were so-called Triangle and Taghmut districts. Triangle was also known as Malaya Zemlya, or minor land. Unfortunately, the cities were destroyed by the earthquake in 1988. In the post-earthquake period, the city was developing in the northeast part. So I'm almost done. There were plans developed with the architects from Moscow and other centers to rebuild the city in the area of 660 hectares. However, this new development was also planning to use in the construction new approaches and new design, but because some districts were built following the models of used in different countries and different cities, Gyumri became a city that synthesized different trends. Of course, the collapse of the Soviet Union didn't give a chance to restore the entire city. Only Ani district was built, which is known under the name District Number 58. Those are typical buildings which created very cheap environment, I would say, low value environment. It is not related either to former Alexandropol or Leninakan culture. Same trends continued in the Vaismo Garadok, the area which is developed for the families of the servicemen who are based in Gyumri. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, when the funding stopped and the contractors left, and this burden was transferred to the shoulders of independent Armenia, which was engaged at that time in war and was suffering after the earthquake. Of course, different projects have been outlined. Specifically, high priorities were given to housing and school rebuilding. However, from the most important projects we should probably mention here the Austrian district, which is a district built with the support of the Austrian government. There were also Huntsman district, as well as buildings built by Lindsay and USA Red Cross. So those have more or less Armenian features. They were at least built using Armenian red tufa or pink tufa, and they had some veneers of the Armenian ornament and style. There were also some small or 3 to 4 store buildings built, which actually helped to recover and restore the image of the city. And then starting from 2004, from Mush 2 district, the government started to pay for the rebuilding of the city, and more or less the historical center of the city was rebuilt, and the city was freed from different barracks and small temporary houses. At the end, I would like to say that the city had 3 different historical phases for development: and ethnic, social, demographic, economic, cultural, fashional, landscape and image of the city was changing, and each of the phases contributed to development of unique districts. Initially, at the time of Alexandropol, we have only folk names, no official names, and until now the people still use those old names, with few exceptions. During the Leninakan time, those were names which were approved at the official level. For example, meat factory is an actual address. It is written meat factory district or textile plant district. In this case, it was rather determined by the economic activity in the city. That's why those industrial names are being used. And generally speaking, when we talk about the economic activity, the economic activity became determinant of the city. And now we are seeing the recovery of the city, and we see also some names which have foreign origin. People remember the Austrian district. No, people call it Ani district, they call it district number 58, etc., etc. So the new development phase is related to the active participation of the foreign states and foreign institutions, and people out of graduate call them by the names of Austrian, I don't know, Lindsay, US Red Cross, but also we have tried to use some names from the Western Armenia, calling Ani and Mush. Thank you very much. We move now to Ganeshagoyan's topic, which is rather on social. Issues, and it is related to, so to speak, to well-known humor of Gyumri people. She is lead specialist in Gyumri, and she's going to speak about Gyumri as a laughing city of the comical modernity. Because we all are tired, I will try to bring some life into this discussion before my presentation on the screen. I will recall a joke from my childhood years when Neil Armstrong flies to the moon. They see that there is smoke on the moon. They approach and see that people are cooking barbecue there. And when they ask, what are you doing here? People say, no, we are cooking and eating barbecue here. Where are you from? We're from Nakan. We're coming here every weekend. And why aren't you telling other people that you do that? Because if we tell that, you would probably accuse us of being those boasty Leninakansis. Yes, this is well known that we have big mouth. We're big-mouthed, and this is very painful for girls to be a big-mouthed Leninakansi. There were some jokes, and this is what Yerevansis were telling about us Gyumretsis. So Yerevansi returns from Gyumri and has another joke. I mean, the jokes do not translate well, guys, sorry, but you won't get this. If you go to a dentist will put the chair into your mouth and will easily work on your teeth if you are from Gyumri. I mean, because you are big-mouthed. Sometimes we are described as very humorous. Sometimes we're described as fools. Sometimes we're described as, or some people are described in Armenia as humorous, others as very generous, others as very smart, still others as fool. Why? You probably can make some associations with different cities, and I was always offended by the fact that we are big-mouthed, we are very boasting people. We like to actually present ourselves as the people of other quality. And we hear jokes about people from Van, from Gabrovo in Bulgaria, about people from Aparan in Armenia. And if you look at the image of Gyumretsis, we are probably the closest to people from Odessa. in terms of our humor and the way we live, in order to understand whether this happened by accident or it happened by a chance or frivolously, or there is some reality behind that. I would like to suggest an option or hypothesis. This is something that I came with when I was looking at Gyumri's 19th century documents. We deal with a city that, as Karin presented in detail, and I'm very grateful to her for presenting the history of the city, so I don't need to repeat it, because without that it is impossible to understand the social story and social narrative of the city. I would skip that part, but I would say that Gyumri of the 19th century is a city that is developing in the modern times, because there is classical approach, and if we accept the definition of Adam Street of the modern city as industrial city, Max Weber says that it's a place where political processes unfold, and we have Fernand Braudel's important contribution that it should be a marketplace, so market should function there. So the combination of all three creates a modern city that is different, more or less, from medieval cities or other cities. This is a modern city. However, recently there is another feature of the modern city added up to it. Strangely enough, it is linked or connected to humor. Hakarainen looks at the 19th century media or printed media and talks about so-called comical modernity. This is about 19th century, comical modernity in 19th century, where pressure with tensions or relations that could be created between rapidly urbanizing or within the rapidly urbanizing areas is very important. And to actually create those links, we use humor. Humor could be used in writing, but most often it is used orally, as oral narrative. We know Carnival Love of Mikhail Bakhtin, fundamental work, and we all have some kind of such carnival love, but whatever is seen by or in conjunction with the 19th century carnival love is rather a factor that shows how in the city area a new identity is being formed, which is very close to the national identity. If I make a reference to Benedict Anderson's imaginative nationality or nationalities, I would say that there is imaginative city identities. There are some places where people start feeling themselves as part of that district or of that identity. If we go back to the lecture by Professor Hamfrey, I would probably say that you decide how to own or divide and how to fill your own space, and your feelings may not be the same as the feelings of the others, and sometimes it leads to so-called ghettoism. You sometimes have religious ghettos, you have national ghettos, where you have people of the same national, religious, or other identity located, and they isolate themselves and they build fences and borders. And how you can overcome those? I would say probably most of the solutions are linked to humor, and Odessa, Gabrovo, or other hubs of humor, or the capitals of humor, for us the same as Gyumri, because Gyumri is considered to be the capital of humor among the Armenian cities. These cities have some similar features and of course some differences as well. Unfortunately, I cannot go into the depth of this discussion and discuss many details, but there are some visible similarities. With Odessa, we were in the same empire. We had the same development time, rapid development time during the same period. We have received many newcomers in large numbers, and we have to accommodate them, and we have to create new links and actually synthesize people who are living in the city for a long time with those who are newcomers. Create a humorous approach, and we have specific humor in multi-layer and multi-segment humor in Gyumri as well as in Odessa. So in Odessa, they speak on behalf of the Jewish community. They are trying to imitate, I would say, Jewish accents in Russian language, and it creates some exotic notion, but it is not actually suggested by the people who are the main objects or subjects of those jokes, because usually those are grotesque figures, sometimes presented under a very negative light. In Gyumri, you have quite different picture. You have both positive and negative notion in the same joke, and this surprises me, because if you create, let's say, a hero of a joke, it is very difficult to explain this dichotomy. So whose narrative is being presented in that case, of the positive or negative hero? In order to understand this, I tried to look at the interpretations, approaches, comments that we have in the study of Gyumri humor done by anthropologists. And I have found three main directions. One of those directions, or three functions actually, that humor does. It's kind of cohesion, solidarity, harmony. That's what is the ability of the humor. And if you look at humor, you see that one of them is public sanction, when you try to impose something on someone, so you mock that person to the end that that person accepts that. In Gyumri vocabulary, it is called toshkel, which means targeting. You choose one person, you try to focus on that person all the impressions, or I would say perceptions, that you have. The second one is tension relief. You are in a tense situation, you have to get actually rid of it. Very often we see that there is aggressive behavior and aggression, and there is laughter, and often these are the two sides of the same coin. Wherever we have laughter, you have to look for hidden aggression or tension. You are not showing that, or unable to show that, you want to avoid, detour that, but it turns into laughter and to hide it. And the third one is actually what I have started my story, my narrative with. When you try to show your dominance over another person, and it becomes in itself quite a humorous situation, because when you try to boast, you try to position yourself above the others, and you try to consider yourself to be better than others, you sometimes run into very funny situations. You make actually fun of yourself. So, and instead of killing each other, people were opting for laughter. If we follow the trend, we will see that, as Professor Hamfrey was presenting in her work on pogroms in Odessa, speaking about multiculturalism, she shows how this too could be actually reconciled in one community, live peaceful together in one community. In my case, this is not an exception, but rather it is the rule, because if you look at the social history of Gyumri, as presented by Karina, it helps you to see how this boundaries sometimes are created and where do you see those spaces for laughter. Those are created exactly in those places where there are boundaries. So if I look at the Frederick Barth's theory, what becomes the marker or boundary between the cultures, what qualities and features actually make you divide yourself from others and makes you draw boundaries. So wherever you create those boundaries, you also create group identity.
Creating a space which allows humor to come about, to emerge. In the case of Gyumri, here's what I understood. This diverse type of humor has several layers. The first layer I uncovered is the tension, social tension of local rural dwellers. It initially used to be a village, like Arne told you. There were several houses of Persians and Armenians that were augmented with the urban population. In the course of Russo-Turkish War, great masses from Turkish Armenia have moved and settled exactly there. Those who moved were also urban dwellers. There was a special resettlement committee that brought former urban dwellers and resettled them in urban areas, and did the same with the rural population. So this tension between the urban and rural people, which exists everywhere in Gyumri, reached vulgar dimensions. They were persecuting villagers and mocking them to the extent that all of this material from the 19th century all the way through the 60s and 70s of the 20th century. They said if a villager comes and holds the handle of your gate, just discard the whole gate together with the handle. It's almost like desecrated. The fact that even the old churches in the city were built amongst this juxtaposition, counterpoint between the villagers and the urban settlers. The district where the villagers lived had a church called Rural Villagers Church, Rustic Church. The rational explanation would be that it was in the district populated by villagers, but this is exacerbated by yet another layer of a story, that the rural settlers went to the major church or the cathedral. They were not let in. They took offense that they had to be kicked back into the churches in the outskirts. So the priest came out, leading the mass halfway through, which is unheard of, and brings these people back. So this is how this church became, so to say, the church of the villagers. It's clear that stories like this, narratives like this, just highlight the lines drawn and the tensions that have arisen. Why it was so more pronounced in this city than elsewhere, I assume that this could be ascribed to the fact that customarily the newcomers are villagers and the locals are urban settlers. During the formation of Gyumri in the 17th century, it was just the opposite. The locals were the villagers, and there were urban settlers who came in, who had less eligibility, even in Lefebvre's context, towards the space, which is why they could not use their muscle. They had to find something to replace this power, and that was humor, mockery, which was less of an aggressive expression than brute force. I will skip some parts of this presentation to fit within the time. Another important circumstance that makes Gyumri stand out in the diversity of its humor is the fact that the newcomers settled predominantly in a ghettoized settlements. The urban settlers from the same district settled in one district in a compact way. So these borders, if in the case of Odessa, if we use Newton's characteristic, if there is the mob and the polity, they either unite or dissemble, like Professor Humphrey described. In this case was more essentialistic, because you have those real life boundaries drawn, and there are the centers of each such perimeter with the church in the middle. Even coming from various communities, being Armenian, nonetheless they belong to various denominations: Catholics, Protestants, Evangelists, Armenian Apostolic Church followers, each had their own church. And if you look at how they celebrated the anniversary of the invention of Armenian script, it is quite characteristic as how early 20th century there was this whole march from one district to the other, a procession joining these churches together because each had its own seminary or school. The church became the origin of a community, and it's customary in the 19th century. People usually lived in communal settings within empires. So when they resettled, they recreated those same communal feelings. They called each other names collectively. These are the stingy ones. Those from Kars, those from Erzurum have good work ethics. Those from Bayazet perhaps are big mouths. So by calling each other names, there came a time when this was targeting a particular group, because those were the labels that were fluid. They changed over time. When it came to a period when, in particular, in the wake of the genocide, when orphans flood the city, when during the Soviet times a lot of people resettled from the villages, this integration, as opposed to same Odessa, the reason may be that although there were local differences in culture, ethnically this was essentially the only Armenian city in the 19th century where we had absolutely Armenian majority in the population, 95% that is. So this possibility of mixing, mingling, and replacing aggression with a joke becomes the urban habitus, way of communication. Another important thing here is that I have to skip several slides as well here. One important thing is that the social stratification is not so pronounced. This is mostly a city of artisans and traders. If you look at these numbers, you'll see that the absolute majority, 20,240 as of the census in 1897, were the craftsmen and traders. So this stratum practiced customarily this common urban habit of mockery. So the joke that I started my story with about the braggart Gyumretsis, this is the habit of traders and artisans that advertise their wares, and this type of advertising erases the line between the person and the goods and the wares. So this bragging becomes the customary thing. Another important thing is associated with the language. The advertising language in a city with so many traders and merchants becomes the koine, it becomes the language of the public space. This language also is very artsy, it's very sticky and rich in imagery. It's hard to retell Gyumri jokes because it's replete with the imagery of the language. They do not joke, they just speak like that. They speak like that even in the most horrendous of situations. During the earthquake, a woman half dead, suspended, and this is witness testimony, suspended from the wall. Someone asks from the down there, "Is your neighbor there?" She says, "In our carriage, no one like that." Even in those conditions, in that situation, it's irrelevant. It's their just way of being, modus vivendi. The most jokes I encountered were exactly in the wake of the earthquake. The reason I'm saying this language is also augmented by the dialect being quite distinctly different from other Armenian dialects. If a Gyumri guy speaks 2 words in Armenian, you already pinpoint. You already start laughing because this type of alien dialect for the listener already is laughing stock. It's quite similar to the Russian Jewish mode of speaking in Odessa, which in and of itself is already funny. It makes you believe that you're encountering some exotic character. This is, of course, epitomizing a serious imperialist attitude. You ascribe a person to a character and you see this character regardless of who's standing before you. One of my friends told me when I come to Yerevan, I have not yet opened my mouth, they already asked me for a joke. Looks like I'm a joke dispenser. You drop a coin, I tell a joke. Even this is an explanation that is metaphorical. About the Soviet period, there comes another stratum, a layer, when Gyumri starts to compete with Yerevan. Because the Soviet cities were built in a hierarchic structure. This is, if you remember, to demonstrate the superiority in this contest. There's a big series emerging on how Yerevan dwellers come and attempt to pull practical jokes over Gyumri dwellers. They miserably fail and get back in dismay because those guys are more witty. This is not so characteristic for the Soviet period as the Vartanik, Margot and Klorikian narratives. These jokes that sometimes are similar to some extent to the Russian jokes about Vovochka. What's remarkable is that Vartanik here has certain things resonating with Vovochka, but the characters are similar. An F student, a very strict, not always adequate headmistress, a intoxicated father figure. These are the characters that fall outside of the Soviet ossified ideological language and acceptable characters. This is beyond that. This is a type of... There is Radio Yerevan joke series that I do not believe have originated in Armenia. This is more local. This is more of an introspective joke where people are in the non-Soviet space, what Yurchak calls outsideedness. You can reduce everything to a joke and play around with it. And last but not least, two more layers. I know my time is expiring. I'll merge these two together. One is about humor in the Soviet period becoming institutionalized. The character is borrowed by the state, by the TV. The Gyumreti already is cognizant of himself or herself as such and starts to replicate the character, rolling it out. As a result, we end up with even actors who are identified with the Gyumri character. Even today, Evangelion fell into the same trap. Well, it's not a trap. You just can't ignore this material. It becomes an urban character in the movies, in cinematography, and moreover, the last layer and stratum is that this character gets commercialized, sold to tourists as a local exotic feature. Humor which was emerging in the past to circumnavigate the acute corners and tensions between various social groups. In this particular circumstance, it transforms into a pleasing smile that is just called upon to bring in additional cash. In this sense, this is becoming an object of trade rather than a creative outburst. The best example is that before the tourist boom of 2017-2016, prior to that, the youth in the city attached funny plaques at various locations. Gyumri is the center of the world, but the other states ignore it. Similar statements, phrases, people, I talked to those who posted this, sad and weary person walks by it and just gets a smile. This was a feature addressed to the city dwellers that they claimed they would save the city with humor. But the same young people, several years down the road during this tourist boom, were already creating a wall of jokes, trilingual, for external consumption. These jokes were already meant for external consumption and had to be perused. This was in a nutshell what I had to say. By way of conclusion, let me tell you that it seems to me the case of Gyumri reminds me of caricature in fine arts. When you want to present something, you exaggerate certain features, make them more pronounced than they are in real life, making it better recognizable and at the same time funny. Gyumri in this sense becomes a caricature of a city. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Gayane. Last but not least, Gayane Aghababyan. Since Vartan Jaloyan is absent, Gayane will present the building narratives in Gyumri, situational narratives. She is from the Armenian University of Armenia, graduate thereof. She is now in the Glasgow University studying education. She is also oral history researcher. Thank you. Let's conclude this in the English language.
Economic, spiritual, and cultural needs of the place and current time, this job creates enduring values. Buildings that stand the test of time and experiences. Buildings that over centuries tell the miraculous secrets of their creation to generations. They attract thousands of tourists and engineers. In the realm of momentary computer solutions, doesn't a master named Artar Manuk, who embodied the wonderful elements of the Cathedral of Ani in Holy Saviour's Church of Gyumri, with the eyes of his soul, look like a hero and a legend? This is an excerpt from an article by Boris Nabatyan dedicated to the 50th anniversary of the Engineering Department of the National Polytechnic University of Armenia, Leninakan branch. Nabatyan and his three friends, who were among the first 12 graduates of of the department celebrated the 50th anniversary of their beloved department in 2011. Among them was my grandfather, Ashraf Petrosyan, in Nabatyan's words, an irreplaceable engineer with many years of experience. During the Soviet Union, after its collapse and in independent Armenia, my grandfather designed, built, and oversaw the construction of numerous buildings in Gyumri. His love and dedication to his work, the pride of seeing his buildings survive the earthquake, and his sorrow over the ones that collapsed are the pillars of my research. The work that I'm sharing with you today is based on my capstone work at the American University of Armenia. It explores how buildings become milestones in an engineer's life and how his memories of the past and hopes for the future remain embedded in these buildings. When talking about buildings and urban landscapes, one word that comes up a lot is architecture. Everyone in Armenia knows Alexander Tamanyan, the architect who designed the layout of Yerevan. He has a street named after him, a statue in the heart of Yerevan, and a name that will forever live in the collective history of Armenia. But what about the engineers who built what Tamanyan envisioned? What are their stories? What is their relationships with the places they build? How are they attached to their buildings? These are the questions that fueled my research. As Claire Cooper Marcus noted in her work, in the sense that memory of the place is a universal human experience, we're all alike. In a sense that a person's memories are unique, accessible, and meaningful only to that person, specific memories embedded in place cannot be fully experienced by anyone else. While the stories and memories discussed in this research are my grandfather's and might not necessarily reflect the experiences of the others, they do add a layer to understanding the cultural landscape and memory of Gyumri, and especially the memory of the earthquake. This research project is mediated through my grandfather's life narrative and is exemplified with 5 buildings. It is also intended to be a self-study of my relationship with my grandfather and how these stories have changed how I see the city. The findings and reflections of this research are compiled in a photo album that includes parts, writings, and drawings that depict the past being recalled by my grandfather, the past present of the researcher, and the ever-changing present of the viewer or the reader. So this study not only contributes to understanding of the complex relationship between place and memory, it also sheds light on the special relationship between the place and the person who has built that place. As already mentioned, Leninakan is the second largest city located in the northwestern part of the country, and as two of the reports have indicated, the name Leninakan indicates the Soviet era, whereas Gyumri is the name given during the independent Armenia. And as my grandfather's life story spans from Soviet to independent Armenia, both names will be used interchangeably. On December 7, 1988, at 11:41, Leninakan, Spitak, and neighboring villages were struck by a devastating earthquake, which took the lives of 25,000 people and completely or partially destroyed the cities Spitak, Leninakan, and Kirovakan. Life in today's Gyumri is divided into before and after the earthquake. It is a milestone in everyone's life in Gyumri, Spitak, and beyond. People lost their loved ones, their houses, and my grandfather is no exception. His recollections of the earthquake are particularly remarkable, as he experienced it also as an engineer who saw his buildings, his life's work collapse. I will explore this further while talking about 4 out of the 5 sites of this research. So our very first stop is the railway station of Gyumri, which is an entry point to the city and the highest point of my grandfather's career. When I asked my grandfather which one of his buildings is his favorite, he instantly replied the railway station. The railway station of Gyumri is the oldest and the biggest in Armenia. The current building was constructed in 1979. The architect was Rafik Yegoyan, and the engineer was Ashraf Petrosyan, my grandfather. It is the only non-residential building that my grandfather worked on which survived the earthquake. When I asked what he felt when he saw it, he responded, «Հպարտություն կզգամ, որ նորմալ շենք է, հաճելի է. I feel pride that it's a good building. It feels nice». My grandfather's relationship with the railway station, however, didn't start with this construction. It traces back to the 1940s. My grandfather was born and raised in a village called Arakhvali, which is about 12 kilometers away from Gyumri. While growing up, they had a smithery near their house, and he and his brother used to spend their free time there, and the blacksmith would give them things to do. Growing up in the village taught my grandfather the value and importance of hard work, and living next to a smithery planted a lifelong love of engineering. At the age of 5, he was taking care of their domestic livestock, and when he turned 7, he was trusted with taking the milk and other village products to Leninakan. As a young boy who came to the city from the village, the train station, that very train station, was a point of arrival for my grandfather. His childhood memories of this particular place revolve around trading milk with bread, seeing cars and buses for the first time, and visiting his paternal grandmother. And having heard Dr. Shagran's report, I can assume that coming from a village to a big city that was Leninakan was certainly not an easy experience. So I have a newly found layer that I need to explore with my grandfather, so thank you for that. The train station became his entry point to the city and the very first place that he saw and experienced in Leninakan. In his early 40s, he returned to that very train station as a quote-unquote city man with agency and the opportunity to play a part in the formation of the new building. Leninakan was growing, so was the trade, so the city needed a new and a bigger train station. Considering the issues with land, the planning of expanding the old one transformed into a whole new construction from scratch. The construction of the train station was not easy, and my grandfather was against demolishing the old one. He insisted on expansion instead, but it wasn't feasible. The old should always be preserved, he said. Around 40 years, countless buildings, and one devastating earthquake later, the railway station has become the standing evidence of his work, the token of his pride and the highest point of his career. It was the last building that my grandfather engineered, and after that he moved to a managing position. The railway station is now a crossroad of my grandfather's childhood and engineering career. Their next stop is the Polytechnic Institute. As already mentioned, my grandfather is a graduate of the Polytechnic Institute, and similar to the railway station, he returned to this place as an engineer. As the student body of the university grew larger, the authorities decided to construct a bigger building. The number 4 art studio of the Armenian Street project was tasked with the construction. Harithun Shagan as the architect and Ashraf Petrosyan as the lead of the engineering team. My grandfather started his studies in one building, he lectured in the other, and participated in the construction of the last one. So his relationship with the Polytechnic is quite strong, to say the least. But despite the diversity of these experiences, in all our conversations about it, there is only one theme that always emerges: the earthquake. My grandfather was in Yerevan when the earthquake happened, and as soon as he heard the news, he rushed home. The first thing in his mind was, of course, his family, but even then, he had to see the city. As soon as they entered the city, he asked the driver to go to all the neighborhoods. The Polytechnic was very heavily damaged during the earthquake, and many students, unfortunately, were not able to leave it on time and fell victims to the earthquake. So here's a small excerpt from my interview with my grandfather. So about the demolishing of the Polytechnic Institute, mainly the middle part demolished. It happened because in reality, the seismic hazard level of the territory was 9 magnitudes. And in case of 9 magnitude, it is not allowed to build more than 3 floors. The building of the Polytechnic Institute, which was demolished during the earthquake, was made from 9 magnitude to 8, so they could build 5 floors. It is change of the seismic hazard level to be blamed. Otherwise, it wouldn't demolish, and only the middle part was demolished. Do you know why? And I did know the answer, because he tells this story every time we talk about his work. When the earthquake hit, the students ran to the middle, and the building couldn't take the added weight. The repetitions of this story throughout his narrative is another indicator of how strongly he feels about this, and how it's embedded in his memory, in his heart, and his body. The Polytechnic is in the same neighborhood where my grandmother lives, so on his way home on December 7th, he saw the Polytechnic cut in half. When I asked him what he felt when he saw it, he replied, "The collapse of the Polytechnic was like the world collapsed on my head. When I came and I saw it, at that same second that the Polytechnic collapsed the fault of the person who reduced the seismic hazard level of the territory." Later, he also added, "Generally all the buildings, but when I saw the Polytechnic with the middle part collapsed and the 2 sides standing, dear, it was as if, I don't know, at the moment you can even go mad. I couldn't help myself. I somehow sat on the sidewalk and I couldn't come to my senses, especially that the kids, his sons, were there." My grandfather's recollections of the earthquake are remarkable because they're divided into two parts: an engineer who saw his buildings collapse and a father who didn't know what happened to his family. His answers to my questions about the earthquake are contradictory. In the quote above, he describes his feelings of seeing the Polytechnic in that state and knowing very well that it could have been prevented. At another point, he said, And finally, I came to Polytechnic thinking that the kids are there. First, I had gone to Katya's school. I didn't think about the building. I wondered were the kids there. After the earthquake, I went to your mom's school and saw that nothing had happened. Then I came to Polytechnic, and when I saw that it had collapsed, I thought the kids remained there. Then I somehow got home, and when I found out that everyone was alive, it was as if someone gave the whole world to me. After that, I immediately went to the headquarters because my position was such that I had to go there, so we decided what to do, who was going to do what to save people. At the moment, you don't think about anything else. You look around and you see demolished buildings. Would I think then which building was demolished and which not? What had happened? He was obviously worried about his family, and he thought about his sons when he saw the Polytechnic, but his own answers also speak of the pain he felt as an engineer. He knew very well why it had happened, why the Polytechnic couldn't survive the earthquake. At one point, his experiences of the earthquake diverged from the collective because as an engineer, he knew the earthquake is not to be blamed, rather it was a human mistake. And the Polytechnic was not the only example. In another interview, he talked about multiple other buildings that collapsed because of a similar mistake. In her article, Memorializing the Earthquake, Ganesha writes, the memory of trauma somewhat differs from the general problems of the anthropology of memory. Here, obviously, we deal with not so much remembering, but finding ways to forget. I believe my grandfather is looking for ways to forget, but he's not doing it by blaming nature or other forces that are out of our control. For him, forgetting means to remember why it had happened and to prevent future cases of such mistakes. The Polytechnic, both as an educational institution and a building, is important for my grandfather. He spent 6 years studying there, then he lectured there for several years, and later he participated in the construction of the new building. These are all notable milestones in any person's life and in his lives as well. But today, Polytechnic for him is a mistake in seismic assessment that led to a tragedy. Our next stops are the Black Fountain, the Kumairi Tour Center, and Chirag Hotel. Growing up, I asked many questions about what Gyumri used to look like before the earthquake, and those questions were mostly directed at my grandfather, and he always had one answer for me. It wasn't the earthquake that destroyed the city, the people did it. As a young child, I didn't comprehend what he was saying. He said the exact same thing during our interviews, but this time it was clear what he meant. My grandfather is an engineer, a very rational profession where anything and everything depends on the right calculations. He was trained to take into account natural disaster and construct resilient buildings. He's not angry at the earthquake because earthquakes happened before and will happen in the future. It's the engineer's job to plan properly and construct resilient buildings that remain standing. My grandfather knows what collapsed was definitely built wrong. He also witnessed the implosions and robberies of standing buildings with minimum damage. According to my grandfather, at the time of the earthquake, Leninakan had over 810 buildings that had one or more stories. On the day of the earthquake, only 153 of these collapsed. The rest remained standing. Another quote by him. Dear, the ones that collapsed, those buildings were dismantled because at the time, you know what it was? It was the Soviet Union, and the buildings that were damaged had to be dismantled. But there are also buildings that nothing happened to them. They started imploding them. They brought and filled Leninakan with army officers. They demolished the buildings, and I fought with them, with the president of the Soviet City Council. I told them, why are you letting them implode? And then they agreed that not all buildings should be demolished, so some remained. Otherwise, they wanted to destroy everything so that there were no 5-story buildings left in the city. The earthquake didn't ruin Leninakan and its cultural landscape, he said. Many buildings, quote-unquote, fell victim to the decisions of authorities who relied on funding from the centralized Soviet government in Moscow to build the city from scratch. But history unfolded differently. To make temporary shelters, people who had lost their houses would take any materials they could, not only from collapsed but also standing buildings. My grandfather's buildings were no exception. 3 of his works now don't exist or exist in very bad shape because of implosions and robberies. During our interviews, I could feel his anger towards people who destroyed his work. The anger is embedded in 3 buildings, Chirag Hotel, Kumairi Tour Center, and the Black Fountain. All 3 underwent minimum to moderate damage, but they didn't collapse. What the earthquake couldn't dismantle, however, was dismantled by people. So the Kumairi Tour Center, it was a special hotel designated for foreigners, particularly Russian tourists, and it was one of the very first buildings that my grandfather engineered. It was actually his thesis project at university that he later got to build. The tour center was not heavily damaged during the earthquake, but a decision was made to demolish it. So all we have left from my grandfather's thesis is the foundation that can still be spotted and some photographs. The skeleton of Chirag Hotel until very recently stood as a reminder of the earthquake. The architect of the hotel was Grisha Ghazaryan, and the construction was entrusted to the team of engineers led by my grandfather. This building was a transition point in my grandfather's life because he worked in it in 2 capacities as a lead engineer, and then he became the head engineer of the capital construction department. The Chirag Hotel was also slightly damaged during the earthquake, and there were plans of reconstructing it. They didn't demolish Chirag Hotel. Chirag Hotel remained, and they didn't have the right to demolish it because the hotel had grade 3 damage. Chirag Hotel was supposed to be reconstructed, but gradually patience ran out in Armenia, and people slowly started to dismantle the hotel. The people did it. This is another quote by my grandfather. The reconstruction of Chirag Hotel began recently. I believe it's finished now even. It is intended to become a mall, a choice that my grandfather doesn't approve of. He believes that everything should be brought back to its initial state. He can't bring back the building he engineered, but at least if it looked the same, it'll create the illusion of having it back. And lastly, the Black Fountain, or officially the Friendship Fountain, was built in front of the Polytechnic as an addition to the neighborhood park. The architect was Artur Tarkhanyan, and my grandfather was tasked to follow the construction. As the fountain was very close to where he lived, he was extra enthusiastic and strict to make sure that it's flawless. He actually even took my mom and my uncles there for an unofficial opening because he had the capacity to do so. The fountain was opened on November 7th, 1984, and the last time it operated was for its 4-year anniversary on November 7th, 1988, exactly 1 month after the earthquake hit and all the buildings surrounding the fountain collapsed, giving it new symbolism. It now stands among the ruins as a constant reminder of loss, which made people give it different names, like the cake of the sorrow, because the fountain resembles the cake, the plague cake, the cake of a 40-day memorial. To my grandfather, the fountain is now rusty and abandoned because of people and their indifference. The stones that comprise the pool around the fountain were stolen. Anything on the fountain that could be detached was taken and sold, making it look shabby. Just like in the case of the railway station, my grandfather stands up for preserving the old. Speaking about these 3 buildings, my grandfather concluded, in any case, the earthquake didn't do as much damage to the city as people did. They openly destroyed and stole to get steel bars. They stole the doors, windows, everything, starting from the flooring to burn as firewood. Nothing happened to the building. When I asked my grandfather to sketch a couple of layouts of his buildings for the album I intended to make, he said he couldn't remember the exact calculations, and I very naively suggested to just put random numbers, and he got very, very angry with me. Numbers are what comprise resilience. Wrong measurements and assessment cost the lives of many people. When we look at a building, we see pretty ornaments. My grandfather sees a set of numbers and precise calculations that will determine the future of that building. For an engineer like my grandfather, earthquakes are natural phenomena that are bound to happen, especially in seismic zones like Gyumri. They are fatal tests that your building either passes or doesn't. Kumairi Tour Center, Chirag Hotel, and the Black Fountain now mark my grandfather's words. They are his evidence that the old should always be preserved and that material losses were not caused as much by the earthquake as by people and their decisions. Throughout this research, I discovered more and more layers of my grandfather, his life, and his work. His stories helped me understand him better and understand Gyumri better. So the interviews were not only a means of collecting information, but a shared space and time for grandfather and a granddaughter to develop a closer relationship. Space is subjective. We all see and perceive it differently depending on our culture, our memories, our mood, and our profession. During my first interview with my grandfather, I was struck by how he saw and experienced the city, the earthquake, and its aftermath as an engineer. How the rationality of his profession was contrasted by a very special emotional bond with his buildings. So, together with my grandfather and today with you, we took a spin-heavy trajectory from his childhood in Arkhvali to the ruins of Leninagan in 1988 and to the Gyumri of independent Armenia. He walked me through his professional career, the processes of engineering a building, and the feelings he saw when he sees the buildings. Together we discovered how these buildings stopped being construction made of concrete. They became focal points of nostalgia, anger, pride, satisfaction, happiness, and more. So at the very beginning of this research, it was clear that I'm not merely a researcher. I'm a granddaughter whose relationship with her grandfather will be changed at the end of this study. And it did. It brought me closer to my grandfather and helped me see the city through his lenses. The first time I went to the rail station after learning about its significance for my grandfather, I stood in the middle of the main hall. I looked up at the dome and I saw my grandfather's life narrative written all over it. And Gyumri stopped being just my birthplace. It became my grandfather's legacy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Now I would like to invite the discussant, Professor of Moscow International Academy or Institute of Architecture, Andrei Ivanov. Andrei Ivanov is an author of several articles related to Gyumri and last book, the Gyumri, the vernacular of the Black Tufa, the book authored by him, became an important piece of information for all of us. I would like to inform you that Andrei Ivanov will speak in Russian.
Добрый вечер. Организаторы разрешили мне говорить по-русски, но я думаю, что в случае Gyumri это более-менее естественно, потому что русские слои в наследии этого города очень существенны, поэтому тут не будет большого расхождения с реальностью. Мы послушали три учителя доклада. Первый был посвящен, первый доклад коренным.
And this is not strange in case of Gyumri because there are many Russian dialects in Gyumri. So the first presentation by Koreny Bazin is the vernacular reanimation of the city, the resuscitation of the city. We can see that from the very onset when the city was actually established at the time of Alexandropol, distinct areas had been built, districts were created based on the ethnic, religious, and many other distinguishing characteristics. That's what we call it, vernacular districts. Then we looked at the three phases of the development: pre-revolution, Soviet, and post-Soviet periods for development of the city. What I missed a lot in her presentation, the maps. You want to see the description of those districts on the map. I am looking at materials about Gyumri and I'm not able to find the location of those mailas in the city, those districts, where they were located. No one has drawn the boundaries of those districts, where the Zori or the Gorge district was starting and ending, where the Greek district was located. It would be very good to see one day those maps when the city expanded during the Soviet times. The situation actually drastically changed, and those maps would be good to see in dynamic, how they were developing. So we have described well everything, but on map we have nothing. It would be good to do it someday. Now some questions. I will ask. Actually, I will give a feedback to all speakers, and then I will ask questions that all three speakers can actually take. It would be interesting to know to what extent the city has been. I hear in the city that I live in Zorimaila. It's the old part of the city. The elderly people living in Gyumri took that, but no one says that I live in Turkimaila or Turkish district, or there is no boasting about the fact that you live in this or that district, except if you live in Zorimaila, which is the Gorge district. So it was very important to understand that whether we have preserved this distinct feature of considering yourself to be a person who dwells in Zorimaila. This was clear in the Soviet times, but to what extent this informal names of those districts coincide with the administrative boundaries? Do they the same, or are they different? So when you talk about any district or district number 58, do they actually think about this area in the same boundaries as the official district boundaries, or without any map? It is very difficult to actually understand and respond to these questions. It was a very interesting presentation, and I talk about Gana Shagoyan. Gana Shagoyan talked about the Laughing City. Her presentation was very interesting, as the previous one, but it helps me to even strengthen my concept of Gyumri as lively vernacular city. So when the traditions of the local origin and local vernacular practices, it's very clear. It is very clear for me that the buildings in Gyumri are still being designed in the way as in the 19th century, and they fully continue this line of architectural heritage. Guyana described a very different tradition. That's the urban humor and the way the locals actually look at this. Based on the presentation, this tradition also continues. It is a very lively one, and I have a question. I were in Gyumri quite often. I was visiting the city before this touristic boom it started. But before that, it was very difficult. Hardly you could have called Gyumri a laughing city. Just the opposite. It was a very sad and sorrowful city. No smiles and laughing people that I have seen there. It's not 100% true, of course. It's not an absolute statement. But at that time, the city was creating some kind of depression. It was living depressive. And I can, of course, differentiate laughing and smiling tourists from sad and sorrow Gyumri people. Of course, people in Gyumri tell jokes about themselves to tourists, but are they actually happy inside? Do they continue to live in this laughter and humor or not? Or we're trying to rather extrapolate what we had at some point of time, which has drastically changed. To what extent it is a lively and laughing city? That's the question I have. And there are also others, but we are not able to hear answers. And then to those questions. And then the last one presented by Kayan Agabalyan. It was such a perfect English that I had hard time to actually understand what you were saying, but I had a chance to read your presentation, fortunately. it was like a panacea to my soul. This is the right approach when you look at the personal links between a human being. In this case, it's a master engineer, and Gyumri is a city of masters. So you looked at a specific case of a person who has contributed a lot to the development of the city. And you have linked the development of his career, his creative history to the development of the city, a personal life and the life of the city linked together. Gyumri is one of those rare cities where you see the contribution of specific human beings to the city landscape and environment, not what the state has contributed, what actual people have contributed to the development of Gyumri environment. That's what is important. Gyumri is a multi-layer city, and you can find many such personal contributions. Someone built his house or her house, the other person has built a new commercial center, the other one has built a new vernacular house with wrong proportions and with some wrong details, but nevertheless keeping the architectural image of the city intact. And it is absolutely in line with the image of the city as I understand that. And it's very interesting and very engaging to see the story of the city told through the personal story of a person. But there is one question too. On the one hand, it is interesting for you because it's your family history, it's your personal history, and at the end you said that you feel that after your interview with your grandpa, you feel that Gyumri is not only your birthplace but also the legacy of your grandpa. But are you going to continue similar studies about Gyumri? I believe this is very interesting topic with many prospects. Don't limit yourself to your grandpa, but try to combine a spectrum of similar cases, how the city was built, what the developers of the city think about that. It's absolutely untouched treasure. From your report I learned about new things which I didn't know. So after the earthquake, Gyumri was dismantled by people. So it was damaged by the earthquake, but I didn't know that the standing buildings were demolished based on the decision of the national or Soviet authorities. Many buildings have been destroyed to the ground in order to receive some funding from Moscow, from the Soviet government, in order to rebuild the city, and also not only to create a new image of Gyumri, but also to make some money on it. It's clear that they have done it for this purpose as well. But of course, the buildings which have been demolished and dismantled are in ruins, or the deserted. Nothing was built because the Moscow aid didn't came on time. The Soviet Union collapsed. Gyumri is a city that should not wait until someone will sponsor or subsidize this work. It should be independent and develop on its own, do whatever they can do. Fortunately, it is now happening, and I am always seeing new restaurants, new small basements, which are being used for commercial purposes, and they're very well at doing that, and this gives me some hope and happiness. So I have just one advice: continue this story. Continue to build it up. I'm here, so let me respond to it. Thank you for the question. Probably I would also speak in Russian. I will try to speak in Russian at least. I will try to. Thank you for the questions. I should say that I wanted to draw some maps, but I was not able to do that. I was thinking about having one map. Now I think that we can have some periods and make separate maps. One for Alexandropol, the other one for Lenakan, and the third one for Gyumri. So I think if we publish these materials, then I will try to do my best in order to prepare maps on time. It's off. The question to what extent those names are being still used in Gyumri. Not all of them have survived. For example, Frank Neri Maila, the district of Catholics, is no longer in place. No one is using that name anymore. Urmanots, which is the Greek district, is not being used anymore. Boshi Maila, no one is using that because the park was built there, and you have that Bosha Aigi. People say that this is the Bosha Square or Bosha Park, but not any longer the Bosha district or Roma district. No one is. By the way, the Turkey Maila is being used. There are no Turks. People are saying that they live in Turkey Maila or in Turkish district. The Russian name survived. Slobodka, for example, despite the fact that no more. You have no Russian families living there at this time, but polygons and Kazachi Post, there are also some residential areas, and there is also area for garrisons. In Kazachi Post we have Armenian garrison, and in polygons we have one Russian military unit, if I'm not mistaken. So those two-story buildings that I have shown you, there are people whose names I mentioned in 1920s. After the genocide of Armenians, the orphanages were located in those barracks, and those barracks served as orphanages until 1925, if I'm not mistaken, until 1927, even 28. So the polygons are still in place, the name is being still used. As of the Soviet times, everything is in place. Until now, people are still using all the names of the living quarters, for example, or districts. Masi Kombinat, the meat factory. There is no longer meat or dairy factory there, but the district, the area is still called Masi Kombinat, the meat factory. And this is not only a folk name for this district, but this is also an address that is being used. So if you want to send a letter there, you put Masi Kombinat, the meat factory, that's the district name. And because we're short of time, I don't want to repeat myself and mention other details. Diana, please. In this case, I would also speak Russian to make the translation easier. If we look at the toponymies, you have seen probably the map. It is a map prepared by Levon Abrahamyan in 3 languages. That's informal toponymy of Gyumri, which could be put over the map of Gyumri. So, as of the question whether there is quarter identity among the people who live in those intuitive districts, probably there is a need to do some research in order to identify that. Karina was absolutely right when she said that in some districts it probably will be present, as in case of Turkish district or Slobodka. It could be also partially applicable to Polygon. So Papakhani name probably comes from Polygon. It's a wrong pronunciation of the word, but while in this districts probably because those districts were not fully destroyed, they suffered the least during the earthquake. So this legacy has been maintained, this memory of the people who associate themselves with those districts was retained. In other cases, there was, I would say, a large movement. In 20s, the city was twice occupied by Turkish forces, and this well-off population, which basically determines the identity of the city and establishes the boundary, actually migrated from the city the first. Then, during the Soviet times in Slobodka, after the genocide, the houses of former Russian, former commercial use, so-called dochodные дома, the houses that were used to generate income, were used by villages. So one house, one dochodny house, where you can have 7-8 families from the same village of Kars region, for example, who survived the genocide, were settled there. And among these small groups during the Soviet period, because they all came over to Gyumri from Kars and other places after 1920, after the Soviet regime was established, they migrated from the Western Armenia. They actually created this local identity together, and they identified themselves with this district. I have not been working on Made Factory district. Whether there is identity there or not, I cannot say a word, but usually the Smastroy or other Soviet enterprises that create districts around them, there is toponymy, but the boundaries are not clear. And to what extent people feel that they belong there, I doubt, because there were massive destructions and there was no permanent population that lived there for a long time. And we have to take into account one more important issue as well. Those American orphanages that were built after the genocide in the city, not built, probably there were some buildings which they have used for American orphanages, basically military barracks. They had as many children as the population of the entire city, or even more children. So you have hosted children, or you have people without, I would say, city memory, without any affiliation to the city, and this cannot ensure the same legacy as in case of the 18th, 19th century. So in 18th, 19th century, there's group identities, there's quarter-based identity was built, and the links between different quarters were also established, also gave birth to this humorous approach. When there were some tensions, humor helped to overcome those, and the humor was born actually in this turmoil. And this actually helped also to develop some stereotypes about each other. And then those stereotypes were diminished, and they have been transformed, and they spoke about, so to speak, Leninakansi, a person from Leninakan, person who lives in Leninakan. This was transformation of 19th century local jokes into one single joke about the city of Leninakan, or person who lives in the city of Leninakan. Actually explains the multifaceted nature of the humor that we have in because you had different topics in the same city. And because of the tragic events that have unfolded, there was a synthesis of different topics used for joke into one single person. And it is not about a happy city, it is about a tragic city. And you're absolutely right. This happy person is what we have left after the tragedy. And this is a way of showing yourself outside the tragedy. And being depressed is normal for that city. And I tried to show different layers in the city. There are some things that work, and to some extent it is very, I would say, humorous city. It is, and there is also specific language used in Gyumri, language that you develop in different workshops, developed by different masters. In the post-Soviet time, you had the sparkling water machine, and instead of having on it sparkling water, they had fush 50 drums. So they laugh at that. That's vernacular, and you can actually fit that into that. And if everyone speaks the same language around you, and you have also an idea fixed that you are a humorous person, you will be joking. You will be joking a lot, successfully and unsuccessfully. Sometimes fail to actually have good jokes, but nevertheless it's part of your identity and your image. That's why what I have tried to show is to show that behind this laughing image there is a tragedy of the city hidden, tragic social story. And it's normal when you see that depression, if inside they will speak a language that could be attributed to laughter easily, it is only for the external use, not for the internal use. But you will never deprive people of Gyumri of humor. And the last question to Guyana. I would love to speak in Russian as well, so excuse me, but I will speak in English. Սա նախատեսված էր որպես կյանքի պատմություն ինքնակենսագրական, ինչ որ կերպով կապված էր իմ ինքնակենսագրությամբ, մենք փորձելու ենք շարունակել նաև այս հետազոտությունները կապելով դա նաև իմ պապիկիս հետ, քայլել ենք պապիկիս հետ, տեսել ենք այդ վայրերը, փորձել ենք հասկանալ, թե ինչ է ինքը հիշում, ինչպես է հուշեր ունի կոնկրետ տեղերի հետ կապված, եւ այս իմաստով հուսով եմ, որ կշարունակեմ այս հետազոտությունը եւ նմանատիպ հետազոտություններ նաեւ կնախաձեռնեմ այլ անձիկ. Շնորհակալություն. Thank you very much, because we have exhausted our time. We do not have time for additional questions, and we adjourn our work for today, and we will start tomorrow at 10 o'clock as we did it today, and we will start with a presentation by Levon Abbrahamian related to Tamanyan's Yerevan between constructivism and Stalin era architecture. Goodbye.